Welcome to TTT News Budget 2024-2025 Beyond the Numbers. This is a conversation before the budget is presented in Parliament this afternoon. I'm Mahalia Joseph Wharton. The main focus on the budget presentation can often be informed by the largest allocations and the ministries that receive them. This show aims to shed some light on the potential of smaller allocations and the innovative and collaborative actions needed with them to set us along a growth path. In studio is Trade and Investment Consultant, past Director of TTCSI, Dixie Rampersad Pfister, past President of the Caribbean Institute of Certified Management Consultants, TNT, and Tobago Chapter. Ms. Rampersad Pfister has been actively involved in various aspects of sector development initiatives over the past 15 years. Welcome.
Welcome, thank you.
Before we start the discussion, though, let's take a recap of the budget presented for fiscal 2023 to 2024. Getting to that discussion. So we could probably start with you, Miss Pfister, or would you prefer if I call you Dixie?
Dixie's fine.
Okay, so we were having a little discussion before we actually began our conversation, and I really wanted you to explain to us what exactly is the mandate of the Coalition of Service Industries of Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. Trinidad and Tobago Coalition of Services Industries is an umbrella organization for the services sector, and its membership ranges from finance institutions, insurance, store operators, business services, just to name a few. Our specific mandate and 4 areas of focus in particular is to lobby and advocate for members for the services sector, primarily. The second area of focus is what we call capacity building and institutional strengthening. And by that we mean it's to help our association members and the sectors build capacity in terms of getting better standards and certification, certifying their particular service sector. So that would be another area. We also assist in attracting or in engaging business opportunities and entering new markets, export services. And that in a nutshell, really, it's what we focus on primarily at the TTCSI.
Okay, so thank you so much, Dixie, for that overview. Let's go to that overview of last year's budget, the 2023 to 2024 fiscal package.
We have taken a deliberate decision not to increase or reduce any existing taxes in 2024, other than some positive adjustments to the tax regime in the energy sector to stimulate exploration and production.
In his 2023-2024 budget presentation, Finance Minister Com Imbert noted that the economy was finally growing after years of external shocks, which he said was completely out of their control. In that presentation, Minister Imbert said fiscal measures for 2024 focused on improving the well-being of every individual in society to reach their full potential, noting that government was investing in our people. This is where many saw the increase in minimum wage by 17% or $3 per hour from $17.50 to $20.50.
In this year, 2024, we did not feel that we should impose any further burdens on our citizens, but rather we should provide some relief in key areas to those at the lower end of the scale.
And the government also increased the sustainability incentive from 20% to 25% with respect to the rate of supplemental petroleum tax, which the minister said would encourage smaller oil producers and lease operators in small and mature marine oil fields to incentivize furthering their production. And this was also one of the major announcements during that presentation.
We have provided $1 billion in back pay for those 37,000 public sector workers who have accepted our offer of a 4% increase.
The 2023-2024 budget was based on an oil price assumption of US $85 per barrel, compared with US $92.50 per barrel in 2023, with the natural gas price assumption of US $5 per MMBTU compared to $6 in 2023. Expected revenue was targeted at $54 billion, with expenditure at $59.2 billion, a fiscal deficit of $5.19 billion. And of the total revenue of $54 billion, $16.7 billion was expected from the oil and gas sector, non-oil revenue of $35.5 billion, and $1.75 billion from capital revenue. Education and training, health and national security were once again the top tier of allocations in the last budget, which has been the trend at least for the last 5 fiscal packages. Education and training reached a new high with $8 billion being allocated, the most in the past 5 years. Health also saw a new 5-year record of $7.4 billion, while national security once again stood in the top 3, also receiving a 5-year high allocation of $6.9 billion. Minister Imberdo said during the 2023-24 fiscal package that some hard decisions had to be made against some recommendations.
If we were to accede to the various requests from interest groups, one of whom recommended abolishing income tax, we would bankrupt the country and find ourselves in the cold, steely hands of the IMF, as so many of our Caribbean partners already are.
The theme of the 2023-24 fiscal package was building capacity for diversification and growth within a world of challenges, and no doubt everyone would be glued to TTT as Finance Minister Com Imber delivers his 10th fiscal package since 2015. Sonolala, TTT News.
Thank you so much for that recap, Sunil. Now, before we only introduced Dixie, but now we have with us Alpha Senon, the founder of We Help Youth Farm, Y Farm, no stranger to TTT, of course. He's an award-winning non-profit, Y Farm rather, is an award-winning non-profit organization that pioneers agricultural, educational, entertainment. Welcome, Alpha.
Thank you for having me.
No problem. So before we get into our conversation on agriculture, I really want us to take a look at the last budget allocation for the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries in the last budget.
Finance Minister Com Imbert, in his 2024 budget statement, said the agriculture sector had been on the decline, recording a low level of less than 2% of gross domestic product over the last 5 years. He said making the agricultural sector tax-free is an essential component of government's policy framework.
This objective is targeted for completion in 2024 through legislative change, with all remaining ambiguities, omissions, and loopholes in the law leading to different interpretations of what aspect of agriculture is tax-free and what is not, clarified and resolved. We also intend to review, update, and improve, where necessary, all concessions, incentives, and rebates in the sector, such as the fuel rebate for fishermen, to make them more realistic and relevant.
Ahead of the 2025 reading of the national budget, agricultural activist Shiraz Khan highlighted the need for better resourcing within the agricultural sector.
I am hoping that this year, based on all what is that's happening globally and what is happening locally in terms of our climate and what's happening with Ukraine, our initiatives of having the exhibition earlier on this year and then setting up a committee to look into food security, I am hoping that this time around, being an election budget also, I hope that this time around they really make some effort to put some more money into agriculture and make agriculture really the talk shop that they have been having for years.
He gave a practical list addressing the hopes of farmers in solving several problems which have been ongoing for some time.
We need to see more production. We need to see people getting their leases. We need to see more money being spent in agriculture in terms of access roads, ponds, and people getting their subsidies that they applied for. And we are hoping that the Minister of Finance sees fit this year to give the Agriculture Ministry some adequate funds that we could continue to be better off than where we have been for the last 2 years.
Mr. Khan said he is hoping for even more measures to deal with predial larceny and also for a faster turnaround on duty-free concessions on agricultural equipment for farmers.
We have a situation where people are waiting for the little incentive that they got from the vehicles or they purchase or the equipment that they purchase, and they have to wait 3 years. We need to relook that and try to get things happening faster for farmers so that they could benefit down the road and really provide food for this country.
Mr. Khan said that larceny and home invasions, which have increased in farming communities, need some serious macroeconomic planning solutions. He hopes that Minister of Finance addresses these issues adequately in the upcoming budget.
So we just heard from the Minister of Finance, Com Imbert, in his budget presentation last year when he would have, spoken on making the agri-sector tax-free. And we also heard suggestions by agricultural activist Shiraz Khan. So what I want to find out from you, Alpha, is you have said that there's a need for a more significant increase in the budget allocation for the agri-sector. And we also heard Mr. Khan say the same thing. But how should that be allocated to the sector, that increase?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with Mr. Khan there. More investment needs to definitely go in. I think we have to focus a lot on the negative effects of climate change where food and agriculture is concerned, because more and more we are seeing that farmers are struggling with new technologies to be able to afford these new technologies. Training and capacity building, you cannot go wrong with that, to be able to educate our farmers, our existing farmers, and the new ones that are coming up, to be able to really understand what are some of the indigenous techniques, indigenous strategies we could utilize to grow better. Definitely predial larceny as well, where we have seen a relaunch of the predial larceny score. It have been helping, but a lot of farmers are still struggling with their security, personal security, as well as their produce as well too. And that is causing a major struggle where agriculture is concerned. Absolutely, the subsidies that he spoke about as well. We want to see an increase in it, obviously, because a lot of farmers are still struggling with getting their farmer's badge and their farmer's card. And it's while the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries have placed some emphasis on this, on making it easier, but definitely a more hands-on approach in helping some of the farmers who cannot do the paperwork and whatnot to be able to get their farmer's card so that they could benefit from these subsidies.
Now, how can the government better support the grassroots agricultural efforts to improve food sustainability when we talk about the whole digitalization and everything? Because you would have mentioned that whole issue with the food stuff there.
Yeah, I think I'm more in the community approach. Let's launch in something and saying, well, hey, farmers come to the ministry or come to this sub-office or whatnot. It doesn't necessarily always work. A farmer is on his farm. Could we set up more in-community approaches to get in their community caravans to go and meet these farmers where they are? This will only serve better for us. This is food security for us. This is what we eating and this is what the country is eating when they come. So getting farmers in the communities, also not affecting too much of what they already know, but enhancing it with the current strategy. So I always talk about, traditional information meeting information technology. IT meets IT, finding a way for all the ancient knowledge that they have to merge it with digital agriculture today.
And do you think there's enough public awareness out there for some of the incentives that have already been put in place within the agriculture, land and fishery sector?
Always need a reminder, because sometimes we may post the message right after budget and whatnot, and then through the entire year, 12 months, 2 months later, people forget, and they need to be reminded, and finding more and more ways and strategies via influencers and whatnot, social media campaigns, and again also meeting these farmers who's not online to be able to let them know that, hey, look at the incentives that we have to offer. Come and benefit from it.
And when it comes to documentation, I know one of the things that you would have shared before we even got to this point is that there's a need to better document local food production. As you say, this would help improve food security and identify export opportunities. Could you go a little more in depth in this?
You see, the only data that we really collect most data we collect is those farmers who may be registered with the Ministry of Agriculture and the farmers who are registered with NAMDEFCO. There's a lot of undocumented farmers who's producing in this country, but they are not registered with anybody. So we have to find out a way to capture that data to know exactly what we are producing. Because we want to know what is the country consuming, what is the country producing and what is the inefficiency, where we are lacking, right? And of course, those are the strategies we have to look into and become very revolutionary about it to see exactly how we could bring down that food import bill, how we could really increase local production. Do we need to grow more cassava? Do we need to grow more sweet potato, more tomato? What it is that we really need to grow? I mean, yes, we import a lot of them. We import most of these things, but how could we tackle a commodity one by one to really enhance it so that we could say, okay, we bring down the sweet potato bill or the tomato bill to nil because we could now enhance productivity because this is what the country is growing and this is what the country is consuming.
Right, so I'm glad you mentioned the food import bill. So I wanted to really find out from you what specific measures can be taken to increase local food production, to reduce our reliance on food imports, and is it that there is a reliance or is it that it's what's available?
It definitely have a reliance, but it's also what is available as well. Now, we have to have on-the-ground campaigns and strategies to allow our local people to be able to buy into local. Now, we have local campaigns. We have it, throughout the year, but we need to have it in people's face. And it starts with the school. It starts with kids being able to prefer this as opposed to that, and not sometimes people just because it's something foreign. Well, I want to get that. But on the ground, local, buy what you eat what you grow, what you eat what you grow. Those kind of campaigns to really strengthen that and have to allow the marketing of our local food to get a more appreciation and a more acceptance, And I think those are such things that we could really tap into. Of course, the Ministry of Agriculture would have formed a committee on food security and food prices to lower the food prices, to look at local production. The committee is now set up and we are going through the recommendations and whatnot to be able to get to that point.
Okay, great. So we pause for a moment here in studio and we head to the Parliament where Sunil Lala is outside trying to, see what's happening out there, if he's getting any responses from ministers or MPs. So let's go to Sunil.
Hello and good afternoon. I'm Sunil Lala and we're coming to you live from the Parliament building in just the Red House to be precise, just along Abercrombie Street. There is some action just outside the Parliament building. There's a heavy police presence as well. We've seen some ministers, some MPs make their way inside so far. We have seen the AG Reginald Armour, SC. We have seen a Minister in the Ministry of Agriculture, Avinash Singh, and we've also seen the Minister of Communications in the Office of the Prime Minister, Minister Simon De Nobrega. Of course, Minister Imbert, the Finance Minister, he's going to present his 10th budget here in the Parliament in just under an hour's time. Since 2015, he has delivered just about 9 budgets so far. This is going to be his 10th consecutive one. And we wait to see when and if he arrives at this point in time. Just to recap what happened in that 2023-2024 fiscal package. It was based on an oil price of $85 per barrel. The gas price was set at $5 US per MMBTU. There was a total expected revenue of $54 billion. The total expenditure was expected at $59 billion, which gave us a fiscal deficit of 5.197 billion. The oil revenue, the total revenue came in at oil revenue with just about 16 billion thereabouts. Non-oil revenue just about 35.5, and capital revenue at 1.756. Of course, health, education, national security, they were the top tiers again. We've seen the last 5 years. Of course, the 2023-2024 budget, health, education, and national security all reached a high for the last 5 years in terms of 8 billion for education, 7 billion for health, and just under 7 billion for national security. So we will keep you up to date on what's going on here outside the Parliament and inside the Parliament as well. Until then, I'm Sunil Lala.
Thank you so much, Sunil, for that update. We will continue our conversation, but let's just take a recap of what was discussed in the energy sector in the last fiscal.
Operators in the energy sector benefited from measures introduced by Minister of Finance, Colm Imbert, in his 9th budget presentation in October 2023. Those measures took effect on January 1st, 2024.
Supplemental petroleum tax. I propose to increase the sustainability incentive from 20% to 25% with respect to the rate of supplemental petroleum tax for any mature marine or small marine oil fields.
Another measure was also aimed at improving operations for a wider category of companies in the local energy industry.
In the Finance Act of 2023, I also propose to introduce some adjustments to the SPT regime for the shallow water areas, similar to what we have implemented for small onshore producers, introducing a new threshold of $75 per barrel for SPT for small shallow water producers.
Minister Imbert also highlighted government's plans.
We have therefore taken decisive action in support of our energy production capacity to increase our oil and gas production. Rystad Energy, an independent research and business intelligence company, forecasts that if key offshore projects advance, gas production could rebound to 4 billion cubic feet per day by 2030.
With regard to the greening of the sector, the finance minister pointed to the Light Source BP solar project. Meanwhile, in July, the country's first solar park was commissioned at the Piarco International Airport.
We are also exploring the use of wind turbines for utility-scale power generation, and utility-scale solar and wind projects will also feed into the construction of our first green hydrogen project.
In his mid-year review in June, the finance minister made a submission for an additional $570 million for a shortfall in the fuel subsidy. Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, Stuart Young, explained the need for the additional funds.
The projected fuel subsidy that will be expended by the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago this year is approximately $1.2 billion. When we were putting together the budget, which is really estimation, and we were estimating what it would have been, the Minister of Finance's Budgets Division, who are the ones who put together the budget document, estimated and provided in that budgetary documentation about $500 million.
We look forward to the new measures coming in Budget 24-2025 for the continued development of the sector. Terry Ann Brown-Campbell, TTT News.
Thank you, Terry Ann. This is Beyond the Numbers, a show leading up to the budget presentation for fiscal 24 to 2025, looking at energy just a short while ago. But now we want to go back to you, Dixie. Now, Dixie is a trade and investment consultant. What I really want to hear from you today as we continue our conversation is really with the services sector, does it spread? Like, let's just say the industry, when it comes to the effect and the allocation that it receives, what is the economic significance of the industry to the nation?
Okay, thanks again for the question. But before I go into the actual economic significance, what I wanted to do is set a little bit of the tone and give you some background as it relates to the international landscape, and to simply say that the services sector really has become the backbone to the global economy. And why I say that and why it's become important for regions like ours is that the advancement in technology that helps support services and to be able to provide services across borders. And then if we look at the trends in some of the developed countries, in some of the 5 focused areas, I would say, like the UK, Singapore, India, EU bloc, to name a few, and the US, really have done well over a period of 2013 to 2023, where you have seen significant growth in the services sector. So that, in a nutshell, is what the international landscape provides. And what I want to focus now on is Trinidad specifically and the economic significance of the services sector. In 2 particular areas, I would say contributing significantly to GDP.
No, you want to
and
just
employment.
pause for a moment,
Sorry.
Dixie. So at this point in our program, you just want to head over to NLCB for today's draw, and we'll be back after this.
If it matters to you, it matters to us. We report the news in real time. TTT News, nightly at 6. TTT News, committed, accurate, relevant.
I was really shocked because when I went to the lotto place that morning, it had nobody. And it was my last $50 in cash on me. And when I scratched it, I saw I said, gosh, I lost again, you know. And I take my finger and I saw the 43. I say, nah. I went in my car, I say,
It can't be.
It can't be. So I called my husband, I said, babe, I think I win the car, you know, I win a car. I think I win a car. I wasn't expecting to win the car because, you know, I always tell people, say, that's a scam, and then I see bien put in look car there. Never thought. I never thought. Brand new car.
Welcome to this afternoon's Playway Pick 2 and Pick 4 draw, supervised by independent auditors KPMG and presided over by the National Lotteries Control Board. Good luck, everyone.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the NLCB's Playway Pick 2 and Pick 4 draw for Monday, 30th September 2024. First, we'll draw this afternoon's Playway number. The winning number is 3. The lucky mark is carriage. That number is 3. The lucky mark is carriage. Our Playway Mega Mix machine is loaded with a mega bonus ball in each chamber. Should a mega bonus ball call, you win $40 for every $1 wagered, $80 on the mega ball, $100 on the mega ultra, and $125 on the mega extreme. Now for our Mega Mix selection. The mega ball called. Playway number 3, the mark carriage, has called with the mega ball. Congratulations, mega winners. You've won the base payout and your additional mega winnings. At Saturday's 7 p.m. draw, 2 mega bonus balls called with the winning number 14, the mark money. Players won over $3,300,000. Congratulations to those lucky winners. Don't miss out on today's Mega Mix winnings. Next, we'll draw our winning Pick 2 numbers. The first Pick 2 number is 2. That's 2. And the second Pick 2 number is 22. That's 22. This afternoon's Pick 2 numbers are 2 and 22 in that order. Our Pick 2 Mega Machine is loaded with 2 white balls and a mega ball. Remember, if the white ball calls, there will be no extra payout. However, when the Pick 2 Mega Ball calls, if players paid an extra $5 minimum on the Mega Ball, not only will they win the base payout, but the additional mega payout. And we have a Mega Ball. Congratulations, you are a Pick 2 Mega winner. Pick 2 numbers 2 and 22 in that order have called with a Mega Ball. Not only have you won the base payout, but an additional mega payout. And now for our Pick 4 numbers. And the first Pick 4 number is 4. That number again is 4. The second Pick 4 number is 3. That number again is 3. The third Pick 4 number is 1. That number again is 1. The fourth and final Pick 4 number is 8. That's 8. Repeating this afternoon's winning Pick 4 numbers are 4, 3, 1, and 8 in that order. Congratulations to all winners. In some Cashpot news, congratulations to the 45 winners of last week's Cashpot jackpots. Don't wait for the draw. Add instant win to your Cashpot bet for your chance to win on the spot. To date, 1,200,000 players have won over $20,400,000 in Cashpot instant win prizes. No one chose Saturday's winning Lotto Plus numbers, so the jackpot has rolled. Wednesday's jackpot is now an estimated $2,400,000. Remember to get your ticket to the next level. Add the multiplier to your bet for only $5. Play today. And scratch, match, and win with our suite of scratch games. Luxury Ride, Big Ride, Set for Life, and Payday. Play 4, win more with up to 60 chances to win. Get your scratch tickets today. Thank you for joining us, and do so again at 4 p.m. for another Playway, Pick 2 and Pick 4 draw.
At TTT, our journalists are on the ground, seeking the facts and reporting on the people, events, and the issues that affect your life. We have Trinidad and Tobago covered, from Cedrus to Charlottesville, Crown Point to Moruga. Our news reaches further on any smart device. TTT News, nightly at 6. TTT News, committed, accurate, relevant.
Welcome back. This is TTT's Beyond the Numbers 2024 to 2025. We're focusing on the 2024 fiscal package, as well as discussing, recommendations on what we would like to see, not we, but our two guests here in studio in the 2025 package. So we're going to continue our conversation, of course, with Ms. Dixie Rampasad-Pfister, who is a trade and investment consultant. Now, Dixie, before the break, you were telling us about the economic significance of the service sector for Trinidad and Tobago. So let's continue there.
Okay, thanks again. So basically, I was mentioning that two significant areas of contribution is contribution to our GDP, and as recorded in 2022, trade and services contribution was 13.59% overall. And with respect to employment, which was significant, over 70% of jobs created in the services sector was over 70%. So that's a fairly decent contribution. And I think the third economic significance is that, and not understated, is the fact that the services sector can be a vital driver in economic diversification and growth. So I would say those are the three main economic
And you know that with diversification was also a major part of last year's budget. So we wait to see if it would also be included in the theme for this year.
Absolutely.
So now moving to that, you just highlighted, look, I'm seeing here on our screens that the Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, is now arriving at the Parliament. So we're back to our discussion. You highlighted that the services sector employs roughly 70% of the workforce in Trinidad and Tobago. How has this sector evolved in recent years, and what role does it play in the overall stability and growth of the economy?
Okay, in terms of the overall growth of the economy, because the services sector is so wide-ranging, I think over the years it has increased in terms of being more jobs created. Even though we're in a digital age, there's still face-to-face employment. And we saw with the pandemic, there was a lot more online reduction in the labor force. However, the workforce has changed in many of the industries, focusing on different aspects of their particular sector. So it hasn't really waned or reduced, in fact. What has happened, it has diverted into other areas of specialization, and that's what we see more and more happening in the industry.
So what incentives or policies should the government introduce to make the local service providers more competitive internationally?
I would say looking at the aspects of innovation, looking at digital platforms, looking at AI, for example, cybersecurity, all of those areas, all of those aspects to help grow the sector and to incentivize private sector to use more of those types of initiatives, more of those types of tools to rethink and to re-engineer their aspects of their business. That's what I see.
Now, I'm glad you mentioned artificial intelligence, which leads me to my next question, which would, of course, be on the importance of the digital economy. How crucial is it for the services sector to embrace digital transformation?
Absolutely critical. In fact, we are late in the game because you look at global trends in terms of the business services. That's a leader in most developed economies using innovation, using AI, and using those sorts of tools and processes to advance their bottom line, basically. And we are behind the curve, as they say.
Now, Alpha, I'd like to also ask you a similar question. When it comes to technological advancements, AI technology, do you see a space for that in agriculture? And how crucial is it for us to look at these types of advancements in the sector?
I'll start with one of my favorite lines from the Agriman song. It goes like this: mixing farming with technology, create agricultural diversity. And right there is where we have to go. Now, if you understand agriculture, the traditional agricultural practices, it is all well, it is all fine. There are a lot of farmers like myself who prefer the soil. I prefer being in my dashing bush patch very early in the morning, picking my leaves and whatnot, right, for my callaloo. Now, a lot of farmers, new age farmers now, they gravitating towards hydroponics, vertical farming, shade house production. Some of them soilless, some of them still utilizing soil, but integrating, your pH meters, your timers, your waterers, your irrigation systems and whatnot. And in this world where the population is increasing and food tends to be kind of decreasing, we have to find ways and means, safe ways and means to be able to produce food faster, but yet safer, and of course, making sure it's still very healthy. So AI has its place, all the technological tools has its place. So this is where digital agriculture comes in. And my whole advocacy for the past 5 years has been, how do we merge it? How do we merge indigenous techniques with information technology? Merge that, find the medium ground, and allow for farmers, the young farmers, the not so young farmers, to be able to really find ways and means of adopting these tools. Now, there's also technology that is not plug and play, right? For example, I'm doing a project right now in Point Fortin at Lakeview, and we are using the lily, right, from the lake to be able to use as mulch on the beds. Now, this is innovation. One may not call it technology, because it's not plug and play, but it's innovation. How can we utilize these indigenous techniques, invest in them, and find ways cheap? Because this is cheap. This is us cleaning up the lake, from the lilies, breaking down the lily and using it on the beds. And this is one example. Different communities may have different examples that they could utilize for the agricultural production, So again, how could we then find some ways and means to irrigate our beds from the pond and utilize all the technologies that exist, but still not taking away from the traditional practices? Because from the time you tell some farmers hydroponics, they just get scared and they'll be like, what stupidness is that, But I think we could merge it and find a medium ground for everybody, so that those who want to, they can, those who don't want to, but they get to utilize other tools as well to continue production in a safe way.
Great, thanks so much for that point. Now, looking at inclusion, we were able to get some suggestions from a sign language educator and advocate for the deaf community, Jamal Lejeune, about some things he would like to see addressed in this year's budget. So we get his input now, as translated by his wife, Anissa.
What I really hope for the deaf community in the budget is more access.
More access is important.
Because access is very important. We know that the budget tends to waver a bit. We have 3 areas of access we want to focus on. For the public service, we want the public and private sector. We want you to hire interpreters.
If you
But sometimes that requires an interpreter to leave their job to join your job. So we want to focus on developing the staff in the public service to have sign language competence. Our deaf community, our skills bank is really small. We have adult training, education in Trinidad, but we don't have sign language interpreters. So we want to focus on training staff and have sign language training for the staff in these training areas. And that creating jobs, of course. So let me give an example. So you learn sign language and your course is finished. And Ministry of Education needs a lot of interpreters. And then they go to Ministry of Education. But when the ministry wants to hire interpreters in other areas, it's difficult. So we want to focus on training more interpreters. So in the budget, I hope that the deaf community, we want to focus on job development for the deaf, but we have to focus on their education. It's hard for us. I'm really motivated to see the deaf with disability grants. Nope. We want you to focus on skills training so they can focus on work for themselves. So we don't see deafness as a physical disability. The only thing we cannot do is here. Our hands, our eyes, our bodies are functional. All we need is we need the life skills and education development. And then we would have jobs. We want jobs. Give us a better education. We will not depend. We will not depend on the government if there are better opportunities to education.
That's government. Parliament, cabinet, and presidential.
So I'm asking the government, the parliament, the cabinet, respect sign language as a human right in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Thank you to Team Legendary Jamal and Anissa Lejeune for that contribution. We also had some suggestions from Shade Walker. Shade is an advocate for the deaf community and founded the Hero Restore Project. Her suggestions are as follows. Number 1, retraining for persons over 35, continued existing post-COVID struggles with closure of many small businesses, bullying and mental health for youths, joint collaboration with ministries or agencies to tackle bullying and mental health for all youths, inclusive of those with disabilities. Education, more investment into vocational training programs and into schools that cater to persons with disabilities, something very similar that we would have just heard from Team Legendary. We pause for a short break. We'll be back with more.
So we're now standing on the bank of the Marianne River right here in Blanchisseuse, and we're now making our way to Avocat. As you can see, we have a lot of gear with us, and we're actually preparing to rappel this amazing waterfall.
Big news is that the teams behind them, Bayern Munich, the Rangers, Chelsea, some people say it better is come here, be back.
What a way to start the season for West Ham! What a strike that is, Gary. Took aim, fired, and
Who are the people you're going to contact? Who you feel you're going to contact?
My wife walked down the Champions League song. Just staggering! It's headed into the net. He twists a new set of blood.
They will eat your food by hand. It's working.
Child abuse is one secret you should never keep.
Every day, we aspire to be better at what we do. Deliver more news, more often, to more people. We are your news team, reporting on the people, events and issues that affect your life. TTT News, nightly at 6. TTT News, committed, accurate, relevant.
Welcome back. I'm Mahalia Joseph Wharton, and this is Beyond the Numbers. We are continuing our discussion. We're starting with trade and investment consultant Dixie Rampasad Pfister. We were discussing a little bit more about the services sector. So, Ms. Pfister, Dixie, I forgot. Let's go back into our questioning. So, I really want to find out from you, how can Trinidad and Tobago services sector become more competitive within the Caribbean and globally?
Okay, thanks again for that wonderful question. One of the main areas of focus would be the enabling business environment that we continue to advocate and to increase our competitiveness, not just as a country, but for the services sector and for many other sectors. I think we are looking at 5 main areas to improve our business environment, our enabling environment. One being standards and certification, where it doesn't exist in a number of service areas. So we continue to work with many agencies like the Bureau of Standards, etc., and to help further along standards and certification, and in sectors where they don't exist, to introduce that formal process. So that would be one area. Regulations and accreditation is another big area as well. As you know, in most developed countries, they look at best practice. They look at entities or businesses that are accredited. They want to see those ISO 56000 or whatever it is, whatever is the most recent ISO, or whatever the industry caters for in terms of their accreditation. So that's critical. Thirdly, the area of innovation, which is my pet peeve, and I think it's necessary. We no longer can wait as a country. We need to use innovation, to infuse it into our businesses, our daily lives, into agencies where they can make a difference, where you can reduce cost, you can maximize on your performance. And I think that's critical, using innovation, using its tools that are important, such as, data information, data analytics, those types of tools that will help enhance and improve your bottom line. It's critical. Research and development also is another area that we don't pay a lot of emphasis. We've had it in the past. We continue to have, some level of R&D, but not sufficient enough to be competitive, to make a change. And I think that is something that is necessary, whether we get the funding through incentives by government, private sector, or international donor agencies, it's absolutely critical in becoming competitive. And the fifth area, as I mentioned before, is the utilization of technology and, using technology, not just, doing lip service or we have digital transformation initiative, but beyond that, working with those SMEs to help infuse the use of technology, having innovation centers, for example, having the support, having maybe knowledge workers in that area to assist those SMEs. I think that's critical. So I would say those are the 5 broad areas under the enabling environment that is necessary and critical for us to become competitive.
Now, when it comes to growth, which sector would you say you guys are seeing the most growth in right now?
So I would look at it globally as opposed to specific to Trinidad and Tobago, and a little bit in the region. So, for example, business event tourism, global event tourism, that's trending. That's potential for growth. You see in Jamaica and Bahamas, for instance, there's a lot of growth in that area. ICT products and services is another area. Energy and engineering services would be another area, another growth area. Creative industries, business services, as I mentioned before, professional services, aviation and maritime. So those are some of the service sector type of areas that we see emerging and continue to have growth. So we're hoping that in the region and in Trinidad and Tobago that we can get support to enable and encourage growth in these sectors.
Now, I'm glad you mentioned the creative sector. Do you think there's potential to see more growth in that sector from your standpoint?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
So looking ahead, what long-term strategies should government focus on to ensure that the services sector remains a key pillar of economic growth?
I would say some, as I mentioned before, and for budgetary consideration, and not necessarily having a specifically carved out budget for the services sector. But I want to mention the fact that it's important that ministries or agencies can collaborate with entities like TTCSI, for example, collaborate efforts in looking at fostering and enabling the business environment, stimulating projects, re-innovation, and using the technology. I mentioned innovation and technology centers, for example, wherever that is positioned in the economy, which ministries are leading those charges, is to have, sort of a collaborative effort to succeed and to compete globally. It's critical. Building capacity, as I mentioned, training, and then streamlining certification and standards across various sectors. I think those are critical in moving forward as for the sector and in improving the sector.
Now, we would have touched on services that we can improve on to see where we could see growth. Yeah. So when it comes to agriculture alpha, which local agricultural products do you believe have the potential on the international market, and how can Trinidad and Tobago capitalize on this?
To tap into that, I think we have to look at products that are existing in Trinidad that have strong geographical indicators, meaning because it's grown here on our particular climate in our tropics, it possesses a real high value. It fetches a real high value internationally. The one that immediately comes to my mind is cocoa, right? We have a real high quality flavored cocoa bean, right? And, back in the days, we were very competitive with it. And somewhere along the line, that came and really died down. And I think now is prime time for that Trinitario cocoa genotype to be able to get back into the international market. Really organize our farmers here. There's a lot of abandoned cocoa fields. There's a lot of fields that people, who once grew cocoa, their grandfathers grew it, and nobody really take up the field. But of course, if we get specific incentives for those cocoa beans in particular, cocoa house, to dry the beans, to ferment the beans, to process it, but not just sell the cocoa beans as well. Definitely make our chocolate industry way more competitive here. Because back in the days, we all know it too well. We sell all our cocoa beans outside, dry beans, wet beans. They make the chocolate over there and then they send back us for us to buy here, right? That ain't making sense. So we have to find ways to really enhance our cocoa/chocolate industry, to really be able to fetch a real high foreign exchange currency, etc., and to export that to the world, with our package. Of course, things like shadow benny, things like pimento pepper, those are things that are real nice flavor, and it don't taste the same nowhere else, So we have to now invest into that, in those industries, those products here locally, and then not just from a primary production standpoint, but the value-added products as well that comes out of these things, the pimento powder, pimento flakes, shadow benny powder, shadow benny flakes, and get those things out into the world. People will want it. Not only the West Indian market, but people who cook, big restaurants and hotels, they will want it once they create the package, the demand for it, of course, So those are some of the things that I definitely would like us to focus on, things that we have the geographic indicators. If it's grown here, and it really allows for a better product than anywhere else in the world.
And what are some of the things preventing us from making these products known internationally on that wide scale? What do you think are some of the issues?
I think for one, there's a lot of times there's barriers to trade, and foreign exchange, it becomes a bigger and bigger problem these days, because when you trade now, you need US dollars to be able to do so. That is an issue, but I also think as well, organizing primary producer groups into whatever is that modern day form of cooperatives, because cooperatives is something that used to work here. There were always challenges with it. So how could we then revise that now into modern day cooperatives and find ways and means to not just allow them to, if it's Selly pepper, even the Muruga red, scorpion pepper, all those things are things that are really, really, really important and grows better here than anywhere else. And then form now in the same community initiatives, community agro-processing labs then, I like to call it the AID lab, the Agripreneur Incubator Design Lab, where farmers now could form themselves and be able to producing the crop, but also adding value to it and to packaging, marketing it, distributing it. But yes, definitely trade to be able to help us to remove some of those barriers to trade and get it internationally.
No, I'm glad you mentioned that community level, because we know that the government is trying to work with young people in Trinidad and Tobago when it comes to the agri sector. Now, as a farmer yourself, what are your views on the agri incentives and even the programs being offered currently for young people?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely support under the MyDNS, the Ministry of Youth and National Service, Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. You have the YAP program. I think that's the next best thing since sliced bread, as they say. That program is phenomenal, where young people go through a training, and then they get 2 acres of land, then they get a homestead, they get startup capital to be able to really start their agribusiness. We have worked with these young people as well. Through our programs, a lot of interns would come to our farm and spend an entire year. So they get a first-hand experience of running a business, distributing, marketing, processing, because all of that we do at our organization at Y-Farm. So I think it's phenomenal. And they have the Shade House Initiative, you have the Aquaponics Initiative in collaboration with the University of the West Indies. And I think it's really, really, really phenomenal. Young people are benefiting from it. I was lucky to be at the recent graduation where they were handed over I believe their agreement for their lands, and people were so excited that they could feel a future in agriculture, And while we're on the point of youth in agriculture, I always advocate for starting with the children. We can't wait until university to teach young people about food security. Can't wait till they get a PhD to learn about climate change adaptability. We have to start with the children, because in no time, these kids grow up and they're adults, and the generation continues and continues. But we have to allow in the schools now, to be able to tie and get that education going from the primary school, even preschool.
Now, I know that Y-Farm, your organization, you have a number of initiatives, and one of them would be Plant Your Plate, It's Not Too Late, to help shift the consumption habits towards local produce. So tell me a little bit about that, and how can something like that be used on a local scale?
Yeah, I mean, the whole idea of Plant Your Plate is allowing home gardeners, the typical persons at home, the mothers, the fathers, the children, to be involved in production at home, your front yard, your backyard, your side yard, your rooftop, wherever. Plan something, you know, and but look at it from a perspective of what do I consume on a weekly basis, and how could I reduce purchasing those items at the supermarket, at the market on Sunday or Saturday. You know, and I always say $1 saved is $1 earned. So when you plant that pimento pepper and you picking from that tree, you don't have to buy pimento in the market. You don't have to worry about what this price going and be, you know, next week and whatnot. Or if you plant some ginger in whatever tin or whatever bucket, or, you know, you could harvest that. You know, it'll take time, but you'll harvest that and you don't have to worry about purchasing that. So then now the whole idea is then, so we ran this challenge during the pandemic, you know, how could you reduce the things that you have to buy for your plates and be able to get people to post online, you know, that my plate consists of 60% of the things that I grow at home, you know, and that allowed for people to really be able to eat what they grow and grow what they eat.
All right, so thank you so much, Alpha and Dixie, Rampasad, Fister in studio, plus everyone else who contributed. We now take you live to the lower house of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, where Minister of Finance Colm Imbert is about to deliver the much-anticipated 2025 national budget presentation. Stay tuned as he outlines the government's plans for the upcoming fiscal year. I'm Mahalia Joseph Wharton. Let's head over to the chamber.
2025 financial year. This is my 10th budget presentation, which comes at a pivotal moment in our government's steadfast and resolute pursuit of economic prosperity, social equity, and sustainable growth. Before getting into the details of this year's budget, I must express my gratitude to Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, our Prime Minister and leader of this interim administration, for his support and astute leadership over the past 9 years. It has been a privilege to serve as Minister of Finance and to steer the fiscal affairs of our nation since the inception of this administration in September 2015. Reflecting on the challenging circumstances that characterized our entry into office, it is essential to acknowledge the turbulent economic landscape which confronted us in 2015, with declining commodity prices and production levels, followed by COVID-19, global inflationary trends and shortages, conflicts in the Middle East, and the Russia-Ukraine war. We had to manage this hostile economic environment in an overdrawn government bank account and a disconnect between government expenditure and revenue, where expenditure had increased by 40% over the period 2010 to 2015 without a corresponding increase in revenue. In summary, from 2016 to 2019, oil prices remained depressed, while natural gas prices plummeted from over $6 per MMBTU in 2014 to less than $2 per MMBTU in 2016, coupled with declining oil production. Then, in 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic hit us, an economic catastrophe which shut down activity in almost every area and closed borders, requiring substantial government fiscal stimulus and social grants. We have come a long way from the COVID-19 period, when government revenue dropped by $13 billion in 1 year, from $47 billion in 2019 to $34 billion in 2020, and our economy contracted by 9.8%. Many thought we could not survive COVID-19 and that we would never recover. In fact, I dare say a few in the political arena even hoped that we did not recover and overcome that calamity. But we did. We not only rebounded, but our economy is stronger and more resilient now than it was before COVID-19. Madam Speaker, there is a constant murmur coming from the Leader of the Opposition. Could you, please?
Okay, so all members be quite aware of Standing Order 53. Members to cease any consistent conversations so that we can all hear this much anticipated 10th budget by the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I indicated, we have come a long way from the COVID-19 period, when government revenue dropped by 13 billion in 1 year, from 47 billion in 2019 to 34 billion in 2020, and our economy contracted by 9.8%. Many thought we could not survive COVID-19 and that we would never recover. In fact, I dare say a few in the political arena even hoped that we did not recover and overcome that calamity. But we did. We not only rebounded, but our economy is stronger and more resilient now than it was before COVID-19. Indeed, by 2023, just 3 years after the arrival of the COVID-19 virus, government revenue had improved by 19.4 billion when compared to 2020, an increase of 56%. Revenue in 2023 was also 6 billion more, or 13% more than in 2019. Even in 2024, with severely reduced prices for oil and gas and declining production, government revenue is still 3.6 billion more, or 8% more than it was in 2019. We have also been able to increase expenditure from 50.8 billion in 2019 to 59.7 billion in 2025, thus putting almost 9 billion more into the local economy, which is a significant factor contributing to our sustained economic growth. These are remarkable achievements by any yardstick, and it is no wonder that our detractors are working overtime to bury this good news and to distract with false and far-fetched claims about our management of the economy. No wonder there's a never-ending campaign of misinformation about the government's achievements. They don't want the public to know these facts. So how did we do this? In response to the formidable economic challenges that beset us, we implemented a targeted fiscal consolidation strategy and a medium-term economic framework designed to rein in expenditure, revitalize economic activity, and restore fiscal stability. We also made a major adjustment to our petroleum taxation regime by implementing a 12.5% on oil and gas production across the board, which ensured that no matter what the price of oil and gas is, we get significant revenue. This was in stark contrast to the pre-2015 situation, where the petroleum taxation regime was so short-sighted that it allowed a major energy company to tell us, as the incoming government in 2015, that the country would get no income from them for 9 years until 2024. We also negotiated a greater share of energy revenues, and we successfully restructured the Atlantic LNG profit-sharing arrangements, giving us significantly greater returns for the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. All credit for those two achievements must go to the Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Minister of Energy and Industries, who worked night and day, here and abroad, to get a much better share of energy revenues for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Our decisive and proactive measures in the face of all this adversity saved the country from an economic disaster. We have put the economy back on a sound footing, and with the expectation of the arrival of substantial cross-border gas in the next 3 years, our economic future is assured. Against this backdrop, this government has been recalibrating our economic framework to satisfy the needs of the national community especially the poor and vulnerable, while never losing sight of our overarching objective of economic sustainability. It has been no small task to achieve these objectives in the face of shrinking resources, low commodity prices, a global pandemic, and heightened global uncertainty and instability over the last 9 years. Looking ahead, there is no avoiding the fact that the energy sector will be a major contributor to our economic survival for years to come. However, because oil and gas are diminishing resources and commodity prices are volatile, we must continue to support, build, and strengthen the non-energy sector, while simultaneously reinforcing the resilience and sustainability of our energy industries. Because of reduced revenues from the energy sector, the next 2 years of transition will require innovation and creative measures to stimulate revenue from the non-energy sector, as well as one-off initiatives, sale of assets, and a careful approach to public expenditure. With these objectives in mind, the theme of this year's budget is steadfast and resolute, forging pathways to prosperity. This theme underscores our commitment to fostering a diversified and resilient economy that can withstand external shocks and capitalize on emerging opportunities in the global marketplace. Trinidad and Tobago's economic future hinges on our ability to adapt, innovate, and stay the course towards sustainable growth and prosperity in a rapidly changing world. At this point, I wish to recognize and commend the outstanding efforts of the many hard-working public servants who worked diligently over the many long hours to ensure the timely delivery of this year's budget speech, draft estimates, and all other budget documents, including the review of the economy 2024 and the public sector investment program. And Madam Speaker, I will have to ask you again, there's a continuous hum coming from the Chief Whip and the Leader of the Opposition and others.
Okay, so again, I just advise members, it may be challenging to sit quietly, but remember we have a standing order that says no excessive talking, no cross-talking, no noisy talking, no disturbance. So I ask all members to please comply and to remind you that you will all have an opportunity to join in the debate in response to whatever the Minister says starting Friday. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the reason why I've asked for your help is because I will be talking for a long time. So let us move on to the... Madam Speaker, the global economic outlook is uncertain and is affected by geopolitical tensions, supply chain disruptions, and an economic slowdown in China. For Trinidad and Tobago, therefore, these factors, coupled with the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, pose significant risks to the global energy market and impact the cost of freight and our country's economy. Let me deal now with international shipping. One of the problems facing the world, which impacts us in Trinidad and Tobago, is shipping constraints which are adversely impacting the cost of sea freight. In August 2023, the Panama Canal area experienced a severe drought, causing low water levels, which led to a backlog of cargo vessels and adversely affected shipping lines calling at Port Point Lisas. The situation has since improved, but there is still some congestion being experienced in Panama. Additionally, the Red Sea, another strategic shipping route, suffered numerous attacks on naval and merchant vessels in 2023. This has negatively affected imports to this country originating from Asia and the Middle East. Another concern, Madam Speaker, is the elevated level of global inflation, as central bankers and policymakers around the world grapple with the complex task of stabilizing prices without stifling economic growth. Global inflation was 7% in 2023 and is expected to decline to 5% in 2024. Our domestic inflation rate has dropped below 1% in 2024 for yet another time in our term. But global inflation at 5% is far as it affects the price of all imported goods. Turning now to the domestic economy. In 2023, our economy grew by 1.3%, following growth of 1.5% in 2022. In 2024, real GDP growth has increased to 1.9%. This, Madam Speaker, is now 3 consecutive years of real growth. 3 consecutive years of real growth, which signifies a renewal of economic activity, a rebound in confidence, and a promising trajectory towards a positive economic environment. In 2023, we grappled with a 5.6% contraction in the energy sector. This downturn posed serious concerns and highlighted vulnerabilities in our economic structure. The dynamism and adaptability of the industry resulted in a rebound to 2.6% growth in 2024 as the energy sector adjusted to changing conditions and seized new opportunities. In contrast, Madam Speaker, the non-energy sector grew by 2.5% in 2023 and 2.2% in 2024. So I shall now look at the non-oil sector. In 2023, Trinidad and Tobago recorded a noteworthy 2.5% upswing in the non-energy sector, which aided in offsetting the adverse effects of a significant 5.6% contraction in energy sector activity. This resilient performance highlights the adaptive capacity of our economy amidst fluctuating global energy markets. The estimated growth in the non-energy sector can be attributed to robust performance across key industries, notably accommodation and food services, trade and repairs, transport and storage. The accommodation and food services sector exhibited strong growth, driven by a resurgence in tourism and increased local demand for hospitality services. As travelers returned and residents explored local offerings, this industry not only recovered, but it thrived, reflecting a broader rebound in consumer confidence. In addition, the trade and repairs sector benefited from a surge in retail activity, buoyed up by a gradual return to pre-pandemic economic levels. Increased consumer spending, coupled with enhanced service offerings, led to a revitalization of this vital component of our economy. The transport and storage industry also experienced heightened demand, facilitating the movement of goods and people as economic activities resumed. Together, these 3 industries, accommodation, food, trade and repairs, transport and storage, accounted for over 28% of the nation's overall GDP, underscoring their significance in driving economic growth. Looking ahead, as indicated, we estimate an economic growth rate of 1.9% for Trinidad and Tobago in 2024, and this outlook is predicated on a 2.4% increase in non-energy sector activity, alongside an expansion in taxes less subsidies, which serves as a crucial indicator of fiscal health. Key contributors to this anticipated in the non-energy sector include trade and repairs, non-energy manufacturing, financial and insurance activities, construction, transport and storage, electricity and gas, and accommodation and food services. Each of these sectors is poised to play a vital role in our economic resurgence. Specifically, strong growth is projected in the food, beverages, and tobacco products manufacturing sub-industry, 9.1%, driven by increasing local demand and export opportunities. Growth is also expected in other sectors, including trade and repairs, 3%, construction 2.3%, transport and storage 2.1%, and financial and insurance activities 2.1%. The trade and repairs industry stands to benefit from expanded trading markets overseas, reflecting our strategic in the global marketplace. Furthermore, the increase in the retail sales index observed during the first quarter of 2024 signals a trend of rising domestic consumption and spending, suggesting a positive trajectory for the economy that is likely to persist throughout the year. In tandem with this, the transport and storage industry is expected to experience significant growth, supported by an increase in the movement of individuals, as well as a rise in mail and courier activities, factors that are critical in a globally connected economy. The construction sector is also showing signs of vitality, buoyed by a year-on-year increase in domestic cement sales recorded between January and June 2024. This growth is further incentivized by favorable policies, including reduced duties and quotas, alongside a streamlined registration system for the importation of extra-regional cement. Moreover, between fiscal 2020 to fiscal 2023, there continued to be a strong performance of non-energy sectors in Trinidad and Tobago, with the manufacturing sector being the main driver, contributing 96% to total non-energy exports, up from 91% in 2020. The manufacturing sector as a percentage of total exports fell from 26% in 2020 to 22% in fiscal 2023. Several manufacturing subsectors experienced significant gains in export over the fiscal 2020 to 2023 period, including food and beverages, 40%, paper and paper-related products, 47%, plastic and rubber products, 66%, basic chemicals and fertilizers, 46%, glass and glass products, 161%, furniture and light fittings, 34%, clothing, textiles and apparels, 63%, and wood-related products, 46%. Those are all gains in terms of growth in the manufacturing sector. Madam Speaker, through continued strategic investments and support for our non-energy sector, we can build a more resilient and diversified economy that serves the needs of our citizens. The June 2024 IMF Article 4 report confirmed that Trinidad and Tobago is undergoing a gradual and sustained economic recovery, and that economic growth is broad-based with low inflation. Further, following the period of high inflation associated with COVID-19,
who has the offending device, could they kindly leave the chamber, their device under control, and then they could return. Minister of Finance. I ask the person with the offending device to kindly leave the chamber. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Following a period of high inflation associated with COVID-19, we saw a shift in our economic landscape, and by September 2023, our inflation rate had decreased to 3.9%, compared to 8% at the end of December 2022. By July 2024, our inflation rate further declined to 0.3%, possibly the lowest on record. A major reason for this has been a marked slowdown in global food prices. Food inflation came down from 17.3% in December 2022 to 1.4% in July 2024. Global food prices continue to fall, and as a consequence, the transmission of higher international food prices to domestic food prices has abated. The prices of locally produced food items, such as vegetables and fruits, are also on a downward trajectory. I turn now to the fiscal outturn. With respect to the fiscal outturn, revised data for fiscal year 2023 indicates a fiscal deficit of just 1.7% of GDP, which is projected to increase to 3.5% in 2024, because of a shortfall in energy sector revenue caused by low oil and gas prices and declining production. But this is still within international norms. In this regard, it is noteworthy that the only time over the last 16 years, between 2008 and 2023, that we enjoyed a fiscal surplus was under this government in 2022. Contrary to rumor, the former administration, despite benefiting from very high prices for oil and gas throughout its 5-year period, posted fiscal deficits every single year. Notwithstanding these fiscal deficits, our external fiscal buffers remain healthy and strong. As of today, September 30th, 2024, our gross official reserves stand at US $5.5 billion, or 7.7 months of import cover, and the Heritage and Stabilization Fund stands at an impressive US $6.1 billion, despite substantial withdrawals during the COVID-19 period and afterwards, totaling more than US, confirming the prudent management of the fund. It is notable that despite all of the economic shocks we endured, the value of the Heritage and Stabilization Fund is higher now than it was when we assumed office in September 2015. And our foreign reserves remain more than adequate. This is despite constant demands for devaluation of the TT dollar and unfounded predictions of economic collapse, which, to the dismay of our detractors, did not and will not occur under this administration. In 2025, to further bolster our reserves, we plan to introduce legislation to encourage energy sector companies to remit all their taxes to the government in US dollars. Currently, only 50% of energy sector taxes are dollars, although 100% of oil, processed gas, and petrochemicals are exported. Madam Speaker, our unemployment rate continues to be at an internationally accepted level. According to the latest available quarterly labor force and employment data from the CSO, the unemployment rate increased to 5.4% in the first quarter of 2024 from 4.1% in the fourth quarter of 2023. This is a normal pattern for the first quarter of every year due to changes in economic activity following heightened activity during the Christmas period. The IMF. Madam Speaker, over the last 9 years, we have avoided having to go to the IMF for a bailout, and I guarantee that this will not happen under this government. However, several of our counterparts in America and the Caribbean have not been that fortunate, and have had no choice but to seek financial assistance from the IMF. Countries in IMF programs in our region include Jamaica, Barbados, Suriname, Grenada, and Dominica, as well as El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, Bolivia, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Argentina, and Mexico. These IMF programs come with a price and lead to retrenchment, severely reduced public expenditure, currency devaluation with associated inflation, lower standards of living, increased costs for basic consumer items, reduction in real wages or wage freezes, lower average income, higher personal taxation, leading to less disposable income, and the elimination of subsidies and social grants, among other structural adjustments. We spared ourselves these adversities, prescribing our own corrective measures, and despite the baseless rhetoric from uninformed commentators, we have been able to maintain public sector jobs, free education, free healthcare at all levels, subsidized public transport, land, air, and sea, highly subsidized water and electricity rates, and a wide range of social grants, among many other benefits for our population. By way of example, in Argentina, the unemployment rate peaked at 11% 2 years into an IMF program. In Honduras, the unemployment rate doubled and peaked at 11% as well, 1 year after an IMF program. In the Dominican Republic, the unemployment rate at the start of an IMF program was 6.5% and increased to over 9% 4 years later. Inflation rates in these countries have also increased by up to 25%, to our inflation rate of less than 1%. In particular, Argentina has experienced a surge in poverty during its IMF program, moving from a poverty rate of 27% in 2021 to over 52% in 2024. Look at what we have avoided, Madam Speaker. I move now to credit ratings. Trinidad and Tobago reinforced its position as an investment-grade country in 2023 and 2024, easily securing financing on international capital markets at very competitive terms. In September 2023, we successfully raised US $560 million on very competitive terms to refinance an existing Eurobond which matured in early 2024. In July 2024, we issued another 10-year US $750 million bond at 6.4% for budgetary support. Leveraging the country's strong credit profile and solid economic governance reputation, this issuance was met with robust investor demand, outperforming the borrowing costs faced by many of our regional peers. For instance, Colombia, a comparable emerging market economy, has a current borrowing cost of almost 11%. Mexico has a similar rate as Colombia for international borrowing, which is almost twice ours. Madam Speaker, this year, global financial markets have been characterized by heightened volatility, driven by geopolitical tensions, inflationary pressures, and shifting monetary policies. Despite these complexities, this country's ability to secure highly attractive rates for international financing is testimony to our sterling reputation in the global financial community. In stark contrast to the perennially pessimistic narrative of our local naysayers, who seem to be able to get front-page coverage for their uninformed negativity and baseless sensationalism at the drop of a hat. Diversification. Madam Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago benefits from a strong economic outlook supported by significant efforts towards diversification, including the special economic zones, initiatives by the Ministry of Trade and Industry to support bilateral trade agreements, the tourism and sports sectors, the renewable energy sector, the financial service sector, and the agriculture sector. We stand out from our regional and rating peers as having a low level of risk, according to the Organization for Economic Development, OECD. The countries having less favorable credit ratings include Jamaica, Barbados, Honduras, Costa Rica, Brazil, Dominican Republic, Paraguay, Argentina, Bolivia, and Ecuador. Despite economic headwinds and turbulence in the energy sector, Standard & Poor's, the renowned international credit rating agency, recently affirmed Trinidad and Tobago's credit rating at BBB-, an investment-grade rating with a stable outlook, reflective of the country's credit strength. We consider this to be a signal achievement. Institutional quality. We are forging ahead to create new resilient institutions and strengthen existing ones. I now come to the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. Madam Speaker, as you know, the Privy Council in September confirmed a few weeks ago that the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Act did not infringe the constitutional rights of public officers, upholding the ruling of our Court of Appeal. This landmark decision now enables the government to proceed to move apace to populate and build out the authority, to optimize and modernize our revenue collection efforts. This is critically needed to address the tax gap due to tax evasion, which has been estimated at up to $10 billion per year. we are now entering a crucial phase of transformation. The consolidation of the Customs and Excise and Inland Revenue divisions into a unified entity will now allow the execution of the authority's strategic plan, which was laid in Parliament 18 months ago. This will involve deploying advanced technology to refine processes and improve data accuracy while investing in comprehensive staff training. The Revenue Authority represents a significant advancement for our nation, setting the stage for enhanced revenue management, fiscal stability, and the removal of an antiquated system, thus greatly improving the ease of doing business. Case studies have shown clear benefits to having a whole-of-taxpayer approach, which can only be enabled by the merger. Instead of managing different taxes such as income tax, VAT, and customs duty in silos, this approach looks at the taxpayer's full relationship with the tax system across all tax types. The goal is to provide a more integrated, efficient, and seamless experience for the taxpayer and to improve tax compliance. By modeling excellence after leading private corporations, the Revenue Authority aims to attract the best talent in the country to itself. The authority aims to deliver an exceptional customer experience by improving understanding of tax obligations and their effect on the national good, through a clear and engaging public awareness program, and by simplifying the compliance process through online and digital channels. The goal is to make it easy, safe, and convenient for customers to interact with the Revenue Authority. To facilitate this, a wider range of payment options will be made available, including online payments, which will facilitate user-friendly revenue services. Madam Speaker, given that a key mandate of the Revenue Authority is to provide guidance and counsel to the Minister as it relates to tax matters, the Revenue Authority will establish a Centre of Excellence. The key functions will be to engage in the necessary research and data analytics to inform policy development and change, as well as strategy both locally and internationally. This unit will be pivotal in driving recommendations for a common reporting standards framework that does not currently exist in the Inland Revenue Division or Customs and Excise Division. Moreover, the Revenue Authority will strengthen border protection to combat illicit activities, safeguard economic interests, and facilitate smoother trade practices. It will also support sustainable trade initiatives, ensuring the efficient collection of duties and taxes. In all this, the authority is expected to be fair, equitable, and even-handed in its treatment of all taxpayers. At this stage, however, to counter the false narrative about increased taxes and fear-mongering by the opposition, the government wishes to make it clear that we have no intention of going after little people like nuts vendors who make a nice living and avoid getting involved in criminal activities. We have much bigger fish to fry. It is public knowledge that there are many individuals and companies earning millions of dollars in income per year who are not paying their fair share of taxes. This type of self-serving action hurts the hundreds of thousands of honest taxpayers, like public servants and ethically run businesses who pay their taxes religiously every month. Further, opposition politicians often spout inflammatory, empty rhetoric about taxes and promote utopian concepts of minimal or no taxation, relying on the belief that no one likes to pay taxes, and therefore their empty promises will take root. Of course, when they make wild statements about eliminating or drastically reducing taxes, they conveniently avoid saying where money will come from to pay public servants, fund the police service, maintain and upgrade infrastructure and public facilities, and provide the myriad of free and subsidized services such as free education and health care that cost the country up to $60 billion a year. In this context, it would be remiss of me not to remind members of some of the tax exemption and tax reduction measures we have introduced since September 2015. Firstly, consistent with our 2015 manifesto promise, we immediately reduced value-added tax from 15% to 12.5%. Secondly, we embarked on a systematic path to increase the personal tax allowance, thus putting more disposable income into the pockets of over 300,000 wage earners. We first increased the personal allowance from $60,000 per year, or $5,000 per month, to $72,000 per year, or $6,000 per month. Then to $84,000 per year, or $7,000 per month, to the current $90,000 per year, or $7,500 per month. This represents a 50% increase in the personal income tax allowance over the last 9 years, has resulted in an extra $625 per month, or an extra $7,500 per year in disposable income for all 550,000 taxpayers in Trinidad and Tobago. We also exempted hybrid cars with an engine capacity of 1,500 cc's or less from all taxes and all electric cars, no matter the size. We exempted computers, computer hardware and software, computer accessories, CCTV cameras and equipment, and mobile phones from all taxes. We increased the tax deduction for interest paid by first-time homeowners on mortgage loans from $18,000 to $30,000. We exempted various inputs into the agriculture sector and agricultural holdings of all sizes from taxes. We increased the tax allowance for tertiary education expenses to $72,000 per year. We increased this exemption, this government, from stamp duty for residential purposes for first-time homeowners from $850,000 to $2 million, benefiting thousands of people. We removed VAT and customs duty from specified therapy equipment, hearing impaired, visually impaired, physical mobility disabilities, disability safety peripheral and communication devices. And with respect to companies, we have introduced numerous tax concessions and incentives, all designed to create jobs, encourage training, and promote growth, ranging from tax credits for approved manufacturing companies, small listed companies, use of renewable energy, and SMEs to incentives for small oil producers. So, Madam Speaker, contrary to rumor, we have exempted so many things from taxes. Procurement. Contrary to public discourse, we have always had public procurement legislation in Trinidad and Tobago. That is the Central Tenders Board Act. This was modernized and replaced after years of inquiry, public consultation, and agitation by new procurement legislation. Like any major change to an existing situation, it is to be noted that there are learning and teething issues. By and large, the introduction of the revised procurement processes is going well and is expected to do better, observing the law and avoiding pitfalls. The Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act was fully proclaimed in April 2023, ushering a new and transparent system for public procurement. Following requests from stakeholders, the Act was amended in the Finance Act 2023 to make provision for simplified procurement. Following extensive dialogue with the Ministry of Finance and the Office of Procurement Regulation, the government approved the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Simplified Procurement Regulations, which were published on the 5th of April 2024 and created a simplified procurement process for goods, works and services under $1 million. Further, following full proclamation of the Act in April 2023, published the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Review Board Regulations on June 6, 2024, to ensure that a review of the Office of Procurement Regulations decisions in accordance with the Act could be initiated. These regulations form an integral part of the public procurement framework and establish the process and procedures for the review of decisions taken by the Office of Procurement Regulation. The Office of Procurement Regulation is now fully operational and is responding to challenges to procurement proceedings and doing its other work, such as providing guidance to public bodies and suppliers of goods and services, as publicly reported in the local media. Further, the first annual report of the Office of Procurement Regulation was recently laid in Parliament. I now come to property tax. Madam Speaker, for over a decade, the property tax landscape in our nation has been shaped by outdated practices. In 2010, the land and building tax regime was suspended, exacerbating the challenges in securing adequate funding for essential services and development projects across central and local government alike. Recognizing the need for reform, our government embarked on a journey to modernize the tax system, culminating in the introduction of a new property tax regime, or the new property tax regime. In 2024, in the face of continuous misguided political resistance, the government implemented several key adjustments to effectively roll out the new property tax regime. Firstly, in response to public feedback and our commitment to fairness, this government reduced the property tax rate from 3% to 2% in 2024, thereby alleviating the financial burden on property and ensuring that the new system is both equitable and manageable. Cognizant of lingering issues with some valuations, we have also extended the deadline for the Board of Inland Revenue to issue notices of assessment for property tax to October 31st, 2024. This extension will allow the Valuation Division additional time to finalize the assessment of annual rental value and address any adjustments necessary. It also afforded the Board of Inland Revenue additional time to issue notices of assessment to residential property owners and occupiers. Further, last week, mindful of the last-minute nature of our society, where things are often left to the last minute possible, we extended the time for property owners to pay their property tax by 2 months, from September 30th, 2024 to November 2024. I also wish to advise that we expect to implement an online payment solution for property tax on or before October 31st, 2024, allowing online bank transfers and card payments. This is despite the leader of the opposition's vitriolic public criticism and unnecessary and ill-conceived condemnation of the move towards cashless transactions. In that context, the rest of the world knows that cashless is the way to go for many reasons, including minimizing opportunities for theft and fraud and providing access for the unbanked. It is to be noted that we are behind the rest of the world in this area. In India, for example, there are now 3 billion cashless transactions per day, with persons at the lowest end of the income scale, such as farmers, personal service providers, and roadside vendors, using mobile wallets, mobile phones, and QR codes to transact business rather than cash. In Copenhagen, Denmark, some shopkeepers are now unable to make change because they have little, if any, cash in their cash registers. So rare is it for someone to make a purchase in physical banknotes in that city. I experienced that phenomenon myself recently. In London, England, the vast majority of checkout kiosks in supermarkets now only work with credit or debit cards, as do ticket machines in railway and bus stations. I also witnessed that myself recently. Additionally, airline counters all over the world are no longer accepting cash. It was in anticipation of this development that in 2020, the Prime Minister established a Ministry of Digital Transformation to prepare, assist, and guide this country forward into this digital era. The resistance to this very progressive development by the opposition is indeed, unfortunately, myopic. Any person who irrationally opposes cashless transactions on the spurious grounds that it will allow the government to know your personal business when it is common knowledge that all such electronic transactions are encrypted is stuck in the Stone Age. If 1.4 billion people in India, another 1.4 billion people in China, a further 1.4 billion people in Africa, and 750 million people in Europe, among many others, have embraced cashless transactions, why should we cling to an outdated way of conducting transactions? I would now like to take this opportunity to clearly explain once again to the public how the property tax is calculated. The Inland Revenue Division calculates property taxes based on annual rental values as assessed by the Valuation Division, applying a 10% discount and a 2% tax rate on the discounted value. For example, a property with an annual rental value of $24,000 or $2,000 monthly would attract a tax of $36 per month. This is calculated as follows. $24,000 minus 10% discount of $2,400 equals $21,600, to which 2% is applied, resulting in a tax of $432 annually, which translates to $36 monthly. Further, based on information we have gathered, at least 50% of residential will attract property taxes ranging from $432 to $1,080 annually. For the record, up to Friday, September 20th, 2024, 89,441 residential property owners had paid property taxes totaling $91 million in revenue. This sum, along with property taxes collected in fiscal 2025, will be distributed to local government bodies in fiscal 2025 for the maintenance of local roads and drains and public facilities such as recreation grounds, and for the development programs, as well as for the provision of local services. These funds will be distributed to each corporation in amounts equal to the funds collected in each municipality. Additional allocations will be given to the corporation in the usual manner. Appropriate amendments will be made to the relevant legislation to ensure that property tax is used for the purpose intended and not diverted for unproductive purposes. In all this, we remain dedicated to protecting our most vulnerable citizens. Those with minimal income and facing financial hardship or relying on social grants can apply to the Inland Revenue Division for deferral of their property tax. I also wish to reiterate that if the Inland Revenue Division is unable to deliver a tax assessment notice to the taxpayer will not be subject to any penalties or interest. Additionally, if a taxpayer received an assessment notice using the old property tax rate of 3% instead of the reduced rate of 2%, that notice will be invalid. Move on now to the International Financial Center. As we innovate and modernize our financial sector, the Trinidad and Tobago International Financial Center has been instrumental in advancing the government's mandate for a cashless society. We have already made significant strides towards digital transformation, which included the introduction of policies as well as regulatory and legislative advances, such as the draft e-money policy 2018, fintech policy 2019, e-money issuer order 2020, and simplified due diligence requirements 2021. These initiatives have laid the groundwork for financial innovation and inclusion. In 2020, key financial institutions established a regulatory innovation hub, serving as a central point of contact for fintechs and facilitating progress in licensing, especially for e-money issuers. Madam Speaker, financial services delivered over mobile phones enable anyone to receive, store, and transfer funds securely, while also providing access to essential financial services such as savings, credit, e-commerce, and insurance. This is crucial for those excluded from the mainstream financial system. With high wireless coverage and a well-developed telecommunication system, 85% of our population now has access to the internet. This provides the enabling environment to support digital financial services where individuals and businesses can better access online financial services, making transactions more convenient. To support these developments, the International Financial Center has completed the National Financial Inclusion Survey report. That survey revealed that 25% of the population lacks access to basic financial accounts, significantly impacting their financial resilience. Additionally, 77% of micro, small, and medium enterprises lack business bank accounts or accept digital payments, limiting their growth and access to digital markets. Moreover, 56% of the population finds mobile banking applications and financial information challenging to understand, and 82% use cash for their transactions. To overcome these challenges, the National Financial Inclusion Strategy Roadmap is being developed in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance. This roadmap will function as a guide to ensure all individuals, regardless of background or income, have access to financial services like loans, credit unions, banking, and fintech services. In mandate, the International Financial Center has developed the following: a new customer portal for the Environmental Management Agency called the Certificate of Environmental Clearance, CEC, Customer Portal. The portal allows for digital application and payment of CECs, eliminating the need for a paper-based application. In April of this year, the Ministry of National Security launched its state-of-the-art e-portal in collaboration with the International Financial Center. This advanced platform represents a significant transformation in the procedures for e-visa and student permit applications and payments. Notably, within a mere 2 months from its April inception, the platform achieved the successful processing of transactions amounting to over $500,000 by June 2024. The International Financial Center has partnered with the Licensing Division to create a citizen-focused kiosk program. This innovative approach allows individuals to make payments for provisional permits using the kiosk, providing an alternative to the traditional cashier process. The Bureau of Standards and the Ministry of Agriculture have engaged the International Financial Center to develop their payment systems. Both are currently in the pilot stage. The International Financial Center has completed several online payment implementation projects within the public sector. These are now accessible to all citizens and businesses, both locally and internationally. They include the Housing Development Corporation's e-pay platform, the Judiciary's updated court pay system, and the Ministry of Trade and Industry's updated single electronic window and TT BizLink platform for trade-related services across multiple ministries, departments, and agencies. In collaboration with the European Union and the UN Capital Development Fund, the IFC is launching initiatives to develop digital payment solutions for smallholder farmers and credit unions, addressing major challenges affecting citizens across the region. These initiatives will be rolled out next month. I now turn to gambling. Madam Speaker, the Gambling Control Commission has achieved substantial progress in establishing a robust regulatory framework for the gambling industry. To this end, the Commission embarked on stakeholder consultations on the Gambling, Gaming and Betting Control Act, as well as the draft regulations. This process ended in August, and the Commission is currently refining the feedback received, and we expect full proclamation of the Gambling Act in January of 2025. The Commission will enter a transitional period in which all persons who own or operate a gaming establishment or gaming machine under the Liquor Licenses Act must notify the Commission of their existence. Once this information is collected, the Commission will advise of the applicable licenses as it relates to the areas of operations. These persons will then pay the relevant licensing fee. Madam Speaker, the collection of licensing fees for gaming and gambling is expected to commence at the end of the second quarter of fiscal year 2025. The Commission has also successfully recruited senior leadership and is currently engaged in building its key human resource infrastructure. This strategic human capital development aims to arm the Commission with the technical expertise to audit, manage, and provide up-to-date resources necessary for a flexible and dynamic organization. Significant investments in infrastructure and technological advancements have been undertaken, including the procurement of essential systems for finance and gaming operations. These implementations, coupled with targeted staff training, robust stakeholder engagement, and the establishment of internal governance structures, collectively enhance the Commission's capacity for effective oversight and compliance within the gambling sector through an effective licensing regime. The Commission has initiated the procurement of a highly recommended due diligence software through selected international companies, where assistance will be given to demystify complex corporate structures. In this context, it refers to the identification of beneficial ownership, which involves clarifying and simplifying the often intricate relationships and hierarchies within corporations to ensure transparency in who ultimately controls or benefit a company, a gambling house. Consequently, this will inherently impact the recipients of various licenses, ensuring that such recipients are not agents of criminal conduct or activities. It is important to note that a fifth-round mutual evaluation conducted by the Financial Action Task Force and regional bodies, such as the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, CFATF, to evaluate a country's compliance with international standards on anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing is upcoming and is significant to the work of the Gambling Commission. This round of mutual evaluation is part of a larger framework to ensure that countries effectively implement measures to combat financial crime. Discussions have been initiated with the Financial Intelligence Unit as it relates to compliance initiatives, and this dialogue will continue with international and regional state agencies and organizations. As a result, the Commission is vigorously working to implement a robust system with approved licensing policies and procedures to ensure a rigorous licensing regime and a highly skilled and qualified execution team. The compliance regulatory framework, monitoring and inspection implemented by the Commission is being designed to safeguard the integrity of the gambling industry and will ensure strict adherence to local legislation. Within this framework, compliance inspections will serve as a critical tool for ensuring that operators adhere to all regulatory standards and international best practice. Key pillars of this framework include rigorous monitoring and inspection. The Commission will establish a dedicated regulatory field team which will conduct regular audits, site inspections, and compliance assessments to ensure operators maintain high and operational standards. This includes ensuring proper implementation of responsible gambling measures, adherence to regulatory and technical standards for gaming equipment, collaboration with local and international stakeholders. Recognizing the global nature of the gambling industry, the Commission will strengthen partnerships with local agencies and international regulatory bodies to align our local practices with global anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing standards. This collaboration will enable Trinidad and Tobago to remain competitive while ensuring robust safeguards against financial crimes. The Commission is also looking at enhanced consumer protection. Central to our framework is the protection of consumers. Through the enforcement of responsible gambling measures, will ensure that vulnerable individuals are protected from gambling-related harms, addiction, while promoting a safe environment for recreational activities. Governance. The Commission is committed to upholding the highest governance standards, requiring operators to adhere to strict internal controls, financial reporting requirements, and risk management protocols. This will deter criminal activity, foster transparency, and encourage industry growth. Madam Speaker, we expect that the taxation and licensing regime put in place by the Commission will yield $60 million in revenue, of which a portion will be dedicated to a rehabilitation and development fund, which will support civil society initiatives aimed at mitigating the social impacts of gambling while fostering community development. Revenue projections indicate a potential by 2026 with sustained growth in subsequent years. The operationalization of the Gambling Commission will lead to a more structured and regulated gambling industry in Trinidad and Tobago. The Act aims to ensure that gambling is conducted in a fair, open, and responsible manner, protecting minors and vulnerable persons from harm. It seeks to prevent gambling from being a source of crime or being used to support crime, while also ensuring compliance with anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing laws. The Commission will thus oversee licensing, enforce compliance, and establish policies to protect consumers, thereby creating a more transparent, accountable, and regulated gambling ecosystem. I now move to the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Bank. Madam Speaker, the 2024 merger of the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Home Mortgage Bank has created the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Bank as a stronger institution, offering a broader range of financial products and services tailored to citizens' needs. This is vital in meeting the housing needs of many, particularly those in low and middle income brackets who face challenges in home ownership. The Affordable Housing Financing Program, a key initiative of the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance, offers mortgage rates as low as 2% and 5%, and has made home ownership more accessible to a larger segment of the population. However, it is not well known or publicized that these heavily subsidized mortgage loans cost the government a considerable sum. Just over the last 10 years, the TTMF has provided homeowners with almost 8,000 subsidized mortgages, totaling more than $4 billion in value. These subsidized loans are not free because the funding has to be sourced from commercial banks at the much higher market rates, and the TTMF then charges the government for the extra costs. As such, subsidized mortgage loans come at a significant cost to the government at an average of $200 million per year. Madam Speaker, the mortgage bank's innovative solutions, such as converting the HTC's rent-to-own and license-to-occupy arrangements into full mortgages, will continue to significantly improve housing stability in Trinidad and Tobago while providing a clear path to home ownership and financial independence. The merger has also bolstered the mortgage bank's ability to maintain financial stability while extending credit responsibly. The low mortgage delinquency ratio of just 6.31% as of mid-2024 reflects its effective risk management. The mortgage bank's financial success following the merger is evident in its achievements over the period January to August 2024. During this period, the bank raised $797 million to meet new loan demands and approved 745 new loans valued at $403 million, with a significant portion allocated to HTC transactions, demonstrating its role in advancing social equity and driving economic growth. Madam Speaker, the creation of the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Bank marks a significant step forward in promoting social equity and economic inclusivity. By making home ownership more, the mortgage bank is leveling the playing field, allowing more citizens to invest in their futures. The benefits of this merger extend beyond financial gains, enhancing the social and economic well-being of communities across Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the National Investment Fund. The creation of the National Investment Fund in Trinidad and Tobago, using assets recovered from the CLICO bailout, is a testament to our creativity and commitment to financial stability and growth for the benefit of all citizens. In 2018, when we launched the Series A, B, and C bonds, totaling $4 billion, the offer was oversubscribed by 85%, creating 3,084 new accounts on the local stock exchange, with increased engagement of individuals in our financial system. The NIF1 bond offered returns that were 3 times higher than the prevailing deposit rates at commercial banks, delivering exceptional value to investors and a compelling alternative to traditional banking products. Madam Speaker, the NIF has consistently met all of its financial obligations. All. We have paid all semi-annual interest due on National Investment Fund bonds punctually, and importantly, we have honored our obligations to bondholders by paying in full for the Series A NIF bonds when they matured in August of 2023. In 2023, additional shares in Republic Financial Holdings Limited formed the basis for the $400 million NIF2 bond, which was launched in January 2024, and again met with unprecedented support, as evidenced by an oversubscription of 267%. This response resulted in a further 1,110 new investor accounts, primarily individuals, highlighting the widespread appeal and trust in the National Investment Fund. I now turn to transfer pricing. Transfer pricing is highly significant from a tax perspective, as it opens the door for multinational corporations to manipulate prices to reduce their tax burden by shifting profits to low-tax jurisdictions. Our efforts to establish a comprehensive transfer pricing regime are therefore aimed at enhancing our tax revenue earning potential and minimizing financial leakages from multinational enterprises within our domestic economy. By implementing these measures, we are ensuring that Trinidad and Tobago receives its fair share of tax revenues, promoting fairness and transparency. A cornerstone of transfer pricing is the internationally recognized arm's length principle. This principle dictates that the price set in a transaction between two related parties, such as two subsidiaries of a multinational enterprise, must be the same as the price that would have been agreed upon for a comparable transaction between one of these subsidiaries and an unrelated party. Over the past year, we have been diligently working to develop a comprehensive transfer pricing regime. This is vital for safeguarding our tax base, fostering a favorable investment climate, and combating illicit financial flows. By ensuring that multinational enterprises engage in fair and transactions, we aim to protect the economy. As part of this process, we successfully held a stakeholder consultation in July 2024, where representatives from chambers of commerce, industry associations, accountants, tax practitioners, and energy companies were engaged. These discussions will now inform the finalization of the draft transfer pricing legislation, which has been prepared by the Inter-American Center of Tax Administrations, CIAT, our consultants. The expertise of CIAT has been a significant asset throughout this process, given its extensive experience and technical proficiency in tax administration and transfer pricing globally. Our efforts towards establishing a suitable transfer pricing regime have also been supported by the recent passage of the Base Erosion and Sharing, or BEPS, Inclusive Framework Country by Country Reporting Act 2024. BEPS refers to tax planning strategies used by multinational enterprises to exploit gaps and loopholes in tax rules, allowing them to artificially shift profits to low or no tax jurisdictions to minimize their tax liabilities. The BEPS framework mandates that multinational enterprises provide detailed reports on their global activities, including financial statements, key financial indicators, and a breakdown of their income, taxes paid, and economic activity across different jurisdictions. Our legislation aligns with the BEPS Action 13 and with the draft transfer pricing legislation now finalized. I will be approaching Parliament shortly to initiate a debate on this important legislation, which will ensure that our transfer pricing practices align with the global best practices and the BEPS inclusive framework. Turn now to international tax compliance. Ensuring compliance with the European Union's criteria for non-cooperative tax jurisdictions is vital for Trinidad and Tobago to uphold its global standing and maintain access to international markets and financial systems. Adhering to these standards helps us to avoid sanctions and penalties that could undermine trade relations, foreign investment, and economic stability. We have, over time, proactively strengthened our tax transparency and regulatory framework, aligning with international best practice. We have improved our tax governance, improved the exchange of information with global tax authorities, and addressed harmful tax practices. Our efforts have been guided by the Global Forum and the for Economic Cooperation and Development. The European Union, Madam Speaker, relies on evaluations from the Global Forum and the OECD's BEPS peer reviews to determine whether a jurisdiction should be removed from its list of non-cooperative tax jurisdictions. Given the rapidly evolving international tax landscape, substantial changes to the institutional, legislative, and policy frameworks are required. The government has thus developed a strategy to address Trinidad and Tobago's removal from the EU's list of non-cooperative tax jurisdictions, and we maintain dialogue with the Global Forum, OECD, and EU on this. This strategy includes second-round peer review on the exchange of information on requests. The second-round peer review was launched in June 2024 with an on-site visit for October next month. This review will measure the actual application of exchange of information standards in practice, leading to an overall compliance rating for our jurisdiction. We are also dealing with the Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters. We have submitted the confidentiality questionnaire to the MAC, the Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters coordinating body, and successfully completed the second round of follow-up questions. Once there are no further inquiries, this country will progress towards signing and ratifying the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters in this year, 2024. Automatic exchange of information. With respect to the automatic exchange of information, Trinidad and Tobago is currently receiving technical assistance from the Global Forum Secretary with respect to signing on to the Multilateral Competent Authority Agreement on automatic exchange of financial account information. This will facilitate the connection to the Common Transmission System, which is the information technology system in which the exchange with automatic exchange of information partners will take place. This will also enable Trinidad and Tobago to take the necessary steps to bring into force a qualified competent authority agreement with jurisdictions of the inclusive framework, ensuring it meets the conditions of confidentiality, consistency, and appropriate use. It will ensure that the agreement is made with jurisdictions that have an international exchange of information agreement in force with Trinidad and Tobago that allows for the automatic exchange of information. We also have to deal with the BEPS Action Item 5, harmful tax practices. For this, the Economic Zones Act was fully proclaimed on July 5, 2024, establishing its enforceability across Trinidad and Tobago and repealing the existing free zone regime. I am happy to report that the Forum on Harmful Tax Practices has expressed its satisfaction with the additional input we recently provided on the legal and operational features of Trinidad and Tobago's special economic zone. They have reviewed our submission and now have sufficient information to prepare a preliminary assessment for consideration at their next meeting in November 2024, 2 months from now. We also have to deal with anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism. And these measures are crucial for maintaining financial integrity and avoiding grey listing or blacklisting, which can have severe economic repercussions. In all of this, we are now confident continued efforts will yield positive results in the years ahead to meet all the criteria outlined by the European Union and foster a fair and transparent tax environment for Trinidad and Tobago. Deposit insurance. Following extensive consultations with the central bank and key stakeholders in the financial sector, the government, through the central bank Deposit Insurance Order 2024, increased the deposit insurance coverage from $125,000 to $200,000, effective October 1st, tomorrow. This increase is designed to deal with inflation and to offer an additional layer of protection for individuals who deposit their savings into banks, finance houses, and trust and merchant banks, strengthen financial security, and bolster public confidence in the stability of our financial institutions. There is no cost to the public. It is expected that financial institutions will absorb the increased premiums. Moving now to infrastructure, highways, and drainage. Our commitment to infrastructure modernization remains unwavering. We are actively engaged in the improvement of our road network, encompassing primary highways, major arteries, and strategically selected secondary routes. Concurrently, we are dedicating significant resources on the enhancement of our drainage systems. These efforts, coupled with our ongoing endeavors to fortify our coastal defenses, represent a multifaceted approach to mitigating the challenges created by climate change. Specifically, the Comuto to Sangre Grande Highway project is nearing completion and will create direct accessibility for previously underserved communities along the route. The anticipated completion of a 1-kilometer connector to the Eastern Main Road in Sangre Grande by April 2025 will establish a crucial link between the ongoing Churchill-Roosevelt Highway extension and the Sangre Grande area and positively impact the lives of over 100,000 citizens. The Sir Solomon Hochai Highway extension to Point Fortin, which involves the construction of a new first-class highway from La Romaine to Point Fortin, includes several interchanges, roundabouts, and overpasses, is already fully operational, with just a few remaining elements to be completed. It has already reduced the transit time from San Fernando to Point Fortin from 1.5 hours to 20 minutes. Upon final completion, the highway will significantly enhance connectivity between Point Fortin and southern towns, stimulating economic growth in the region. Following the destructive impact of torrential rains in 2022, the reconstruction of the Manzanilla-Miaro Road is at an advanced state. This road project, which is estimated to cost $177 million when completed, is a vital link for communities between Sangre Grande and Manzanilla to Ottawa, Miaro, and Guayaguari. In reconstructing the roadway, we are implementing measures to deter flooding and erosion of the roadway in the future by balancing the flow of salt and fresh water. Additionally, for the paving works, we are utilizing innovative technology using recycled asphalt to produce a special bitumen-stabilized material. Initial temporary diversion works were completed last year, and the road has been traffic with a targeted completion date of all phases of this project by the end of January 2025. Omira Road is the backbone connecting Arima to the Churchill-Roosevelt Highway. and carries over 30,000 vehicles daily. It is undergoing a major transformation to ease traffic. At a cost of $57.5 million, this project includes a new roundabout for smoother traffic flow, 2 additional eastbound lanes to handle increased capacity, upgrades to the Churchill-Roosevelt Highway for better connection, and improvements to drainage and concrete infrastructure for a longer-lasting road. Completion is expected in December of 2024, this year. The Diego Martin Vehicular and Pedestrian Bridge Overpass was opened to traffic in December 2023. At a cost of $185 million, the completion of this project significantly improved connectivity for commuters traveling from the Diego Martin Valley to the Western Peninsula. Secondary roads. In addition to increasing road capacity via the construction of major highways, in an attempt to make all quadrants of the country accessible, the Ministry of Works and Transport has also continued its drive to address the state of deteriorating road infrastructure. The Ministry has engaged 25 small contractors to supplement and enhance its in-house patching and road rehabilitation program in all areas of Trinidad. It is intended in fiscal 2025 to increase this number to 50 contractors to allow for increased coverage around the island. Further, in 2025, in accordance with the procurement law, the Ministry intends to develop a list of bonded contractors to give it the flexibility to address urgent road rehabilitation projects without the delay caused by traditional procurement. Under its program for upgrading road efficiency, or PURE, the Ministry has initiated over 150 road rehabilitation projects at an estimated cost of $233 million on secondary roads for fiscal 2024. Of these projects, 85 have been completed, 30 are scheduled to commence in the first quarter of fiscal 2025, and 35 are in the process of being tendered and will be awarded shortly. In continuing to improve the infrastructure of the country's road network, the Ministry of Works and Transport will initiate in 2025 100 new road paving projects on local roads at an estimated cost of $210 million. The projects will be undertaken in all areas of Trinidad. The Ministry of Works and Transport has also undertaken more than 600 desilting and river clearing projects nationwide. These initiatives aim to protect waterway erosion. Madam Speaker, they started up again.
Thanking everybody for the river desilting. Please proceed, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I only 1/3 the way through it. In fact, I might be quarter. So I think they better go and have some tea. Let me repeat. The Ministry of Works and Transport has also undertaken more than 600 desilting and river clearing projects nationwide. These initiatives aim to protect waterway erosion and improve drainage throughout the country. Additionally, the Locks and Gates program further strengthens its flood mitigation efforts. The Ministry has also undertaken an expansive landslip repair program. This program, alongside bridge construction and refurbishment endeavors, strategic traffic management protocols, road rehabilitation, paving initiatives, and manhole restoration efforts, embodies our commitment to safeguarding and modernizing our country's critical infrastructure. In 2025, we plan to decisively pursue this nationwide infrastructure revitalization, prioritizing slope stabilization measures, the mitigation and amelioration of traffic congestion, the reconstruction and repair of bridges, and the strategic upgrading of our coastal infrastructure. Some of the upcoming projects will include the Paria Main Road coastal repair works, the Marval Axis upgrade, the construction of the Moruga Highway, rehabilitation of Moruga Road and Morrow Roads, the Barataria Ramp and Underpass upgrade, the Southern Main Road QREP upgrade from HCC Development to Farm Road, and the Tampuna Road Upgrade Arima. New Tobago Airport Terminal Project. Madam Speaker, this government continues to invest in the development of the country's airports and aviation industry, which has been identified as a major contributor to the growth in the tourism and commerce sectors, and by extension, our economy. As members will recall, the government announced in 2020 that the contract for the construction of the new airport terminal and associated works at the ANR Robinson International Airport was awarded to China Railway Construction Caribbean Company. This two-phase project involves, firstly, the modernization and upgrade of the existing terminal building at Crown Point to improve the current service level. This phase consists of an expanded floor space, including the domestic arrivals hall with a new baggage carousel, security screening equipment, a VIP lounge, an outdoor canopy, and upgraded floor space. Other major works include the construction of a taxi shelter and car park west of the terminal. This phase of the project was completed in August 2022 at a cost of $39 million. The second phase is a new state-of-the-art terminal building designed under Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design certification, which offers environmental, social, and governance benefits that would significantly enhance passengers' experience and operational efficiency. Some of the key features include accommodation of 3 million passengers per year, which is 3 times the capacity of the existing airport. Fully compliant with the technical requirements of the International Civil Aviation Organization and the International Air Transport Association optimal level. Increased floor space for concessions, including retail or duty-free and food and beverage. Modern cutting-edge technology and security equipment. Additional airside infrastructure, ramp, aircraft parking space for up to 3 A330 jets, 2 747 jets, and 4 ATRs, and 2 new taxiways. Landside infrastructure, car park, and drop-off pickup area. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding supply chain challenges, approximately 80% of the construction works have already been, and the project is on track for completion in 2025. This project utilizes both local and foreign workers on site. The operationalization of this most modern, state-of-the-art airport terminal in the region will support tourism and the economic development of Tobago. The costs associated with this terminal building and associated airside and landside infrastructure is $130 million US, or 885 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars. I now move to urban redevelopment. We are advancing infrastructural works in the cities of Port of Spain and San Fernando. The San Fernando Waterfront Reclamation Project, which commenced in July 2024, is expected to transform the area into a thriving hub for tourism, business, leisure, and cultural activities. The improved transportation facilities, expanded family-oriented spaces, and preservation of historical assets through sustainable urban design. In Port of Spain, we have commissioned the headquarters of the Ministry of Health and are currently upgrading the Port of Spain Magistrates Court. In terms of public buildings, the Urban Development Corporation has done tremendous work in the last 5 years, completing major projects and initiating construction on others. It's a long list. Arima Hospital, Point 14 Hospital, Diego Martin Health Center, Sangre Grande Hospital Campus. It's a long list. Port of Spain Central Block, that was just health. Madam Speaker, I'm going to have to start over. They're just quarreling, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so the minister could proceed. Yeah, I think everybody's looking to support you, but not in the right way. So we'll continue to support you by giving some silence. Continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me go back, since there was a lot of noise. In terms of public buildings, the Urban Development Corporation has done tremendous work in just the last 5 years, completing major projects and initiating construction on others, such as under health, Arima Hospital, Point Fortin Hospital, Diego Martin Health Center, Sangre Grande Hospital Campus, Porter's Plain Central Block. In national security, the Penal Fire Station, the Carenage Police Station, St. Clair Police Station, Point Fortin Fire Station. Industry, Moruga Agro-Pacific Industrial Park, accommodation portfolio, Customs and Excise San Fernando, Ministry of Health Headquarters, historical restoration, Whitehall, President's House, Red House, Meal Fleurs, Hayes Court, Eric Williams Memorial Library, sports and recreation, Diego Martin Sports Complex, Laventil Community Swimming Pool, Moruga Multipurpose Youth and Sport Facility, Morva Community Swimming Pool, Maloney Community Swimming Pool, Mahaika Sports Complex, Skinner Park, Desperados Pan Theatre, Dabadi Malabar Community Swimming Pool. In Tobago, Chauvin Road Police Station, Old Fort Hospital, Roxborough Administrative Complex, Roxborough Fire Station, Dwight York Stadium Refurbishment, Moriah Health Center, Roxborough Hospital, Calder Hall,
Order. Minister of Finance, continue.
Madam Speaker, they obviously cannot hear. Calder Hall Administrative Complex Expansion. Perhaps they don't know where that is. Policy Research and Development Institute Building and Community Development. An impressive list of projects. Chiclan Community Center, San Fernando North Community Center, Bagatelle Community Center, Bonaire South Community Center, Diego Martin Central Community Center, Indian Trail Community Center, Quarry Road Pitty Valley Community Center, Tarodale Community Center, Tishe Community Center, Lisa's Gardens Community Center, Matagagal Community Center, Community Center, Diego Martin North Community Center, Boseju Community Center, La Pastora Santa Cruz Community Center, Arima Community Center, Blanchishes Community Center, Cantaro Community Center, Diego Martin South Community Center, La Lune Community Center, Santa Flora Community Center, Taruba Community Center, Belmont Community Center, Cayman Community Center, Tagarico Community Center, Bellevue Community Center, Cascade Community Center, among others. Among others, I heard about My Tower. UDCAT also has over 100 active projects in various phases of construction or pre-construction planning. Some to note are the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services Head Office, the Election and Boundaries Head Office, National Lotteries Control Board Head Office, Shagaramas Youth Development Center, Public Library, Ministry of Social Development Assistance Center and Temporary Facility for Socially Displaced Persons, Point Fortin Heritage Administrative Complex, San Fernando Waterfront Redevelopment, restoration of the Sisters of St. Joseph and of Clooney's Convent Building, San Fernando, Diego Martin Sporting Complex Phase 2, Coronation Park, Point Fortin. That's just a few of the 100. Additionally, the construction of a mixed-use commercial and residential 6-story building with 16 apartments as part of the Piccadilly Street Urban Regeneration Project is underway, among others. I couldn't call out all 100. Energy. Madam Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago remains an attractive province for investors due to our stable political, fiscal, and policy environment. Over the period 2018 to 2021, an estimated $7.5 billion, or TT 50.4 billion, was invested in this country's energy sector. Foreign direct investment in the upstream sector by oil and gas companies, was US $1.4 billion for 2022, US $1.2 billion for 2023, and estimated to be in the vicinity of US $2 billion and US $2.3 billion for 2024 and 2025, respectively. The government has been in discussion with major upstream producers to accelerate final investment decisions on upstream projects. These include BPTT's CIPRA Plan of Development and the Ginger and the Ginger Plan of Development, as well as the joint venture with EOG Resources on the Mento field. Other sanctioned gas projects, namely EOG's Osprey East Development Project and Touchstone's Cascadora field, came on stream in 2023. In terms of deepwater projects, Woodside is currently developing its Calypso project with negotiations of fiscal terms completed. Other notable efforts include cross-border initiatives with the government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, such as the Dragon gas field, Shell's Manatee project as part of the cross-border Loran Manatee field, and the Coquina Maniquin cross-border development. Through negotiations involving the United States and Venezuela in 2023, an exploration and production license for the Dragon gas field was obtained from the U.S. Treasury Office of Foreign Assets Control, or OFAC, which cleared the way for the September 2023 signing of a 30-year agreement with Venezuela to develop the Dragon gas field. In May 2024, Trinidad and Tobago was awarded a second OFAC license for natural gas in the TT Venezuela cross-border Coquina Maniquin gas field, which contains at least 1 trillion cubic feet of proven gas. The granting of the Coquina Maniquin license was a milestone in a difficult world with many energy firms seeking OFAC licenses to work in Venezuela, but being denied. The award of the license to Trinidad and Tobago is a testament to the persistence and commitment of this administration in actively ensuring the country's energy security. The Minister of Energy and Energy Industries and Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, under the guidance of the Honourable Prime Minister, deserves special commendation for his determination to achieve this breakthrough. It's a breakthrough. This country also shares another cross-border gas field with Venezuela, the Loran Manatee. In 2019, at the initiative of this government, the two countries terminated the previous unitization agreement, which was not producing any results, and entered into another government-to-government agreement, allowing each country to independently develop its respective share of the Loran Manatee field. In July 2024, Shell Trinidad and Tobago announced it had taken a final investment decision on the Manatee project, allowing Shell to competitively grow its integrated gas business. Importantly, the Manatee gas field will provide backfill for the country's Atlantic LNG facility and demonstrates commitment to this country's portfolio of LNG projects that deliver more value with less emissions. The Manatee is slated to start production in 2027 and is expected to reach peak production of approximately 700 million standard cubic feet of gas per day, which is approximately 25% of current national daily consumption. Madam Speaker, several projects are anticipated to deliver new gas supplies in fiscal 2025. BP's sanctioned SIP project is slated to commence production in March 2025. The joint venture between EOG and BP, targeting the Teak, Saman, and Pui, Mento, and Reggae acreages, is projected to deliver its first gas in February 2025. Furthermore, Touchstone Exploration plans to introduce production from 2 new wells in the Cascadora field of 2025. To encourage exploration of the country's hydrocarbon resources, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries has been actively undertaking a series of bid rounds, including the 2018-2019 Shallow Water Competitive Bid Round, 2021 Deep Water Competitive Bid Round, 2022 Onshore and Nearshore Competitive Bid Round, and the 2023 Shallow Water Competitive Bidding Round, which have gone well. The Ministry also plans to launch a Deep Water Competitive Bid Round before the end of 2024 as another opportunity to attract commercial interest from potential investors. We also participated actively in the Atlantic LNG restructuring negotiations with BP, NGC, and Shell, which saw all the agreements being finalized in the first quarter of 2024, yielding positive gains for our country. Atlantic LNG. Madam Speaker, the government has successfully negotiated the restructuring of Atlantic LNG, a groundbreaking initiative in the global energy sector. Despite the challenges posed by a volatile market, we have secured significant investments, facilitated third-party access to our LNG facilities, and implemented a pricing strategy that has substantially increased our revenue. These efforts are aimed at maximizing the value of natural gas resources for the benefit of Trinidad and Tobago. The government's major initiative in restructuring the LNG business, Atlantic LNG, facilitated negotiations with BP and Shell. This major milestone was commemorated last Friday and is scheduled to come into effect on October 1st, 2024, which is tomorrow. Mission. Key features of the new structure are the increased shareholding of government in Atlantic LNG, new market-related pricing arrangements for Atlantic LNG, which are significantly superior to pricing obtained under the previous marketing arrangements, and third-party access to new LNG entrants. These agreements set forth the principles for restructuring Atlantic LNG into a unitized model, which is unprecedented on a global scale and which can act as a catalyst for increased investment in the domestic upstream sector. Importantly, we have fostered significant upstream investments averaging $1.54 billion per year from 2017 to 2021. The total investment for BP from 2023 to 2025 is projected to be $2.24 billion. Investment for all upstream companies from 2023 to 2025 is projected to be $5.54 billion. In terms of monetizing our gas resources, we have successfully implemented a pricing arrangement that will significantly enhance our revenue. To date, the government has earned in excess of $1 billion. In excess of what? That accrued from such pricing arrangements. The new pricing arrangements, based on current market information, is approximately 3 times the price of Henry Hub, which was the main marker price for LNG under previous contractual arrangements. Accordingly, government stands to achieve a higher return from the exports of LNG. The restructuring also allows the state to take a more active role in marketing LNG, bringing us into alignment with the practices of other gas exporting countries. Over the period October 2023 to May 2024, drilling operations were conducted in the onshore and shallow water areas, whilst work in the deep water area focused on geological and geophysical updates. 39 development wells were drilled during this 7-month period. 39 development wells. I am happy to report that Heritage Petroleum was the largest crude producer for the period of October 23 to May 24, with 34,326 barrels of oil per day, or 68% of the country's production of crude oil and condensate. Complementing Heritage was production from BP, Touchstone, Woodside, De Novo, EOG, Perenco, and Shell. I now move to renewable energy. Madam Speaker, the government has set a target to achieve by 2030 30%. Repeat that. A target to achieve by 2030 30% of our energy needs via renewable energy power generation. With technical assistance from the Global Climate Change Alliance Plus, a draft renewable energy policy and implementation plan was completed by the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries in January 24 and is under review. This policy will provide regulatory certainty, attract private investment, and guide a systemic transition to a low-carbon economy. Among notable solar energy projects are the Brecon Castle utility-scale solar PV facility, a 92.22 megawatt solar PV photovoltaic facility being developed by Lightsource Renewable Global Development Limited, Shell Trinidad and Tobago Limited, and BP Alternative Energy Trinidad and Tobago Limited at Brecon Castle, Couva. It is anticipated that this facility will be operational by 2025, supplying clean power to the national grid. The Ministry of Public Utilities has approved renewable energy licenses for 12 sites, which have been developed as part of the Global Climate Change Alliance Plus initiative. The total combined installation consists of 108 kilowatts of solar PV panels. The process for the installation of an additional 30 kilowatts of solar at 6 sites has commenced, which is expected to be completed by year end. The first ground-mounted commercial-scale solar park to be installed in Trinidad and Tobago was launched at Piarco International Airport in July 2024. The solar panels provide an annual generation capacity of 1.44 megawatt hours and have the potential to avoid emissions of 1,000 tons of carbon dioxide annually. The Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries is installing photovoltaic systems in 25 schools and community centers designed as emergency shelters. The installations are expected to be completed by December 2024. Another key renewable initiative being undertaken in fiscal 2024 is the establishment of an interagency committee to design, issue, and evaluate a request for proposal document for utility-scale solar projects on non-utilized state lands. It is envisaged that this RFP, coupled with the future utility-scale wind deployment, will meet our 30% power generation target from renewable sources. Additionally, in 2025, a renewable energy system will be installed at the Port of Brighton, promoting LABIDCO and supporting its EcoPort certification efforts. The system is expected to provide 36% of the port's conventional load. I now move to the enabling sectors, and I move to the digital economy. Madam Speaker, we will continue to invest significant resources in digitalization initiatives. Our overall ambition is to assist as many citizens and businesses as possible to become knowledgeable and comfortable with digital technologies and solutions. One of the key initiatives is the Developers Hub, DHub, which aims to grow the local software sector by providing training, support, and opportunities for developers to build apps and solutions for government service delivery. The DHub has already exceeded its first-year target, with over 1,000 developers. Phase 2 of the DHub series is due to come on stream in December 2024. 5 mobile applications are currently being developed for government divisions through the DHub, as well as several software solutions. Our e-government initiatives, together with increased online banking and digital communication tools, have streamlined processes, reduced bureaucratic efficiencies, and transaction costs. We recognize, however, that the more services that we put online, the more susceptible we become to cyber attacks. The creation of a robust and effective cybersecurity environment therefore continues to be a top national priority, and we are putting in place effective cybersecurity measures to ensure the security and integrity of our data. We are also advancing digital payments through strategies that focus on recipients of social benefits, the unbanked segment of the population, and greater participation by the domestic fintech sector. The introduction of India's unified payment interface is expected to have a significant impact on our own payment ecosystem, enabling economic activity and seamless online services. In 2025, over 150 firms will receive support to use digital technology to improve productivity, and more than 500 public service employees will have access to advanced training opportunities in digital service delivery and project management. We will be introducing the Social Benefits Wallet Initiative, which aims to digitally transform and optimize the current system of distributing benefits provided by all government divisions. This mobile application, supported by electronic identification, national EID, will allow beneficiaries to easily apply for and monitor the status of their social benefits from the comfort of their homes. The national EID is a primary enabler of digital access and inclusion. The Social Benefits Wallet will reduce wastage, fraud, and duplication in the allocation of social grants and allow government divisions to send social benefits directly to beneficiaries' mobile wallets once they are approved, cutting out red tape. The government continues to deliver on its commitment to promote digital access and inclusion through initiatives such as the National Wi-Fi Initiative, TT Wi-Fi, which provides free broadband access in public spaces, and the ICT Access Center program, which offers digital access, support and training in underserved communities. On the Digital Skills Development Program, We Learn TT, over 4,000 persons, including 139 differently able individuals, have been trained, and a further 10,000 persons are expected to be trained. Government Data Center. A key mechanism to support digital transformation is the establishment of a Tier 4 Government Data Center, which is being supported by the Andean Development Bank, or CAF. This Tier 4 rated facility is designed to be fault tolerant and provide the highest expected uptime of 99.995% and will house existing critical data, software, and digital infrastructure, now currently distributed across ministries, departments, and agencies. However, other non-critical data will continue to be housed elsewhere in a hybrid cloud, meaning that the establishment of the government's dedicated data center will complement and not be at the expense of other data centers already established locally. E-commerce. I'm pleased to report we are making significant strides in the development of a national e-commerce strategy for 2024 to 2029, with the support of esteemed international experts. This comprehensive strategy is designed to tackle the existing gaps and harness the opportunities within our e-commerce landscape, setting the stage for digital transformation. Scheduled for completion in December of 2024, this strategy will serve as a pivotal framework to propel our local businesses onto the global stage. By addressing critical areas for improvement and capitalizing on emerging trends, it aims to enhance our ability to access international markets and expand export opportunities. Agriculture. We continue to focus on our citizens' well-being, sustainable development, and economic growth through our agriculture sector. We have set out important policies and programs alongside this tax-free sector to boost output, address a confluence of factors, including the impacts of adverse weather, insufficient investment, and farmer participation. Our food import bill remains high, estimated at $7.3 billion in 2022 and $7.2 billion in 2023. The global environment poses risks to our domestic food security, as demonstrated by global supply chain disruptions, as well as the increasing threats posed by climate change. Notwithstanding this, our efforts to address food security remain a top priority, as demonstrated by our intensifying efforts in this regard. With these considerations in mind, we have established the Food Security and Food Prices Committee, comprised of experts in agriculture, economics, nutrition, trade, and consumer advocacy, to address the multifaceted issue of rising food prices and ensure adequate access to affordable and nutritious food for all. Through the distribution of land leases, grants, and incentives, upgrading infrastructure, training farmers, championing collaborative partnerships, and introducing interventions to combat existing and emerging threats, we are moving closer to realizing our shared vision of a technology and output-driven sector. For 2025, we are focusing on improving infrastructure, including enhancing road and water management systems and fisheries infrastructure. We are addressing the challenges of and diseases, as well as invasive species through targeted projects and pursuing renewable energy initiatives, including solar-powered systems to mitigate climate change effects. To contribute to CARICOM's goal to reduce food imports by 25% by 2025, we are providing the necessary support to boost production in key subsectors, including cocoa, livestock, fisheries, rice, coffee, and coconuts. We are addressing challenges such as quality planting material, pest mitigation, and inadequate facilities. We are focusing on forestry development, infrastructure enhancement, and agro-processing, with NAMDEVCO modernizing markets for locally produced fruits and vegetables. Mitigating the effects of climate change is also a key focus as we continue to pursue renewable energy via the installation of solar-powered systems and renewable energy. This program began with the installation of solar-powered panels for power generation and plans for a solar-powered drip irrigation system at the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries site. This system will deliver precise amounts of water to crops, reducing water wastage and increasing crop yields. In 2025, agricultural investment will be focused on several areas as follows. Economic growth subsectors. We have prioritized commodities such as cocoa, livestock, fisheries, rice, coffee, and coconuts. Several projects will seek to increase production and promote sectoral growth by addressing major challenges faced by farmers, including the lack of planting material, pests and diseases, inadequate fishing facilities, improper drainage and irrigation, and lack of knowledge in innovative production. 2. Climate smart and biodiversity strategies. We continue preserving ecosystems, conserving biodiversity, protecting natural resources to mitigate the negative effects of climate change. Significant investment is projected towards forest regeneration to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and flooding. The efforts of private sector and civil society have not gone unnoticed in this regard, with successful initiatives such as the planting of vetiver trees in farming communities affected by flooding and the reforestation initiatives for mangrove and coral around our coastal areas. 3. Enhancing infrastructure. We will continue to prioritize the improvement of infrastructure to enhance rural development and improve farmers' earnings. Major infrastructural activities include the provision of access roads, improved drainage and irrigation in productive food basket areas, as well as upgrading facilities. Agro-processing. NAMDEVCO will advance efforts to enhance agro-processing opportunities with the goal of year-round availability of high-quality, safe, locally produced fruits and vegetables with reduced food loss and improved post-harvest handling. Digital transformation. We will continue to support the agriculture sector, utilizing digital transformation to build long-term sustainable capacity and promote data sharing and knowledge transfer to improve efficiencies in operation. The rehabilitation of the cocoa industry is a significant focus for 2025. The government will organize cocoa farmers, their resources and production base into clusters made up of a lead farm and surrounding satellite farms. These clusters will improve education, training, infrastructure, product quality, and other support services. The Coconut Rehabilitation and Replanting Program on the Trinidad will develop sustainable coconut-based enterprises with emphasis on tender coconut water production. This project involves the rehabilitation and replanting of 900 acres of land cultivated with coconuts and will emphasize scientific research, trials, information dissemination, management of pests, and so on. The revitalization and modernization of the rice industry is also a priority of the government. In 2025, activities to be undertaken under Phase 1 of this project will include the refurbishment of a rice seed storage facility and rice harvesting equipment, the purchase of high-quality rice seeds from Guyana, and 2 rice nursery transplanters, as well as the commencement of a capacity building and training program for extension staff of the Ministry of Agriculture and for rice farmers. The Smart Agriculture program, incorporating artificial intelligence, monitor each client, track all farmer registration renewals, crops cultivated, agricultural incentives applied for and paid, as well as flooding and natural disaster assistance provided. This system will include modules for farmers' registration, agricultural incentive program, flood natural disaster assistance program, and will link to geographic coordinates, facilitating the display of information by navigating to parcel locations on an electronic map. The recently held Agri Expo 2024, Farm to Table, revolutionizing the local food supply chain, was a resounding success, with participants from a broad cross-section of Trinidad and Tobago. It brought together for 3 days regional leaders as well as a wide cross-section of support the agriculture sector. It is anticipated that this forum will continue to provide a focal point for all stakeholders to discuss key themes in the modernization of agriculture, including that of food security, pest and disease control, as well as regional areas for collaboration. I turn now to manufacturing. The government is firmly committed to implementing reforms that diversify the domestic economy. Recent estimates indicate that the manufacturing sector contributes approximately 17% to the country's GDP, underscoring the sector's pivotal role in generating economic activity, creating jobs, and driving growth. In terms of market access, we remain focused on increasing export market penetration by growing existing market share, exploring new markets and profit, improving trade diplomacy, deepening regionalism, and providing local exporters with preferential access into markets that are significantly larger than the domestic market. In the past fiscal year, we actively pursued new export opportunities for our local manufacturers through strategic negotiations. Notably, we completed technical negotiations for the Trinidad and Tobago-Chile partial scope trade agreement in May of 2024. This agreement is poised to deliver substantial benefits once finalized and give Trinidad and Tobago exporters preferential access to a market of 19.2 million consumers. Additionally, it will allow our manufacturers to source raw materials at more competitive prices, strengthening our industrial base. The agreement will cover 500 products across diverse sectors, including food, beverages, pharmaceuticals, plastics, glass, iron and steel, and aluminium, among others, and will provide our industries with expanded opportunities and enhanced competitiveness in these markets. Furthermore, in July of this year, we initiated negotiations for a partial scope trade agreement with Curacao. Upon completion, this agreement will facilitate market access to 165,000 persons and tap into a tourist market of over 1 million, creating valuable opportunities for our exporters. Additionally, Trinidad and Tobago is in negotiations with Ghana for a reciprocal promotion and protection of investment agreement, which will provide the necessary framework to support and encourage the promotion of investments between the two countries. In terms of investment promotion, our tenure has seen the implementation of a range of initiatives to promote Trinidad and Tobago as an investment destination. Successful promotional tours in China and India have deepened economic ties and explored new opportunities in sectors such as manufacturing, e-commerce, and more. We are already witnessing positive outcomes, including agreements to supply local chocolate and specialty rums to distributors in China. I'll turn to special economic zones. The full proclamation in July 2024 of the Special Economic Zones Act 2022 marked a significant milestone in our economic development strategy. The SEZ incentive framework is designed to make Trinidad and Tobago a more attractive business destination. These incentives include a reduced corporation 15%, exemptions and waivers on customs duty, value-added tax, and other taxes, non-fiscal benefits such as streamlined regulatory approvals to enhance the ease of doing business. Earlier this month, the government approved the following sites as special economic zones in accordance with the SEZ Act. For industrial parks, Phoenix Park Industrial Estate, Dow Village Industrial Estate, Factory Road Industrial Park, Debe Industrial Park, Point Fortin Industrial Park, Tobago Cove Eco-Industrial and Business Park, and Piaco Aero Park. And for specialized zones, Maruga Agro-Processing and Light Industrial Park, and Chagaranas. We are also mindful of the transition for businesses previously operating under the now repealed Free Zones Act. To facilitate this shift, we have provided a 6-month transition period, allowing them to choose whether they will operate as an SEZ operator, an SEZ enterprise, or single zone enterprise under the new legislation. These companies will continue to be entitled to benefits under the Free Zone Act. In terms of industrial parks, in January of 2024, we officially opened the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate. This cutting-edge facility, equipped with advanced 5G networking capabilities, sets a new standard for industrial development in the Caribbean region. Covering 144 acres, the estate offers competitively priced factory shells and land lots strategically positioned near an international containerized port and well connected by global shipping lines. It is designed to support high-value and light manufacturing as well as distribution and warehousing. As of September 2024, the park has 9 foreign direct investments, 16 local direct investments, representing a current distribution of 65% of the park. The total investment value of companies in the park is approximately 642 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars. When fully operational, these companies are expected to generate employment for an estimated 1,330 persons. Notably, the park's first international tenant, Summit TT Luggage, proudly exported its inaugural shipment of finished products to Canada in December 2023, marking a significant milestone for the estate. In addition to Phoenix Park, we're advancing development in industrial parks. The Factory Road Chaguanas Park is a significant project spearheaded by the Ministry of Trade and Industry in partnership with Evolving Technologies and Enterprise Development, ETEC. It encompasses 67 acres, offers 12 land lots for lease. Each lot is outfitted with top-tier infrastructure and readily accessible utilities. The Factory Road Park illustrates government's commitment to providing suitable facilities for business activities throughout Trinidad and Tobago. In line with government's commitment to attracting, facilitating, and maintaining new investments and reinvestments in the energy sector. This will be open in 2024. The Dow Village Industrial Park, California, is being advanced to accommodate the development of 147 acres. The estimated leasable land space will be to 180 lots. The space will be provided for between 10 to 20 factory shells, with 11 potential tenants already in various stages of negotiation, and is projected to generate direct employment opportunities for approximately 2,000 persons. This is scheduled to be open in 2026. With respect to the ease of doing business, TT BizLink has been a transformative force in Trinidad and Tobago's trade and business environment. This innovative platform has significantly streamlined and simplified the process of conducting business, making it easier for companies and individuals to navigate regulatory requirements. To date, TT BizLink has seen a robust engagement with over 4,800 and more than 45,000 individuals regularly utilizing the platform to manage transactions related to licenses, permits, certificates, and other essential regulatory approvals. In August of 2024, we launched an additional 11 new e-services, which joined a suite of over 45 e-services currently available on the platform. These new features will continue to build on TT BizLink's success, further simplifying business operations and fostering a more dynamic and user-friendly regulatory environment. These include manufacturer and product registration for exports to preferential markets, manufacturer and project registration for exports to non-preferential markets, and local free sales certificates. In 2023, the government engaged a global service provider to develop, implement, and maintain a port community system for Trinidad and Tobago. This system will connect the IT systems used by various stakeholders involved in the clearance of goods and streamline the import-export procedures and improve communications within government systems. This port community system is expected to go live shortly and be fully operational by September 2025. Today. When fully implemented, the system will increase transparency and traceability in the clearance, movement, and storage of goods across the supply chain, significantly reduce lead times, mitigate bottlenecks, 1 year from today, mitigate bottlenecks and enhance the attractiveness of the ports of Trinidad and Tobago. Trade and Investment Promotion Agency. We recently established the Trade and Investment through the amalgamation of Export and Investment Promotion Services, previously managed by Invest TT, Creative, and Export TT. This new unified agency represents a significant step forward in transforming and enhancing the competitiveness of Trinidad and Tobago's trade and business environment. By consolidating these three functions into a single entity, the Trade and Investment Promotion Agency aims to achieve global best practice and institutional standards comparable to leading regional and international agencies. This strategic move will streamline and simplify coordination, communication, and engagement with international and regional agencies, private sector stakeholders, international trading partners, and other public bodies. Furthermore, the Trade and Investment Promotion Agency will improve the management, monitoring, and evaluation of our trade and investment activities by consolidating them under one roof. This approach will enable more effective oversight and a more cohesive strategy for driving growth and competitiveness in Trinidad and Tobago's trade and investment sectors. Now turn to the Exim Bank. The Export-Import Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, Exim Bank, plays a vital role as the country's official export credit agency, driving economic performance and supporting national growth. Through its core business solutions and forex facilities, Exim Bank has significantly impacted the manufacturing and import and distribution sectors, mitigating global supply chain disruptions, ensuring the availability of essential items. These initiatives continue to enable manufacturers to compete effectively in regional and international markets, improve international creditworthiness, stimulate private sector investment, and create employment opportunities. This ensures that only top national lead priorities are facilitated, and our scarce foreign reserves are not frittered away for unproductive purposes, but on the contrary, they are utilized in ways that support and sustain national priorities. Government has instituted 2 foreign exchange windows at the Exim Bank, one to support export growth in the manufacturing sector, and the other to ensure a steady supply of essential items into the country. Following a detailed reporting and analysis process, Forex window allocations are subsequently approved on a semi-annual basis. Based on demand assessments provided by the Exim Bank, the government subsequently releases US dollars in tranches. The Exim Bank reviews and approves the monthly portfolio allocations to ensure strict governance oversight. Since April of 2020, 110 distributors of essential goods, such as basic foods and medicine, access the Essentials Forex window, which allocated US $1.18 billion to purchase these key staples. This facility has mitigated the significant risk of national shortages of basic items and has geared at companies that have an existing or previous history of importing approved essential items. In this process, applicants submit their financial statements as well as their Know Your Client, documentation, and projected trade payables to be enrolled. Once enrolled in the Forex window facility, clients submit their trade invoices together with the requisite TT dollars. Subsequently, the Exim Bank wires directly to the international suppliers for settlement. The local company does not receive the US dollars directly. To ensure equitable distribution of the foreign exchange, several firm-level data inputs, such as projected trade payables, cost of goods sold from the company's income statement, and past import history, are utilized to determine reasonable amounts for US dollar allocations. Additionally, the client's past utilization of the facility, which includes timeliness of TT dollar payments and products purchased, contributes to the final allocation amount. The Exim Bank also collaborates with various other stakeholders to prioritize foreign exchange for basic items that have an increased risk of short supply. Under the manufacturing foreign exchange window, which has been in place since 2018, 183 manufacturers allocated $983 million US dollars. The eligibility for this facility, the eligibility criteria are very simple. You have to be an export manufacturer or clearly demonstrate that you will be exporting. In the latter case, applicants must submit a completed export plan, and they will be able to access US dollars for up to 1 year, at which time it is expected the company will start exporting. The allocation methodology utilizes an empirical data analysis framework that incorporates financial statements, analysis of participating entities, the percentage of exports relative to total sales, cost of goods sold, historical export and import volumes, immediate payables for raw materials, invoices for equipment. Annually, every manufacturer must report their export sales and local US dollar bank statements showing that US dollars are being repatriated to Trinidad and Tobago. The manufacturing foreign exchange window has supported companies that have generated over 8 billion Trinidad dollars in exports from 2021 to 2023. The program on its own is a net foreign exchange earner for this country. Very importantly, the Exim Bank has confirmed every year since 2021 the total US dollar deposits into local bank accounts of manufacturers have consistently exceeded the amount of foreign exchange allocated to the sector by at least 100 million US dollars per year. Trinidad and Tobago's reliance on technical assistance and financing from multilateral agencies is also crucial for addressing challenges and promoting development. In June 2024, landmark US $500 million memorandum of understanding was formalized between the Export-Import Bank of the United States and Trinidad and Tobago, deepening bilateral relations and enabling access to high-quality US manufactured goods, including national security equipment and renewable energy systems. This agreement also supports small businesses, contributing to broader economic growth. August 2024, further, a US $35 million loan agreement was signed with the Development Bank of Latin America, CAF, and the Caribbean to establish a catalytic fund, a key component of Exim Bank's 2022 to 2026 strategic plan. This partnership will enable Exim Bank to expand its activities into new sectors, including creative industries, ICT, and energy advisory services, while strengthening its internal operators. This catalytic fund, US $35 million, will also provide low-cost financing to support both small and medium enterprises and large enterprises, fostering innovation and growth in non-energy sectors and aligning with a national trade policy. Move now to tourism and culture. Our tourism industry remains a golden opportunity for Trinidad and Tobago's economic diversification. From restaurants and transportation to local crafts and agriculture, tourism acts as a powerful connector, ensuring our shared economic prosperity. By embracing sustainable practices and showcasing our unique offerings, we are transforming tourism into a key driver of growth and a cornerstone of a bright future. It is noteworthy that Trinidad and Tobago was successful in hosting in 2023 and in 2020 several international and regional sporting competitions, which showcased the country's sporting talent and contributed to its global recognition as a sport tourism destination. To truly unlock tourism's potential, we are utilizing a targeted approach. We are referring to product offerings. We are refining our product offerings, ensuring a unique and enriching experience. We're employing a strategic marketing campaign to showcase our strengths, creating a brand that resonates with travelers seeking something different. We are experiencing a tourism resurgence. Air arrivals to Trinidad and Tobago in 2023 have surged by 36% year on year, driven by an increase in airlift by major airlines and a growing interest from main source markets such as the United States, Canada, and the Caribbean. We're expecting visitor arrivals to vastly surpass that of 2023, based on the positive trend for the first 5 months of 2024. We have been increasing our presence in the international arena in an effort to enhance airlift. These efforts have materialized into new routes, such as Caribbean Airlines and Frontier Airlines, commencement of direct flights from Puerto Rico to Trinidad and Tobago. Both started in July 2024. In August of 2024, Caribbean Airlines added a new route to the British Virgin Islands, commencing in October with 4 flights per week. There are also positive signs for destination Trinidad and Tobago, with increasing weekly flights from key carriers such as British Airways and the continuation of the Copa Airlines, 14 directly weekly flights from Panama to Port of Spain. Additionally, airline cooperation with KLM saw an increase in the number of visitors flying into Trinidad and Tobago, utilizing KLM's Amsterdam Airport hub. Government has also given Caribbean Airlines the approval to acquire more aircraft, to expand its routes into North and South America. Madam Speaker, to capitalize on the well-educated, experienced workforce in the maritime and the aviation sector, we will be advancing both industries. And we have invested heavily, as you heard before, in airport infrastructure. The Piarco International Airport, since 2005, has maintained a Category 1 rating under the Federal Aviation Administration, the highest airport standards ratings. And along with the new state-of-the-art terminal in Tobago, our airports will be key to our tourism sector. We are also signing air services agreements with United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Netherlands, and we are also considering Ghana and Nigeria, demonstrating our commitment to advancing the aviation industry. Cruise tourism is thriving. The 2023-2024 season saw a significant increase of 91% in cruise arrivals compared to the previous season, with a total of 181,701 passengers arriving on the shores of Trinidad and Tobago. The Royal Caribbean Jewel of the Seas made the most cruise visits with 18 calls. This reflects the industry's recovery from the pandemic and growing interest in the destination. To sustain this momentum and further develop the tourism industry, Tourism Trinidad Limited is focused on increasing visitor arrivals to 500,000 by 2026. This will be achieved through targeted marketing, product development, and leveraging the country's tourism assets to increase that sector's contribution to economic diversification. Furthermore, the full implementation of the embarkation and disembarkation card platform is expected to be completed by the end of December 2024. And this is intended to simplify the traveler entry process, enhance data collection practices in alignment with international best practice, thereby allowing for comparability of data across countries and over time. We are progressing with the modernization of our hotels. The Magdalena Grand Beach and Golf Resort is undergoing a $56.6 million renovation to enhance, maintain its 4-star rating, boost competitiveness, secure government support, and create jobs for the citizens of Tobago. The Hilton Trinidad and Conference Center is in the process of implementation of its property improvement plan to upgrade the guest rooms at a cost of $400 million. The revitalization of this hotel will improve marketability, operation efficiency, increase asset value, and will provide employment for our citizens. Various fiscal incentives to boost tourism investment have been made available. Recent beneficiaries include Prestige Hotels, 4 Points by Sheraton, Hadco's Acerite Nature Center, and the Mount Irving Bay Hotel. Major projects are also underway, such as the Marriott-branded hotel in Tobago, creating an estimated 750 jobs and 220 jobs when opened. And the Maracas Bay Hotel redevelopment, creating an estimated 129 jobs during construction and 48 permanent jobs after completion. The Maracas Bay Hotel project is expected to be completed by the first quarter of 2026. In addition, applications for incentives are expected from at least 3 internationally branded hotels in 2025, further stimulating the industry and creating an estimated 400 to 500 permanent jobs. The Tourism Accommodation Upgrade Project has been extended until September 2026, in keeping with the government's commitment to support the industry. The 2020 to 2023 Tourism Accommodation Upgrade Project cycle saw the successful upgrade of 12 properties, thereby enhancing the quality of the accommodation offering and overall visitor experience. The program signed 4 contracts in fiscal 2024 and aims for an additional 10 in 2025, targeting 2 small accommodation providers in the 1 to 5 room category and 8 in the 6 to 150 room category, consistent with the national objective of supporting the small and medium enterprise sector. In 2024, numerous cultural exchanges were held, including participation in international arts festivals, celebration of diplomatic relations with several countries, including China and Mexico. These efforts aim to foster mutual understanding, promote national culture, and explore opportunities. Regionally, we are preparing for our participation in the upcoming CariFesta in Barbados in August 20. CariFesta being the premier arts festival of CARICOM. Additionally, as the first English-speaking Caribbean country to sign on to China's Belt and Road Initiative since 2018, we will be exploring membership in the network of Silk Road Arts Festivals to foster global cultural collaboration and expand opportunities for local arts and cultural organizations. Madam Speaker, the United Nations declared August 11 as World Steel Pan Day, and in June 2024, the National Musical Instrument Bill was successfully passed in Parliament, designating the steel band as the national musical instrument of Trinidad and Tobago. The steel band's versatility, and global recognition will ensure that Trinidad and Tobago is positioned to benefit from the competitive advantages to be gained from this declaration. The government has also agreed to the construction of a Pan-Trinbago's headquarters at the General Post Office site on Wrightson Road, Port of Spain, at an estimated cost of $120 million. The proposed headquarters will be a 6-story, Class A, mixed-use building, featuring but not limited to office space for Pan-Trinbago, the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, Tourism Trinidad Limited, and the National Carnival Commission. A theatre auditorium with 300 seats for performances and recordings, a Pan Museum, an interpretive center, conference rooms and meeting rooms, rooftop entertainment, gift shop, cafeteria and parking. Madam Speaker, we had a successful carnival in 2024. The event attracted a significant increase in both local and international visitors, with over 41,000 visitors, contributing to an estimated US $93 million or TT $632 million in spending. It is estimated that the festival also created over 15,000 jobs, showcasing its potential to stimulate the economy. Safety and security. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding all the good things we have to report and feel good about, it goes without saying that the one area of greatest intransigent difficulty which remains and continues to resist our best efforts is violent behavior, crime and criminality, largely highlighting murder involving the use of illegal firearms. Over the last 10 years, the police have extracted 7,683 illegal guns and 153,510 rounds of illegal ammunition from the criminal element. Notwithstanding this, 3,986 persons were killed over the same period with the use of firearms. Further, the government has financed the police to the tune of $26 billion over that same 10-year period and will continue to provide all possible available financial resources to the police in the fight against crime. These statistics underscore the seriousness of this intractable problem. The Ministry of National Security thus remains committed to enhancing the country's capacity and capability of treating with crime and criminality in Trinidad and Tobago. In 2024, initiatives executed under the Ministry of National Security to combat crime and criminality focused on building capacity and strengthening the national security apparatus and institutions. These initiatives including instituting more proactive and effective policing methods, being committed to a greater sharing of resources, making improvements in technology, advancing equipment procurement, and dedication to more focused intelligence-driven operations. A number of steps have been taken to to address the crime problem in Trinidad and Tobago, including increasing the number of police officers, strengthening the criminal justice system, deploying technology, and implementing a number of social programs throughout 2024. As the Ministry progresses into the upcoming fiscal 2025, the Ministry will focus on the following areas, among others, in its mission to reduce crime and criminality in Trinidad and Tobago: enhanced border control and protection, immigration, social programs aimed at reducing criminal gang violence, expansion of rehabilitation programs within the Trinidad and Tobago prison service aimed at reducing recidivism, enhanced cybersecurity, expansion of the electronic monitoring program, and establishment of a national forensic DNA data bank. With respect to the Defence Force, in an ongoing effort to combat the illicit trafficking of guns, drugs, and ammunition into Trinidad and Tobago, national security continues to implement security measures committed to combating transnational crime that exploits maritime routes and illegal ports of entry. This includes addressing the challenges posed by sophisticated networks that traffic illicit goods and individuals across borders. To counter these threats, the Ministry collaborates with regional and international partners, sharing intelligence and resources to disrupt trafficking operations. There continues to be a need to fortify maritime defenses, while also improving land-based security measures. By focusing on both prevention and enforcement, the Ministry aims to create a more secure environment, safeguard the nation's borders, ensure the safety of its personnel. In the 2020 to 27 period, in this context, the following is planned for execution: purchase of 4 patrols and 8 high-speed interceptors to aid in border security and safety of life at sea; purchase of 2 search and rescue surveillance fixed-wing aircraft; purchase of unmanned aerial vehicles, drones, to assist with surveillance and search and rescue, and continued upgrade and maintenance of our Daman and Austral vessels. Turning now to immigration. The Immigration Division is strategically positioned to enhance national security and combat crime through robust immigration management. By effectively processing visa and residency applications, the division ensures that individuals entering the country are thoroughly vetted, minimizing the risk of criminal elements infiltrating society. The enforcement of immigration laws and proactive investigations into violations directly contribute to reducing illegal activities such as and drug smuggling, which pose significant threats to public safety. By developing policies that align with both national interest and international standards, the Immigration Division addresses the complexities of transnational crime. By analyzing trends and associated criminal patterns, the division continuously informs strategic decision-making, ensuring a comprehensive approach to national security. In addition to significant upgrades to its buildings and infrastructure, for the period 2025 to 2027, the Immigration Division has the following plans. Firstly, an automated fingerprint identification system. In fiscal 2025, the Immigration Division will commence work on an automated fingerprint identification system to strengthen border management and improve national security. The upgrade aims to facilitate faster and more accurate fingerprint matching, allowing for the real-time monitoring of travelers and enhancing response times to potential threats. A key feature of the upgrade will be the establishment of secure automated data exchange protocols between the Immigration Division and law enforcement agencies, creating a centralized database. This integration will aid in identifying and intercepting potential illegal entrants before they reach the border, as well as generating alerts for law enforcement when suspicious activities are detected. This upgrade will also focus on providing a user-friendly interface for border control officers, accompanied by training to ensure effective system use. Additionally, the automated fingerprint identification system upgrade all relevant privacy and security regulations with regular audits to maintain system integrity. Overall, the investment in an automated fingerprint identification system will bolster the Immigration Division's border management capabilities, enhance collaboration between immigration and law enforcement, and contribute to a safer environment. To work effectively, this automated fingerprint identification system will require amendments to legislation with the support of the opposition. Secondly, implementation of an online digital embarkation-disembarkation card. The government has approved the implementation of a digital embarkation and disembarkation card, which will focus on data capture that aligns with international best practice. In 2025, a legal team facilitating the process by assessing requirements, determining the specifications needed for the online card system, reviewing simpler implementations in other countries, identifying the necessary legislative changes, evaluating model legislation and industry standards to guarantee that the online digital embarkation and disembarkation forms meet data protection and privacy requirements. E-passports, migration to e-passports. Cabinet has authorized the Immigration Division to embark on the conversion from machine-readable passports to e-passports. This offers numerous benefits, including enhanced security through embedded electronic chips that store personal information and biometric data, making them difficult to forge. This will keep Trinidad and Tobago in sync with the rest of the world and facilitate faster processing at airports via automated border control gates, significantly reducing wait times. E-passports are also recognized globally, which helps ensure smoother travel across borders. They are more durable than traditional passports and can feature updatable security measures. With convenient RFID technology for easier scanning, converting to an e-passport will streamline travel while providing greater peace of mind regarding security. The Forensic Science Center. The Trinidad and Tobago Forensic Science Center plays a critical role in the nation's criminal justice system by providing essential forensic pathology scientific analysis. By meticulously examining evidence collected from crime scenes, the Forensic Science Center supplies law enforcement and the courts with the vital insights needed to pursue justice effectively. In 2024, a landmark agreement between the Ministry of National Security and the Ministry of Commerce of the People's Republic of China paved the way for the construction of a state-of-the-art Trinidad and Tobago Forensic Science Center. This facility will elevate the standards of forensic and pathology services in Trinidad and Tobago, ensuring modern storage solutions and amenities to support law enforcement. Looking ahead, the Forensic Science Center aims to significantly bolster its technical capabilities through the acquisition of advanced equipment. This will not only increase analytical efficiency, but reduce backlogs in forensic casework, thereby expediting the delivery of justice. Social programs. In 2025, the Ministry will reinforce project building blocks in the crime management strategy. Project building blocks follows the cure violence methodology, using the approach to crime and violence reduction. The approach taken by project building blocks through the established cure violence methodology seeks to target those at highest risk of being perpetrators of violent crime and interact within the highest risk communities to reduce the membership of gangs and those vulnerable to gang involvement. Outreach workers and violence interrupters with persons in the community work with persons in the community to bring about behavior change of the individuals, which is intended to contribute to norm change at the community level. The outreach workers and the violence interrupters partner with units of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, NGOs, ministries and departments, and other stakeholders in the execution of the interventions. Cybersecurity. The Cybersecurity Incident Response Team, CSIRT, remains committed to enhancing its operational, upgrading with new tools, supporting collaborative information sharing and targeted training. The intention is to keep raising the bar for cybersecurity preparedness and robustness, actively protecting our nation and its organization with advanced cybersecurity defense methods. For the period 2019 to 2023, as we all know, there have been thousands of incidents of cybercrime in Trinidad and Tobago. It is crucial, therefore, from a national perspective, to adopt an all-encompassing, forward-thinking cybersecurity strategy, leveraging teamwork and cutting-edge technology, thereby strengthening our cyber defenses. The Ministry of National Security, the Ministry of the Attorney General, the Ministry of Digital Transformation, and the United States Embassy are currently developing cybercrime and cybersecurity policy, strategy, and legislation. Cybercrime legislation, cyber-related offenses, and provide the requisite mechanisms for treating with such, whereas the cybersecurity legislation will speak to the governance structure required from a country's perspective and the need for the establishment of a legislative entity with the requisite authority to ensure that from a country's perspective, critical assets, essential services, critical resources are protected and requisite measures are implemented proactively. The electronic monitoring program. The expansion of the electronic monitoring program will be geared at facilitating a higher volume of participants, specifically geared towards non-violent offenders. Using electronic monitoring as an alternative to the remand prison will contribute to the reduction in the use of remand systems of facilities for the housing of persons. Another benefit of electronic monitoring, or the increased use of it, will be significant effectiveness to the state. Electronic monitoring will offer the reduction of police, prisons, and judicial activities within the criminal justice system. Therefore, using electronic monitoring can affect a reduced risk of reoffending through participation in support programs. In 2025, the Ministry of National Security is seeking to acquire a further one-piece rugged electronic monitoring devices with highly cut-proof straps. I turn now to policing. The government is acutely aware that crime is a major challenge. It affects every single person in our nation. It erodes the sense of security in our homes, our schools, and our workplaces. It impedes the growth of our communities and the potential of our young people. The approach of the police to reducing crime will be multifaceted and driven by a commitment to immediate and long-term solutions. It is a strategy grounded in the understanding that effective crime reduction requires more than just enforcement. It requires the active participation of every segment of society. First and foremost, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has affirmed its commitment to improving the capabilities of our law enforcement agencies by not only increasing resources and manpower, but also investing in advanced technology and training. Police officers are on the front lines, and they must be well equipped and well prepared to serve and protect our communities. To this end, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has advised that it is purchasing body cameras to be worn by police officers in their daily operations. This technology will aim to improve officer safety, increase evidence quality, and increase transparency and accountability for police service and citizens. The police service will also be acquiring additional speed guns, as well as technology to support fingerprinting. The government will continue to support the capability of the police service by providing the wherewithal to procure essential equipment, including service firearms, bulletproof vests, and advanced tools for intelligence gathering and investigation. The focus of the Special Anti-Crime Operation Unit will be to utilize intelligence to develop and operationalize strategies aimed at extinguishing new and emerging crimes. In keeping with this mandate and the current violent crime reduction plan, this unit will immediately assume responsibility for the elimination and disruption of home and business place invasions. To enhance police presence, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service aims to expand its fleet to 1,000 vehicles over the next 3 years, with 500 vehicles expected in the first phase. Building the capacity of our police force is crucial, and the police service plans to focus on specialized training for officers with ongoing development efforts at the police academy. A new training facility will be established at Kamuto to support both new recruits and the continuous development of serving officers. While the road ahead may seem challenging, I wish to emphasize that every effort being made is driven by a deep-seated concern for the well-being of every citizen. We understand that behind every statistic is a person, a family, a community that deserves to feel safe and secure. I move on now to social services. Healthcare. The government is committed to investing heavily in public health care to ensure that public health services remain accessible and readily available to all citizens. The strategy focuses on disease prevention, early detection, and effective treatment. The Ministry of Health is actively enhancing the capacity and efficiency of our healthcare systems, improving the quality and accessibility of both primary and secondary care, and establishing a robust framework for emergency response. Through a multidisciplinary approach, we are developing sustainable solutions to manage and prevent non-communicable diseases, ensuring that our population can attain optimal physical and mental health, quality of life, and productivity at every stage. We remain committed to dismantling barriers to well-being and promoting development across our nation. Let me outline some of our major health sector achievements over the past 4 years. Under the External Patient Care Program, an arrangement with private healthcare institutions funded by the government, 3,400 beneficiaries received dialysis services at a cost of $380 million, while over 2,000 beneficiaries received radiation treatment at a cost of $160 million. In addition, almost 4,000 citizens received cardiac services at a cost of $50 million, and over 3,000 vitreoretinal surgeries were performed. At our regional health authorities, over 13,000 people received dialysis, over 7,000 cataract surgeries were performed, and over 135,000 diagnostic eye examinations were conducted for persons with visual impairment. Additionally, a total of $721 million spent on pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals, and $185 million was expended on medical equipment upgrades. In addition, Madam Speaker, over 265,000 persons benefited from CDAP at a cost of $190 million over the period 2021 to 2024. Hundreds of millions more were spent on the treatment of diabetes, hypertension, and cancer. We also provided essential emergency ambulance services to over 260,000 patients at a cost of over $540 million. Further, to combat the proliferation of cancer in Trinidad and Tobago, we are implementing several programs to enhance our cancer-fighting efforts. We are currently enhancing the lung cancer clinic through the procurement of equipment that will be capable of providing advanced diagnostic and treatment services for lung cancer patients. The first 2 phases of this project have already been completed, and it is estimated the entire project will cost $27 million. Currently, there are over 10,000 individuals in our nation who are living with various forms of cancer, with prostate cancer being the most common among men and breast cancer the most prevalent among women. In response to the growing need for early detection and effective diagnosis, Phoenix Park Gas Processors Limited made a generous and impactful contribution in 2024 by donating state-of-the-art medical diagnostic equipment valued at $10 million to the Ministry of Health. This significant donation, aimed at strengthening the country's healthcare infrastructure, included 14 pieces of advanced diagnostic technology, which were strategically distributed across hospitals and the Cancer Center of Trinidad and Tobago. These devices are expected to play a crucial role in improving cancer detection, enabling earlier interventions, and enhancing patient outcomes. The introduction of this cutting-edge equipment marks a major step forward in the national fight against cancer, aligning with global efforts to improve survival rates and the overall quality of life for cancer patients. Through public-private partnerships like these, the health sector is better equipped to address the increasing cancer burden and ensure timely, accurate diagnosis for citizens in need. These diagnostic instruments will also play a crucial role in cancer detection by incorporating technological innovations such as artificial intelligence, allowing them to identify in their nascent stages. They analyze intricate medical data, including internal imagery and health records, to detect suitable disease markers imperceptible to the human eye. Our health strategy plan has provided the impetus for the delivery of a national health program focused on attaining the best overall health care for our nation. We have implemented strategic initiatives aimed at repositioning and reinvigorating key aspects of healthcare delivery. Non-communicable diseases, mainly heart disease, diabetes, cerebrovascular disease, and cancer are globally and locally the leading causes of morbidity and mortality. Cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of mortality, accounting for more than 70% annually. Our goal is to reduce the burden of preventable mortality before 70 due to non-communicable diseases by 25% by 2025. Our broader response focuses on the provision of targeted programs and services from birth to elderly status, thereby securing a healthy future for our population. These include gestational diabetes management program, the restriction of sugar-sweetened beverages in all government and government-assisted schools, TT Moves Junior program to promote the adoption of healthy lifestyle habits among children aged 5 to 17, TT Moves Healthy Lifestyle campaign for adults, TT Moves Behavioral Change campaign, and the launch of the Hearts Initiative to address the issue of high blood pressure. We have also established a 24-hour hotline offering medical advice and support for individuals who use home blood pressure or blood and have heart-related questions about NCD-related issues. We are also actively addressing mental health through policy changes, public health campaigns, and expanded healthcare services. Through our collaboration with the Ministry of Health, UNICEF, the Child Development Center in Jamaica, and the UWI Department of Behavioral Sciences, Chatline, a mental health service designed to address adolescent mental health challenges, is being provided to the UWI student community, with plans to expand nationally in the future. Mindful of the incidences of dengue fever, the Ministry of Health began an extensive public awareness campaign supported by the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, which has implemented an aggressive national campaign to clean up vacant lots across the country. This is a collaborative approach amongst all stakeholders, and we have developed the Vancouver Medical and Multi-Training Facility as an early detection center for dengue. We will be implementing several digital health initiatives by December 25 in collaboration with iGovTT and the Ministry of Digital Transformation. This will ultimately establish a unified electronic health record system, providing a comprehensive view of each patient's medical information. Digitalization is revolutionizing the healthcare sector by establishing interconnected networks, enhancing flexibility, improving quality and safety, facilitating patient data accessibility, expanding service reach, optimizing supply chain management, increasing transparency, and enabling data-driven decision-making. These advancements are crucial for modern healthcare delivery and system improvement. Madam Speaker, we have 8 advanced healthcare robots from the Indian government at a cost of $1 million as part of our ongoing efforts to digitize the healthcare system. These robots will play a key role in digitizing various aspects of healthcare within pharmacies, laboratories, and the public administration corporation system. Our aim is to create a fully paperless healthcare environment to improve efficiency and patient care. In September, we also received 2 mobile clinics from the U.S. Southern Command's Humanitarian Assistance Program. One is a premium primary care clinic and offers comprehensive outpatient services, while the other is an emergency trauma unit, which is equipped to handle urgent and life-threatening health cases. This year, we also received a donation of 1,000 blood pressure monitors from the Chinese government to be used in the hypertension clinics and the regional health authorities to help people self-manage their conditions so that they can live healthier, longer, and more productive lives. The use of these monitors emphasizes the importance of prevention and early intervention in dealing with health issues. On behalf of the government, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank all those who have donated equipment and facilities to the Ministry of Health or assisted in healthcare delivery in any way. Healthcare institutions. The government is allocating significant funds for the construction and renovation of hospitals, the purchase of medical equipment, and the improvement of healthcare services. These initiatives aim to enhance access to healthcare, improve patient outcomes, and address critical health issues. In the last 5 years, we have invested substantially in the healthcare infrastructure. We have now completed the 150-bed Arima Hospital at a cost of $1.6 billion, the 100-bed Point Fortin Hospital at a cost of $1.3 billion, and the Roxborough Hospital at a cost of $133 million. The new $1.1 billion Sangre Grande Hospital was opened early this year, and it serves over 155,000 persons from neighboring communities. Eastern Trinidad residents now have access to enhanced healthcare services with a state-of-the-art facility equipped with 106 beds, an adult emergency department, intensive care unit, imaging department, and other essential services designed to improve healthcare delivery in the 540-bed Port of Spain General Hospital Central Block is currently at 60% completion. Drive down Charlotte Street, you'll see it yourself. On completion, it will allow the growth of other clinical services, surgical, pharmaceutical, and laboratory services, diagnostic and treatment, as well as the expansion of some existing services such as ophthalmology, ear, nose, and throat, and pediatrics. The project is scheduled for opening in March of 2025. The Health Ministry's head office building was completed in September 2023 and now accommodates the Ministry and its key partners of 16 divisions in a centralized location, creating synergies for optimal performance. Madam Speaker, as I've indicated in previous budget statements, it is not possible for me to speak the plan or program of the government. Otherwise, I would have to speak for 10 hours. Apart from being impractical, that would be unkind to the leader of the opposition, who has tried without success to match my speaking time over the last 9 years. I will therefore leave it to ministers such as the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, the Minister of Social Development and Family Services, and the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, among several others, to speak at length on their portfolios. For those areas that I have touched on or introduced in this statement, my ministerial colleagues will expand on the brief details that I have referred to with respect to their various individual portfolio responsibilities and matters in particular. However, I think it is necessary to speak briefly about the good work being done by the Land Settlement Agency of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. The Land Settlement Agency plays a pivotal role in implementing housing policies aimed at providing essential support to Trinidad's poorest and most vulnerable families. At the core of the Land Settlement Agency's initiatives is the mission to build resilience within these communities, making them less susceptible to harsh socioeconomic and environmental challenges. Through its housing and village improvement program, where needy families are given starter houses free of charge. Let me just repeat that, gentlemen. Through its housing and village improvement program, where needy families are given starter houses free of charge, the Land Settlement Agency has project managed the complete construction of 210 residential units, with 56 units ongoing. Keys were distributed to 206 families in 2024. To date, the Land Settlement Agency of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development has overseen the construction of over 800 residential structures for low-income families throughout Trinidad and Tobago who were previously residing in substandard housing. Since its inception in 2017, through the Land Settlement Agency of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, the government-aided self-help housing program has allocated approximately 566 lots to persons. Cashew Gardens, Carsonfield, Chinchin, South Cunupia, Factory Road, Chagonas, Orangefield Road, Carapachima, Milton Village, Couva, Rupsing Road, Carapachima, and Waterloo Road, Carapachima. Furthermore, the Land Settlement Agency has been overseeing the development of residential lots at the following three sites: Alambi Street, Taruba South, Cashew Gardens, Carsonfield, Balmain, Couva. As at June 30th, 2024, the LSA had distributed a total of 546 units to qualifying citizens, with ongoing construction expected to yield 668 units shortly. The agency will continue its efforts in tenure regularization, infrastructure development, and housing construction, contributing significantly to the national housing agenda. In particular, the Land Settlement Agency with the development of residential lots for former Petrotrin employees, which has multifaceted impacts on both the economy and society at large. The Land Settlement Agency has project management, the development of lots at the following sites: Glenroy 2, Princestown, Guapo, Point Fortin, Ponderosa, Golconda, and La Savane and Nurse Trace, Guayaguari. Additionally, the Pitimon site, which comprises approximately 180 lots, has recently been added to the program. In fiscal 2025, the Land Settlement Agency will be engaged in further site developments, including La Romaine, Grand Couva, and Cap de Ville. I move now to education. Madam Speaker, it is crucial to recognize that the future of our children and our nation solid foundation, a robust education system. In the past decade, we have not merely discussed enhancements, we have turned words into action. The government has been actively engaged in various initiatives and projects aimed at ensuring that our education system remains contemporary, pertinent, and accessible to all stakeholders. In the previous year, we embarked on endeavors to establish a digital ecosystem that would revolutionize education delivery within the sector. These efforts culminate in the introduction of a numeracy adaptive learning platform by January 2025. This innovative platform will facilitate the creation of diagnostic databases and tailored numeracy experiences to foster numeracy development, remediation, and progress monitoring of students. We see investment in schools as an essential element of our public sector investment program. And I wish to outline some of the major school expenditures that have been undertaken since 2020. St. Augustine Girls High School, completion of a cultural center and science block for classrooms at a cost of $41.5 million. Sanwa Boys and Girls Government Primary School, completion of 4 main blocks to accommodate classrooms, auditorium, cafeteria, administrative offices, inclusive of external works at a cost of $28.8 million. Chatham Government Primary School, completion of a 2-story L-shaped school comprising administration and classroom sections, cafeteria, multipurpose hall, and external works at a cost of $13 million. Santa Flora Government Primary School, completion of the main building, including administration, classrooms, computer rooms at a cost of $24.6 million. Siparia Union Presbyterian Primary School, completion of the main building, including administration, classrooms, computer, art, and science rooms, and external works at a cost of $29.7 million. Marabella Anglican Primary School, completion of previously constructed facility, comprising 2 reinforced concrete single-story structures, 1 3-storied and 1 2-storied, with structural steel frame at a cost of $24.9 million. Holy Cross College, completion of a classroom block with washrooms, laboratories, and other multipurpose rooms, auditorium, and refurbishment at a cost of $32.1 million. Malabar Government Primary School, completion of the main building, including administration, classrooms, computer, art, and science rooms at a cost of $25.8 million. Construction of the Fanny Vintage Government Primary School, completion of construction at $7.2 million. That's just a few, Madam Speaker. In 2025, construction will continue on several other new schools, with maintenance and repair of existing schools given the highest priority. Specifically, the Ministry of Education's 2025 budgetary allocation will be supplemented with special purpose loan financing to allow urgently needed school repairs to be executed by a state enterprise in a prompt and timely manner. Madam Speaker, the integration of an e-book platform into our education system will transition teaching and learning from a textbook-dependent and instructor-centered approach to a more interactive and student-centric paradigm. This initiative will offer cost-effective learning resources, promote equitable access to quality educational materials. The creation of this platform guarantees access to e-textbooks, electronic textbooks, covering all subject areas taught in primary and secondary schools, thereby preparing our students for the digital era. This platform will be operational by June of 2025. The government's comprehensive approach to education acknowledges the importance of addressing the health and well-being of all students, encompassing their psychosocial, physical, and financial needs to optimize their performance. Our school nutrition program continues to play a pivotal role in ensuring food and nutrition security, with over 14 million breakfast and lunch meals served at more than 800 schools nationwide during the 2023-24 academic year. 14 million. Accessibility to school transportation is essential for ensuring students' continued participation in the education system. Our free school transportation service provides over 6,700 students from 67 primary and 37 secondary schools in rural communities with equitable access to educational opportunities. Madam Speaker, in my last budget presentation, we introduced a school supplies and book grant of $1,000 to assist economically disadvantaged students at the primary and secondary school levels. Following a thorough means test and an extensive review process, I am pleased to report that 20,000 eligible students were awarded grants, which assisted parents with their back-to-school expenses at a total cost of $20 million. We view this grant as an investment in potential and a step towards educational equity. As such, I propose that this grant be continued in the next academic year at an estimated cost of $20 million. We are consistently managing our students' health and well-being through the Crisis Intervention Program. Our trained school social workers respond to support students in acute crisis within 24 hours of the incident. This program aims to reduce the potential for negative outcomes of an individual's emotional, mental, physical, and behavioral reactions to a crisis. The Re-Engagement for Success program is another strategic intervention which underscores our commitment to supporting students holistically, addressing both academic and behavioral challenges as interconnected. This initiative offers a comprehensive support system to help students navigate obstacles and remain engaged in their academic pursuits. It involves enhanced academic assistance through the deployment of learning support assistants, increased availability of guidance counselors and social workers in schools. Recognizing the challenges of underperforming students, we established in 2022 a vacation revision program which focuses on improving proficiency in mathematics, English language arts, and writing. In July 2024, approximately 5,000 primary and secondary students accessed these vacation classes during the July-August vacation period. We will continue with this intervention in the following academic year. Madam Speaker, the sustainable development of Trinidad and Tobago's tertiary education system demonstrates government's commitment to the future. We recognize its pivotal role in meeting the evolving needs of our nation. Our dedication to this cause is underscored by our efforts to provide diverse programs and institutions that empower our youth with the essential skills demanded by today's global landscape. Central to our strategy is the robust support provided through initiatives as GATE, Government Assistance for Tuition Expenses, which was introduced by a PNM administration in 2004. The Higher Education Loan Program, the national also introduced by a PNM administration in 2004. The National Scholarship Program and the National Bursaries Program also introduced by a PNM administration. These initiatives are pivotal in ensuring equitable access to higher education and development. In 2024, we have witnessed tangible outcomes. 15,714 students have benefited from GATE funding. 15,714 students. 525 loans have been disbursed under HELP, and 277 national bursaries have been awarded to deserving students who excelled in their CAPE examinations and are citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. The GATE program is expected to undergo several enhancements during the fourth quarter of 2024. These will include assessing approved students' ability to contribute to tuition costs, streamlining the processing of claims for improved efficiency, and supporting the scholarship division with means testing for bursary applications, along with verifying programs' eligibility for bursary awards. These funding initiatives serve as a beneficial lifeline, ensuring that the most vulnerable groups, as well as the most talented students, receive the necessary support to thrive. We remain steadfast in our commitment to nurturing a dynamic and inclusive educational ecosystem that propels Trinidad and Tobago towards a prosperous future for all. Madam Speaker, we recognize that our educators are the bedrock upon which society's progress rests. Investing in teacher training is not merely a commitment, but a strategic imperative. It is through empowered and inspired educators that we cultivate a generation of thinkers, innovators, and leaders. We have embarked on a comprehensive approach to teacher development. Our programs are designed to enhance educational skills, integrate modern teaching methods, and foster a deeper understanding of our diverse population. From professional development workshops to advanced degree programs, we are equipping our teachers with the tools and knowledge necessary to thrive in today's dynamic educational landscape. With respect to the UWI, I just want to make this point, Madam Speaker. With respect to the University of the West Indies, the government is aware of its financial difficulties and plans to settle any mutually agreed outstanding arrears in 2025. We are aware that the University of the West Indies needs financial help. To complement our educational initiatives, particularly to the vulnerable, we will be establishing a $50 million Building Trinidad and Tobago, or BTNT, initiative. This program is based on the Community Recovery Committee's recommendation and aims to uplift communities identified as at risk, promoting community pride, social support, economic and human development. The specific groups being targeted are persons under the threshold of a full certificate at CSEC level, unemployed and underemployed persons, ex-convicts, small micro-entrepreneurs, and crime victims. Move on now to apprenticeship programs. We are committed to building capacity among our workforce through targeted apprenticeship programs. Our manufacturing apprenticeship program is already showing significant results. Over 25 firms within the sector are actively participating in the industrial attachment component, providing valuable real-world experience to trainees. Cohort 1, consisting of 135 apprentices, successfully completed their second year of training in May 2024. Cohort 2, comprising 100 trainees, finished their first year in the same period, and another 100 trainees commenced their training in August of 2024. In August 2022, we also launched the apprenticeship program for the wood and wood products sector to address specific skill needs within this important subsector. The first cohort, which began in November 2022 with 50 apprentices, is set to be completed within the 2-year time frame, equipping participants with essential skills in carpentry, woodworking, and joinery. In July 2024, we introduced the Yachting Marine Apprenticeship Program, designed to meet the growing needs for specialized marine skills. This new 9-month program, which started with 150 apprentices, covers 10 distinct areas of marine-related skills. Similar to other apprenticeship programs, this features an industrial attachment component, allowing trainees to gain hands-on experience at leading firms in the yachting sector. I move now to public utilities. We remain committed to delivering high-quality utility services, encompassing electricity, telecommunications, water, wastewater, and waste management. We continue to prioritize our most vulnerable communities. Electrical power. TNTech continues to be a key contributor to the socio-economic growth and development of Trinidad and Tobago, with significant investments made to strengthen our electricity infrastructure in response to rising demand. Nevertheless, there remains an ongoing need for proactive infrastructure enhancements to address both present and future requirements. We are upgrading aging transmission and distribution systems to ensure the sustained reliability of our electricity supply. We have successfully completed several transmission and distribution projects, which include the upgrade of the St. Mary's Galeota 33 kV circuit phase 2, which is expected to benefit approximately 14,800 customers. On the distribution front, installation and upgrade works at the St. Mary's, Princestown substation and the Philippine substation have collectively enhanced the reliability of supply for 16,000 customers. The shift to LED lighting is intended to decrease natural gas consumption and offers a cost-effective way to enhance illumination across the island. To this end, in 2024, we installed 1,079 LED streetlights across Trinidad, benefiting at least 316 residents of the country. Looking ahead, we plan to install approximately 2,500 LED luminaires and upgrade streetlights, 3,000 streetlights along major highways. Additionally, work will continue on the new bulk power initiatives, including the Wrightson Road, West Moorings, and Bamboo Wrightson Road circuits, with a projected expenditure of $25 million. Water. In fiscal 2025, WASA will continue to work on the provision of sustainable water and wastewater services through its capital investment program, guided by the authority's Strategic Action Plan. The Strategic Action Plan framework is developed to achieve the following three core goals. Establish WASA as a modern water utility that efficiently delivers and wastewater to the population on the basis of a new business model. 2, improve the reliability and resilience of the water supply network. 3, satisfy the needs of residential customers utilizing water production and distribution. Madam Speaker, WASA's Community Water Improvement Program is crucial for improving water access in unserved and underserved areas. A total of 38 projects were completed under the program, the Community Water Improvement Program. This provided support to 16,793 people at a cost of $47.5 million. The expansion of the National Rainwater Harvesting Program will also provide sustainable and cost-effective water solutions, benefiting persons who live outside of WASA's distribution, those who reside in unserved and underserved communities. We have completed 16 projects in 2024, provided support to 44 beneficiaries, and we remain committed to implementing at least 40 rainwater harvesting systems, thereby enhancing water availability in 2025. In optimizing network performance and reducing water loss, the government has invested $18 million in a state-of-the-art operational control center for WASA's head office, designed to enhance the authority's ability to monitor and respond to water concerns in real time. This allows WASA to manage water schedules remotely, oversee wastewater facilities, and address disruptions before they escalate. The new system aims to improve service quality by providing real-time alerts for any operational issue or disruption. The center will also assist in preventing incidents of water theft and corruption by detecting irregularities. The National Water Sector Transformation Program includes significant investments in upgrading and establishing key infrastructure, strengthening the nation's water supply network systems. The sphere of projects undertaken ranges from booster stations, transmission and distribution pipelines, wells, and meter installations. As a result, service reliability has been notably improved nationwide. In the north, including Barataria, St. Anne's, Morva, Cascade, East Dry River, Debe Long Circular, Port of Spain, and St. James. Central and south, including Piaco, Endeavour, Journeyman Road, Longdonville, California, Shogunas, and Claxon Bay. And in the southwest, including Debe, Siparia, Penal, and Faizabad. Further, the National Water Sector Transformation Program will include in the new fiscal year significant investments in upgrading and refurbishing key water treatment facilities, totaling $50.6 million. This program focuses on optimizing network performance through several major projects, including the Tom Pier Water Treatment Plant, which will enhance water supply for about 7,000 residents in Kumana Village, Balandra, and Toko, supporting their future growth. Over 17,000 residents in the eastern districts of Tobago are set to benefit from the construction of the Goldsboro water treatment plant, the island's largest of its kind. This will improve water supply to areas such as Roxborough, Belgarden, Goodwood, Pembroke, and Glamorgan. Construction will commence at the end of September. The Freeport water treatment plant will be upgraded to a reliable water supply for 21,721 customers in areas such as Presal, Balmain, and Grand Couva. The Petrochin Guayaguare water treatment plant will be upgraded to increase water supply for 2,200 residential consumers and commercial activities in Newlands and Galeota. We have successfully completed the replacement and installation of 7 kilometers of pipelines of various sizes across 11 locations, benefiting an estimated 20,525 individuals. These improvements are expected to enhance service levels from 1 to 7 days a week and reduce non-revenue water by 50%, thereby increasing the reliability and consistency of the supply. We are progressing with the installation of approximately 2.4 kilometers of pipelines in 2 areas, 2.2 kilometers along the Mount Coco Road in Pitti Valley, which is 99% complete, with service connection installations underway, and 0.2 kilometers along the steel main at Rose Hill, Maravan, where work is ongoing. Upon completions, these projects will further reduce non-revenue water and improve the reliability of water supply. In Tobago, the optimization of network performance initiative includes several key water main replacements, including areas such as the Dwight York Stadium entrance, Orchinscroft Road, Mount Grace Junction, and Hamilton Siding. In total, 8.61 kilometers of mains are programmed for replacement in 2025. Under the Northwest Water Sector Improvement Program, we are continuing to upgrade 22 booster stations, construct 2 booster stations which will improve water supply for 129,061 beneficiaries, of which 119,590 will be provided with a minimum service of 3 days a week. Mains and pipeline replacement of 11.83 kilometers in 14 projects will improve water supply for 22,313 beneficiaries. The construction of 1 well and refurbishment and 1 water treatment plant improves water supply for 10,761 persons. The refurbishment and upgrade of water treatment plant will also benefit 14,500 persons. The expansion of water supply sources involves the rehabilitation of existing wells to maximize yield and the development of new wells and treatment plants of water from localized groundwater sources. This initiative includes 11 wells in Aruca, Las Lomas, Freeport, Signal Hill, Marys Hill, Granville, and Mayaro, which will add approximately 2 million gallons per day to the water supply, benefiting 28,659 individuals with improved water service, including a minimum of 3 days per week service for 23,153 beneficiaries. In fiscal 2025, 8 new wells in Pinal, Las Lomas, Chatham, Cap de Ville are expected to be drilled and equipped, contributing to approximately 1.56 million gallons per day, enhancing water supply for 13,132 beneficiaries, all of whom will receive a minimum of 3 days a week. Plenty. Through the recently established National Water Stabilization and Improvement Program, special emphasis will be placed on bringing relief to some of the nation's most vulnerable citizens, including underserved communities, those who receive water on a rotational basis or a supply of 1 in every 9 days water supply. This program, the National Water Stabilization and Improvement Program, will see 13 new wells drilled and equipped, in addition to the construction of 2 new water treatment plants and the refurbishment of 2 existing water treatment plants. This will provide relief to approximately 20,000 residents in Flanagan Town, Brasso, Caparo, Longdonville, Mamarel, Palmis, Ravinsab, Tods Road, and See, we don't discriminate. It is important to emphasize that water and electricity prices, Todd Station Road and Tods Road. It is important to emphasize that water and electricity prices for consumers in Trinidad and Tobago are heavily subsidized, resulting in substantial cost to taxpayers. However, we are mindful of our responsibility to make utility services available to the poor and vulnerable at affordable rates. The Regulated Industries Commission is mandated to protecting consumer interests while at the same time ensuring that the service provider has adequate resources to provide the highest quality of service to all customers at efficient costs. To that end, the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Regulated Industries Commission completed the price review by publishing the final determination for electricity transmission and distribution sector of Trinidad and Tobago 2023 to 2028 that will ensure fair pricing and improve service quality. Madam Speaker, this determination by the Regulated Industries Commission is still being considered by the government. The Regulated Industries Commission is also reviewing WASA's business plan and will conduct a gap analysis to support efficient water pricing and service improvements. Additionally, the Regulated Industries Commission will implement quality of service standards for TNTEC and monitor performance to ensure compliance and transparency. These efforts aim to bolster financial viability, service quality, and regulatory oversight. Madam Speaker, I think I need now to talk about our safety net. Successive PNM administrations have remained steadfast in ensuring the continued social and economic integration of Trinidad and Tobago. We have built and sustained a reliable network of essential services that support the well-being of all our citizens. Recognizing the vital importance of maintaining strong connections between our twin islands, particularly through our maritime and utility services, our commitment has never wavered, even during the most challenging times such as the COVID-19 pandemic. From January 2020 to June 2024, the Tobago Sea Bridge has completed 8,589 sailings, transporting over 2.9 million and more than 1 million vehicles, including vital goods transportation vehicles. The government's investment in this sea bridge of $1 billion from January 2020 to June 2024 reflects our unwavering commitment to maintaining this essential service, keeping it both operational and affordable for all citizens. In addition, the Tobago Air Bridge operations continue to play a vital role in maintaining connectivity between Trinidad and Tobago. The government's subsidization of this service ensures affordability and reliability for all citizens. From January 2020 to July 2024, the Air Bridge service operated a total of 38,087 flights, transporting 2 million passengers, with a total cost of the subsidy amounting to US $36.8 million, well over $200 million. Over the past 4.5 years, our water taxi operations have completed 7,055 sailings, successfully transporting 1.3 million passengers between San Fernando and Port of Spain. We have invested $256 million in subsidies of our water taxi service to ensure the services remain accessible and affordable. In the area of public transport, the Public Transport Service Corporation continues to play a critical role in ensuring mobility of our citizens nationwide, particularly those relying on free transportation services. Over the period 2020 to 2024, we have transported 14.9 million citizens, as well as 6.3 million free bus pass holders, including senior citizens, public and disability grant recipients, and uniformed school children, at a cost of $1.05 billion to the state. That's what we've done in public transportation. Over the 20 to 24 period, we have spent over $3.2 billion in net subsidy payments for 2.9 billion litres of gasoline fuel, 1.9 billion litres of diesel fuel, and 71 million litres of kerosene, impacting thousands of licensed gasoline and diesel, which on a daily basis supports the travelling public and all essential goods. In addition, we have subsidized LPG, cooking gas. Madam Speaker, I know this is troubling them, but could you quieten them down, please?
So, honourable members, I know it's been a bit long, but I'll ask you all just to, maintain the decorum that you've been showing from the start. Minister.
I have lots more to talk about. We have subsidized LPG cooking gas at a cost of $380 million over the 20 to 24 period, supporting thousands of vulnerable families who use cooking gas. In response to the economic challenge faced by our most vulnerable citizens, the government has continually strengthened social relief measures, such as the 35% bill rebate program and the utilities assistance program. Since inception, these programs have provided critical financial relief, easing utility costs for low-income households. The 35% electricity bill rebate program alone has delivered over $212 million in aid, ensuring continued access to essential services. Simultaneously, the Utilities Assistance Program under the Ministry of Public Utilities has offered targeted support to those most in need. Over the same four-year period, 20 to 24, the Tech Bill Assistance Program, with a cost of $5.1 million, has fully covered the electricity of 5,317 customers. The WASA Bill Assistance Program has also allocated $7.1 million, benefiting 47,839 customers, securing access to clean water for low-income families. Furthermore, the Water Tank Assistance Program has provided financial assistance to 292 households. The government has also made significant investments in the agriculture sector, recognizing its vital role in ensuring national food security. Between 2020 and 2024, we allocated over $101 million to support farmers, fishermen, and agricultural workers, including the Agricultural Finance Support Program, which has benefited 85 farmers at a cost of $27 million. The incentive program provided subsidies to 90 fishermen, while the forestry incentive program provided 43 grants. The Agricultural Incentive Program provided over $60 million in subsidies to more than 9,541 farmers. The Relief of Flood Damage Program distributed $13 million to 900 agricultural producers, helping them to rebuild and recover. In the area of healthcare, the Chronic Disease Assistance Program, CDAP, has provided life-saving medication to over 100,000 citizens annually. And over the past 4 years, CDAP has dispensed more than 2.8 million prescriptions, 8.7 million line items at a cost of $95 million. The government's commitment to managing chronic diseases such as diabetes, asthma, and cardiac conditions has supported the reduction in hospital admissions and improved the health outcomes of our citizens. Over the past 4 years, we have provided approximately 23 million breakfasts and 28 million lunches for school children, investing $598 million to ensure that children have access to nutritious meals that are essential for their learning and development. Over the past 4 years, the Maxi Taxi concession has provided free or subsidized transportation to students across Trinidad and Tobago, ensuring regular school attendance, particularly for those from low-income families, benefiting 30,134 students. This service has been delivered at a total cost of $34 million. Under the Device Provision Program, electronic devices, we have distributed 29,023 devices, which have supported students and staff in 559 schools, with a total expenditure of $69.7 million. And we remain committed to preparing our young people for successful careers through access to tertiary education. Over the period 2021 to 2023, we have expended $1.1 billion in funding for the GATE program, benefiting 67,927 students without any repayment obligation. A total of 2,732 households are benefiting from the grant at a cost of $41 million. Over the same period, 131 emergency shelter relief fund grants have been disbursed at a cost of $3 million. Further, through a US $50 million IDB loan facility aimed at improving habitability for low-income households, 1,571 home improvement subsidies at a cost of $31 million and 610 home construction subsidies at a cost of $23 million. The Housing Village Improvement Program disbursed 496 grants at a cost of $105 million. These initiatives have been vital in addressing the housing needs of our most vulnerable populations. Under the guidance of the Ministry of Social and Family Services, several programs have been implemented to provide financial and social support to our vulnerable citizens. Over the period 2021 to 2024, senior citizens' pension has cost $16.6 billion, impacting 114,047 beneficiaries. The public assistance grant has cost $1.2 billion, impacting 15,605 beneficiaries. The disability assistance grant, inclusive of minors, has cost $2.4 billion, impacting 24,845 beneficiaries. That's just a little bit of what you have done. Let's move on now to sport and community development. Madam Speaker, the government has continuously promoted participation in sports at all levels and extended strong support for our national athletes and teams. we have made significant investment into the maintenance of our sporting infrastructure and facilities, which has aided our efforts in successfully hosting local, regional, and international sporting events. In June 2024, Trinidad and Tobago and the United States successfully jointly hosted the International Cricket Council T20 Cricket World Cup, a prestigious international event. The event showcased the country's cricketing prowess and economic potential, generating significant revenue through tourism and job creation. This was supported by upgrade works to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And on a continuous basis, the academy is being maintained and prepared to host international cricket matches with improved facilities for players. Madam Speaker, the upgrade of the Gene Pair Complex commenced in September 2024. Works covered under this major overhaul include the refurbishment of all stands, indoor courts, media booths, offices, washrooms, and auxiliary buildings. Significant upgrades to mechanical, electrical, and plumbing infrastructure will also be undertaken. The estimated time for completion of the Gene Pair Complex upgrade is 8 months, and it's budgeted at $36 million. Trinidad and Tobago is currently hosting, with 6 other Caribbean nations, the Men's Caribbean Premier League, CPL, which commences in August and concludes in October. Trinidad and Tobago also hosted the inaugural Women's CPL tournament in August 2024, which showcased the skills of the world's best women cricketers. As the host nation, the country stands to benefit from increased tourism revenue, job creation, and enhanced reputation. This country, Madam Speaker, will host the 2025 Carifta Games, an event anticipated to attract 840 athletes and officials, confirming our country's position as a regional sports leader, stimulating tourism and job creation, as well as motivating a new generation of athletes. To enhance our position as a premier sports tourism destination, we have invested in the modernization of national sporting facilities, including rehabilitation of the main field at the Atto Bowden Stadium, main field and warm-up track replacement at the Hazley Crawford Stadium, refurbishment of the Gene Pair Complex, and remedial works to the Dwight York Stadium at a cost of $105 million. We have community development. We have implemented community short skills training program, which aim to broaden access to vocational education by providing skills training. 675 individuals have completed courses in entrepreneurial sessions in customer service, digital marketing, finance, management, and small entrepreneurship. We have successfully established a broad spectrum of programs with a focus on citizen empowerment, including the Empower TT initiative, which was designed to address issues that are important specifically to male development and to foster communal support networks among men. This program continued in 2024 in Arima, Barataria, Belmont, St. James, Diego Martin Central, and Tobago. Additionally, under the Aided Self-Help Initiative, 500 citizens benefited from grants under the Minor Repair and Reconstruction, Emergency Repairs and Reconstruction Assistance Grants. Madam Speaker, the Community Centers Facilities Program has seen significant investments in the construction and refurbishment of community centers, establishing essential hubs for social interaction, training, and recreation. 11 new centers have been constructed in Arima, Diego Martin South, Belmont, Lisa's Gardens, Cayman, Matacagal, Tagarigua, Maraval, Bellevue, and my tower. Bellevue, Debate on Donald Hill, Diego Martin, North, and Cascade. I don't know why they keep leaving out my tower. Additionally, refurbishment works in 2024 include the Booz St. Joe, Toko, Caranage, Faizabad, and Barataria centers, and the Laventille Regional Complex. These centers serve as vital infrastructure to foster community engagement and personal growth. Completed and opened the Dabadi Malabar Community Swimming Pool, which includes a competition pool, surrounding deck, and administrative building. With respect to elite athletes, the Elite Athlete Assistance Program offers financial supports to elite athletes and their governing bodies. The program offers the following benefits. Athletes ranked in the world top 10 positions qualify for the current maximum sum allocation of $250,000. Athletes ranked in the world top 11 to 40 positions can receive up to $187,500. And athletes who medal in specific games and championships can receive on a case-by-case basis up to $75,000. This funding is provided for athletes who undergo a 4-year cycle of preparation and training leading up to an Olympic year. The National Secondary Schools Track and serves as a platform for identifying and nurturing young athletic talent. This has benefited 600 student athletes from across the nation. Under the I Choose Sport program, we have introduced secondary school students to the world of sport, and we continue to engage participation. The program has successfully engaged approximately 2,000 students across 52 schools to date, and now turn to youth development. This year, we achieved significant milestones in the areas of youth empowerment, national service, and entrepreneurship. We expanded and introduced diverse programs designed to equip our youth with essential skills and opportunities. Among our accomplishments are the new technical vocational skills training programs in areas that have made substantial impact. The Hoist program has trained 50 individuals in mobile and forklift operations. The drilling rig operations program is providing training for 80 skilled oil field operator participants, and 100 young people have graduated from these programs to date. The plumbing skills program will educate 100 participants in onshore pipeline design, fabrication, and construction. The introductory linesman line clearer training program trained 80 participants, and the industrial mechanical apprenticeship program trained 50 participants in industrial and mechanical maintenance technology. In the area of youth development, we have supported 2,800 secondary school students through the 40 Under 40 program, a mentoring program in personal and professional development, certified 150 youths through the prior learning assessment recognition program, an assessment of their knowledge and skills, which can be educational institutions, workplaces, and other entities, and provided assistance to 150 young individuals who do not possess a full CSEC certificate. The government's entrepreneurship initiatives include the Youth Agricultural Homestead Program. This program plays a crucial role in our country's efforts to enhance and sustain the agricultural sector while providing access to local produce. The lands integral to this program will undergo improvements such as starter homes, roads, drainage, and infrastructure. The Youth Agricultural Shade House Project aims to equip youths aged 16 to 35 with skills for cultivating high-value, short-term crops and establishing cooperatives to support agricultural production. This full-time, one-year program is administered jointly by UWI, Cooperative Republic of Guyana's National Agricultural Research and Extension Institute. The Youth Aquaculture Project will implement a one-year program in tropical aquaculture production and management. The program will focus on training in aquaculture techniques, specifically tilapia, conch, and brackish water shrimp farm. In addition, post-training support will also be provided to help participants establish economic livelihoods in agriculture. These projects, in addition to NEDCO's Business Acceleration Program, collectively supported 522 participants. Additionally, the Cooperative Development Division provided training and support to 77 individuals in development training covering numerous disciplines. We have also agreed to the establishment of a community fresh produce shade house program as a collaborative effort between the Ministry of Youth and the Ministry of Agriculture to facilitate training in crop propagation, cultural practices, value-added agriculture, packaging, as well as agricultural market intelligence. The program will also target a total of 300 CPEP employees in cohorts of 10 in 30 communities across the community. We also launched a social media management training program for 600 youths, equipping them to effectively market and manage their businesses on social media platforms. In fiscal 2024, another 600 youths received vocational and life skills training in various fields, including makeup artistry, baked culinary arts, barbering, hair braiding and weaving, and nail technology. To protect vulnerable youth from violence that lead to abuse and infringement of their rights, we are refurbishing and expanding existing residential and non-residential facilities, such as youth development centers, formerly known as youth training facilities, youth development and apprenticeship centers, and transition homes, as well as constructing new facilities. This year, we completed the Laventille, California, St. James, and Los Bajos development centers, while works to complete the Malik, Palo Seco, and Point Fortin development centers are advanced. Refurbishment works are also ongoing at the Chatham, Puerto Presto, and El Dorado apprenticeship centers, and activities related to the construction of new apprenticeship centers in Chagaramas and Wallafield have commenced. In the area of national service, the civilian currently has 900 trainees. The military-led academic training program has 200 trainees, and the military-led youth program of apprenticeship and restoration has an intake of 50 cadets. To facilitate all of these projects and programs that I have just mentioned, the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service has been allocated $338 million for fiscal 2025, with access to a further $150 million from the agricultural incentives allocation in the Ministry of Finance for its youth in agriculture programs. And now turn to Tobago. Almost 3 years ago, the people of Tobago elected a new administration to manage the affairs of the Tobago House of Assembly. Recognizing the various issues affecting Tobago, we held several meetings with the Chief Secretary and his team to establish effective collaborative arrangements, broadening and deepening Tobago's development to foster mutual understanding of shared goals and objectives. In this context, Madam Speaker, I have reviewed the fiscal 2025 budget statement presented by the THA in June 2024, and I'm advised by the THA that the policies and programs behind its 2025 budget proposals are based on the following. For business development, economic growth and diversification, the THA intends to support economic diversification through business financing, support to small and medium enterprises, development of its eco-industrial parks, and targeted foreign investment attraction. With respect to strengthening and reforming governance arrangements, the THA is reviewing the constitutional arrangements and setting goals for 2025, including empowering and boosting digitalization and social services. With respect to public safety and citizen security, the THA intends to make safety of Tobagonians a top priority of the island administration. In response to increased gun violence and murders, the THA intends to reinstate the Tobago Community Safety Program, emphasizing community mobilization and trust building with law enforcement through unique safety plans. With respect to tourism, Tobago's tourism and creative industries will get support through infrastructure upgrades, community tourism support, artist development programs, and cultural events. With respect to agriculture and agro-processing, the THA intends to prioritize food security and boost agricultural value with research technology, processing facilities, and market access initiatives. With respect to education and human capital development, education in 2020 will focus on cultural identity, learning outcomes, teacher training, and infrastructure upgrades. With respect to health, the THA intends to fully operationalize the Roxborough Hospital with digitized health services, equipment upgrades, and social program expansion. Housing, the THA intends to provide affordable housing through infrastructure development and targeted housing programs. Community empowerment, youth development, and sports. The THA intends to continue investing in community development, youth programs, sport facilities, technical and vocational education, and training. Physical infrastructure. The THA intends to promote socio-economic development through modern, safe, and sustainable infrastructure in Tobago. These initiatives aim to enhance safety, accessibility, and economic viability. Environment, climate change, and energy. The THA intends to advance in sustainability through the establishment of an environmental, climate change, and energy department, focusing on resource management and climate adaptation. Madam Speaker, I anticipate that the strong economic and macroeconomic performance in Trinidad, characterized by sustained GDP growth, high employment levels, and stable low inflation, will contribute to an improved economy in Tobago. Further, I am advised by the Tobago House of Assembly that the Tobago economy is recovering from the significant slowdown caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, and the tourism industry is experiencing renewed interest from both local and international visitors. I'm told that direct international flights to and from Tobago and hotel occupancy rates are on the rise. I will now outline the allocation for Tobago for fiscal year 2024. The THA allocation totals $2.599 billion, of which $2.376 billion is for recurrent expenditure, $205 million is for development program expenditure, $18 million is for the URP, and $9.2 million for CPEP. The total allocation for the Tobago House of Assembly in 2025 represents an increase of $22.756 million over the allocation of $2.576 billion in fiscal year 2024 and represents 4.35% of the national budget. It is noteworthy, Madam Speaker, that contrary to uninformed commentary, this PNM government has given the present THA administration some of the highest budgetary allocations ever since the formation of THA, far more than previous administrations. I'm also pleased to report, let me just repeat that, contrary to uninformed commentary, contrary to uninformed commentary, this PNM government has given the present THA administration some of the highest budgetary allocations ever since the formation of the THA, far more than former administrations like those opposite. I'm also pleased to report that the THA will receive its full allocation for fiscal year 2024. As per usual, beyond the budgetary allocations to the THA, an additional $678.5 million is allocated to various ministries and state agencies to undertake and execute major projects in Tobago. Their responsibility under the 6th schedule of the THA Act. Some of this expenditure by central government in 2025, funded outside of the THA's budgetary allocation, but essential to the development of Tobago, will include Tobago Airport Terminal Project at a cost of $400 million, Roxborough Fire Station Headquarters at a cost of $1.9 million, desilting of the Hillsborough Dam at a cost of $7.5 million, upgrade of the National Energy Skills Center in Goldsboro at a cost of $1 million, Tobago Technology Center at a cost of $1 million, UTT Tobago Campus at a cost of $600,000, upgrade of the Dwight Walk Stadium at a cost of $4 million, Little Rockley Bay stabilization works for Magdalena Hotel at a cost of $3 million, and meteorological services equipment $3 million. I now turn to estimates of revenue and expenditure. Madam Speaker, for a long time we have understood that shifts in global energy markets, along with changes in the balances of oil and gas demand and supply, often present public policy changes due to challenges, often present public policy challenges due to revenue volatility. We have been addressing these issues since the early 1970s. Our national economic planning has consistently focused on economic transformation and diversified growth, aiming to expand the non-energy sector. We continuously monitor oil and gas prices in global markets to ensure that under normal conditions, our energy revenue projections remain reliable. This allows us to allocate capital and expertise towards fostering diversified growth while maintaining the sustainability of our social programs. Accurate assumptions about oil and gas prices are crucial to our budget plan, and we rely on comprehensive analysis and forecasts from international organizations to inform these estimates. With respect to oil, WTI and Brent prices have maintained a volatility since September 2023. In fiscal 2024, these prices US $91 a barrel to US $67 a barrel for WTI oil, and US $92 a barrel and $71 a barrel for Brent, reflecting market issues as well as continued geopolitical concerns. Madam Speaker, I can hear the Leader of the Opposition continuously.
Okay, so members, I myself am being a bit challenged. Member for St. Augustine apparently haven't seen me standing. I am being challenged, and I will ask you all to retrieve the decorum that you had, and you're always invited to take a little walk, find it, and come back. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I still have more to go in. So, with respect to oil again, the August 2024 International Energy Agency Oil Market Report reported that Brent crude futures were trading at about $80 per barrel. The U.S. Energy Information Administration current short-term outlook estimates the price of Brent crude in 2025 to be $84 a barrel. But we're going to be very conservative. Our oil price assumption for 2025 will be US $77.80 per barrel, compared with US $85 per barrel in 2024. And our natural gas price assumption will be US $3.59 per MMBTU, compared with US $5 per MMBTU in 2024. As a result of these assumptions, we expect total revenue of $54.224 billion, $54,224 million, with total expenditure of $59.741 billion, resulting in a fiscal deficit of $5,517 million. The total estimated revenue of $54,224 million comprises $14,174 million in oil revenue, $35 billion, as I adverted before, and $39 million from non-oil revenue, and $4,011 million from capital revenue. The fiscal deficit for 2025, estimated at $5.517 billion, is 1% of GDP, again within the international benchmark of 3%. The major 2025 fiscal allocations will be education and training, 7.512 billion. Health, billion, 7.512 billion for education and training. Health, 7.571 billion. National security, 6.113 billion. Public utilities, 3.221 billion. Infrastructure, 1.862 billion. Rural development and local government, 1.771 billion. Transport, 1.410 billion. Agriculture, 1.184 billion. And housing, $150 million. Madam Speaker, in 2025, we also intend to embark on a number of special projects. These projects include projects to generate much-needed revenue, create new jobs, divest state assets that are better managed by the private sector, encourage direct foreign investment and local investment, especially in the tourism sector. First project will be divestment of the Magdalena Hotel. We intend to offer the Magdalena Hotel for sale or lease. The second project is new international hotel development. A request for proposals will be made to develop a new five-star internationally branded resort hotel on the government-owned Baku estate in Tobago. Baku? Boku. This project is expected to be on the scale, Madam Speaker,
Minister.
Speaker, the more you talk to them, the more noise you're making, like children. New international hotel development.
Remember, we have a little ruling on that. Yes? So just withdraw that and continue.
Of course I withdraw. They're adults. I'm starting all over. Yes, Madam
Okay,
Speaker,
sure.
Of course, I said they were. Oh.
Okay.
Let me start from the beginning. Divestment of Magdalena Hotel. New international hotel development. There will be a request for proposals to develop a new five-star internationally branded resort hotel on the government-owned Baku estate in Tobago. This project is expected to be on the scale of the previously proposed Sandals Hotel, and if successful, will bring tremendous economic benefits to the people of Tobago. Third, Tobago Marina. A request for proposals will be made to develop a yachting marina in lowlands in Tobago, just southwest of the Petit-Trou Lagoon, on lands currently being acquired by the government from the Plantations estate. It will be a private-public partnership and will involve the following features: docking facilities for at least 50 pleasure craft, both power and sail, up to 18 meters in length. Storage facilities on land for a further 50 pleasure craft. Refueling, washing and repair facilities, marine and boat chandlers, stores and a restaurant. A slipway to transfer a trailered boat into the water. A travel lift and forklifts for lifting boats out of the water and transporting them to the hard stand. And a breakwater and dredged approach channel and basin. The fourth special project, divestment of CLICO. The government intends to sell its 49% shareholding in the Colonial Life Insurance Company. CLICO is no longer considered to be of importance to the government, and its investment its divestment will earn several $billion in revenue for the government to see us through the financial difficulties of the next few years. In this regard, I have noticed a false narrative circulating that the government has been repaid all that it is due for the 2009-2010 CLICO bailout. This is entirely untrue, since the CLICO bailout involved not only the insurance company, but it also involved the bailout of CL Financial and its subsidiaries, as well as companies like CLICO Investment Bank, British American Insurance, and so on. Far from being fully repaid, the government is still owed over at least $13 billion in taxpayers' funds injected into CL Financial and the other related companies. I wanted to make that clear, because I've seen a narrative that we have been fully repaid for the CLICO bailout. It is not true. We are still owed $13 billion for the bailout of CL Financial. 5, sale or lease of the Pointe-a-Pierre refinery. In 2018, we closed the Pointe-a-Pierre refinery because it was a perennial money loser, losing up to $8 on every barrel of oil it processed, with annual losses of $2 billion. In fact, the accumulated losses of Petrotrin, when audited after the closure of the refinery, were in excess of $15 billion. The government was also carrying $3 billion in guaranteed loans for Petrotrin, which loan guarantees remain on our books to this day as contingent liabilities and are part of the total public debt. These loans were taken out for operational expenses, including the purchase of crude oil, since Petrotrin required the importation of 100,000 barrels of oil per day to operate the refinery, although, ironically, precious foreign currency was lost on every imported barrel of oil. In 2018, Petrotrin was subjected to detailed scrutiny due to many issues, including its high and increasing debt, low productivity levels, escalating manpower costs, of US $850 million or TT 5.7 billion that was due in 2019 and which it was clear it could not pay. The company's expenditure routinely surpassed its earnings and income, and in particular, the refinery was unprofitable because it was severely overstaffed, operating with as much as 5 times the number of workers it required to be efficient, and it would never have been profitable in its previous configuration. However, the government believes that if the refinery can be reopened without any burden on the Treasury, this will provide a number of benefits in terms of employment, increased economic activity, availability of locally produced fuel, and reinvigoration of fence-line communities. In that context, since 2018, there have been 2 attempts to sell or lease the refinery. Both efforts failed. Third bidders were unable to show any tangible evidence of their ability to raise the necessary capital to reopen and operate the refinery. However, in pursuit of the overarching objective to attract private sector investment for the reopening of the refinery, Trinidad Petroleum Company, the holding company that owns the assets that belong to the former Petrotrin, commenced a 3rd procurement process in February 2024, with the solicitation of expressions of interest from new potential bidders and the parties who participated in the previous 2 attempts. Scotia Capital, USA, Incorporated, was thus engaged to manage the 3rd procurement process with a broad-based evaluation committee comprising knowledgeable and experienced persons selected from both the private sector with the necessary expertise to evaluate a complex transaction of this nature. All potential investors were asked by Scotia to address a number of items in their expressions of interest, including but not limited to identification of the offerer, acquirer, joint venture, lessee, refinery restart and operational plans, transaction structure and key commercial terms, use of logistics assets, PARIA, proof of qualification to own and operate the refining assets, and a description of their financing plan, including the identity of their potential sources of financing. 10 proposals were received and evaluated using 5 critical criteria as follows. 1, the offerer has a track record of refinery ownership or operation. 2, the offerer has a reasonable restart plan and timeline, including asset integrity assessment, utility requirements, power, natural gas, and so on, and sources of crude. 3, the offerer has provided a reasonable and indicative financing plan, inclusive of working capital and with support by credible financial institutions as determined by Scotia. 4, the offerer has outlined an arrangement with PARIA that did not prejudice the national interests of fuel security, as well as handling of Heritage's crude supply. And 5, the offerer demonstrated transparency, credibility, and openness, including the sharing of information to facilitate the completion of the process. Using these criteria, 3 of the proposals were found by Scotia and the Evaluation Committee to be worthy of further consideration. From the following: 1, the CRO or CRO Consortium, a locally based consortium comprising 3 companies, DR Commodities Limited, Chemitech, and Ocala. 2, Inca Energy LLC, a company based in the United States. And 3, Wando PLC, a company based in Nigeria. In this regard, Madam Speaker, I am authorized to report that Cabinet, after due consideration of the findings and recommendations of Scotia and the Evaluation Committee, has agreed to the shortlisting of these 3 companies. A formal selective request for proposals process will now be initiated to determine the winner among these 3 companies, with a view to restarting the refinery if found feasible. It must be stressed that in this process, the government has no intention of exposing to the recurring billion-dollar losses that occurred previously in the operation of the refinery. And the success of this venture is predicated on the principle that it be at no cost to the taxpayer. I now turn to the fiscal measures. The fiscal measures for 2025 are designed, Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, our Portuguese keeps talking at me.
Okay, members, please proceed.
Don't whatever, have a conversation over Portuguese. So please, I now turn to the fiscal measures. The fiscal measures for 2025 are designed to empower every individual in our society, enabling them to thrive and realize their full potential. By prioritizing investments in our people, we are laying the groundwork for a more prosperous and equitable future for Trinidad and Tobago. First fiscal measure, online numeracy program for adults. In 2024, the Adult Literacy Tutors Association, ALTA, provided literacy training to both CPEP and URP employees, as well as to individuals from correctional institutions and various youth program workers to address these gaps. However, there remains a critical need to extend support to numeracy skill acquisition. Through the Ministry of Education, an online numeracy program will provide classes via the school learning management system to complement literacy skills. For this purpose, I have allocated $3.2 million for implementation of the online numeracy program for fiscal year 2025. 2. National Digital Literacy Project. In today's rapidly evolving digital landscape, digital literacy has become an essential skill. The government acknowledges that despite the strides in digital transformation achieved within the country, it still faces disparities in ICT development across various rural and underserved communities. In seeking to bridge this digital divide, the government will collaborate with a suitable non-governmental organization to provide essential digital skills and knowledge to vulnerable groups under a national digital literacy program. This program will foster an environment of inclusivity and empowerment. Groups the opportunity to thrive in a digitally driven world. 18 communities were identified for this targeted intervention, and have allocated $5 million for the implementation of a national digital literacy program. 3. Digital literacy certification for students. To complement the previously mentioned program, the Ministry of Education will implement a comprehensive digital literacy certification program for students at various levels of the education system. This project will enhance the development of the human capital of the country, foster global competitiveness in emerging digital sectors. Trinidad and Tobago would be better positioned to equip its future generation with the requisite skills for success in an increasing digital landscape. Digital literacy certification program, I have provided $2.9 million for fiscal 2025. 4. Solar-powered sustainability program in secondary schools. We recognize the eminent need for sustainable development practice to address global challenges such as climate change, resource depletion, and economic inequality. We envisage secondary schools playing a critical role in shaping the future generation's understanding and practices as it relates to technology and environmental stewardship. Therefore, the Ministry of Education will implement a solar-powered sustainability project in 26 secondary schools in the first instance. It is expected that students in the secondary schools will utilize technological solutions and environmental sustainability to the benefit of their communities. For this purpose, I've allocated $2.6 million for the solar-powered sustainability project in schools for fiscal year 2025. 5. Agriculture internship program. The government will be establishing an agriculture internship program which will provide an opportunity for 30 associate degree graduates of ECIAF. This internship program will be mutually beneficial for the Ministry of Agriculture and the interns, one in which will foster an exchange of new theoretical ideologies and practical real-world agricultural experiences. It is anticipated the interns will also enhance their practical skills and soft skills such as communication, teamwork, and problem solving. For this purpose, I've allocated the sum of $2.2 million for the agricultural internship program. 6. CSEC remedial mathematics program. Mathematics is a key skill that supports problem solving and develops analytical abilities, and it is an important component in education. Student performance in CSEC mathematics has been a growing concern in Trinidad and Tobago. Over the past 5 years, there has been a general decrease in the percentage of students passing the subject. Additionally, there has been a general decline in the quality of grades, with fewer students receiving grades 1 and 2 in mathematics over a 5-year period. Correspondingly, there has been a notable rise in the number of students obtaining lower grade categories. In 2024, a significant 5,312 students received grade 4, while 4,799 students received grade 5. This is mathematics. This program will be implemented by the Ministry of Education as an after-school CSEC mathematics tuition project at 26 secondary schools of as a strategic intervention to address the declining pass rates, for which I have allocated an amount of 3.5 million. 7, minimum wages of government workers. Madam Speaker, over the last 9 years, sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my apology. I apologize, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Over the last 9 years, we have systematically increased the national minimum wage in Trinidad and Tobago to its present level of $20.50 per hour. However, we recognize that any increase in the national minimum wage has its pros and cons. While it brings comfort and an improved standard of living for those at the bottom of the income scale, an arbitrary increase in the minimum can create hardship for small businesses and for marginal enterprises. It can even lead to retrenchment, closure, or reduced working hours, thus cancelling out its benefits. Madam Speaker, we have therefore decided not to make any further increase in the national minimum wage at this time, especially since the last increase, just last year, was of the order of 17%, and small and medium enterprises are still grappling with the challenge of managing that increase. However, the government, as the largest single employer of people in the country, is acutely aware of the difficulties endured by persons earning the minimum wage. Accordingly, while we do additional stress on the small business sector at this time, while continuing to review the national minimum wage for an increase in subsequent years, we will increase the minimum wage earned by public sector employees from $20.50 an hour to $22.50 an hour, an increase of $2 per hour or 9.8%. This, Madam Speaker, no.
I think my goodwill is being stretched considerably. So I hope it's the last time I'd rise on this point with respect to decorum. Okay? I hope we all understand. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I need to repeat this. The government, as the largest single employer of people in the country, is acutely difficulties endured by persons earning the minimum wage. Accordingly, while we do not wish to place additional stress on the small business sector at this time, while continuing to review the national minimum wage for an increase in subsequent years, we will increase the minimum wage earned by public sector employees from $20.50 an hour to $22.50 an hour, an increase of $2 per hour or 9.8%. This increase will benefit 5,100 workers at MTS, 6,900 workers in CPEP, and 6,200 workers in URP, among other minimum wage workers in the public sector. Particularly for Madam Speaker, such as security guards, it will put as much as $500 per month of additional tax-free income into the pockets of this very hard-working group of workers, depending on the hours worked. Similarly, janitorial staff at MTS, who work shorter hours than security guards, will earn an additional $340 a month. CPEP and URP workers and other minimum wage workers in the public sector will also benefit from this increase in proportion to the hours worked. This increase is expected to cost the government $75 million in fiscal 2025 and will take effect from November the 1st, 2024, 2 months from now. Public sector wage negotiations. Madam Speaker, in 2023, we made an offer of a 4% wage increase to workers in the public service, the teaching service, the police service, the fire service, the prison service, the defense force, and daily paid workers. This was for the period January 2014 to December 2019. We recognize that it was not a large increase, especially since it was for a 6-year period. But that was all we could have afforded at that time. That 4% wage increase has cost the government over $1 billion in back pay and has increased our recurrent annual expenditure by hundreds of millions of dollars. Most public sector trade unions accepted the offer, and their members increases and their back pay, with the last remaining standouts being the Public Services Association and the NUGFW, both of whom have taken the matter to the Industrial Court as a dispute. We continue to urge both the PSA and the NUGFW to accept the offer and move on. But that is for them and their membership to decide. We hope that good sense will eventually prevail. However, as a responsible government, we cannot allow the refusal of the PSA and the NUGFW to accept our offer of a wage increase for the 2014 to 2019 periods to delay negotiations for other public sector trade unions who represent more workers in the public sector for the next bargaining period. Accordingly, I have today instructed the Chief Personal Officer to make the necessary preparations to commence negotiations with those trade unions who accepted the previous 4% offer for the next triennium, that is for the period January 2020 to December 2022. For the next 3-year period, 2020 to 2022, the government, even in the face of our challenging financial circumstances, has decided to offer public sector workers an increase of 5%. This increase is estimated to cost the government an additional $475 million per year in recurrent expenditure, with back pay up to the end of 2024 estimated at well over $1 billion. It will be difficult to find the money to make these payments, but we think it is only fair and just. Book grant. As I stated earlier in my budget statement, the $1,000 book grant given in 2024 assisted 20,000 needy students to defray the cost of school books. And we shall repeat this book grant, this $1,000 book grant in 2025. Using the same means test that we applied in 2024, this is estimated to cost the government $20 million. Tax amnesty and NIS amnesty. Tax amnesties over the years have proven to be a valuable source of additional revenue and have generated billions of dollars in payments. We do not wish to encourage tax avoidance, but now that the Privy Council has ruled in the government's favor with respect to the constitutionality of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, which now allows us to populate and operationalize this new authority, we will give taxpayers one last opportunity to put their house in order and pay up their outstanding taxes before the TTRA is in full operation, without being subject to penalties and interest. We also recognize that some businesses are still recovering from the effects of COVID-19, and we shall also give an amnesty for national insurance payments. Both the tax amnesty and the national insurance amnesty will run from October the 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024. We do not expect to give any further tax amnesties after the TTRA is fully up and running, as we expect much better compliance from all taxpayers once the new arrangements for tax collection are in place. Taxpayers are therefore urged to take advantage of these amnesties, as they may not see them again. and Village Improvement Program. The Housing and Village Improvement Program, being undertaken by the LSA, has proven to be a tremendous success and has assisted persons at the lowest end of the income scale to achieve home ownership. It should be noted that the typical cost of the government of a HVIP house is just over $150,000, as compared to the traditional HTC unit, which is costing the government $1 million per unit. We have also found that persons at the lower end of the income scale who are most in need of housing accommodation struggle to meet their monthly payments, whether it be for rental or purchase of HTC units. The Home and Village Improvement Program avoids this problem, since beneficiaries are given a starter house free of charge. And although the HVIP houses are unfinished in terms of painting and tiling, they are fully functioning. Advance from the unsatisfactory living conditions that many persons find themselves in. The HVIP houses will also reduce the government's outlay by over $800,000 per unit. However, contractors have complained that at $150,000, the price paid to them for these starter houses is too low and unprofitable, and this has had a negative effect on the pace of construction. Accordingly, we'll increase the price paid for starter houses to $200,000 for a basic unit on flat land, with further adjustments for houses built on difficult terrain. It is anticipated that in 2025, up to 500 housing and village improvement houses can be built at a cost of $100 million, and the funding for this increased cost will be financed off budget if necessary. Sporting equipment. Those of us who take part in sporting activities will know that sporting gear can be. Accordingly, in keeping with our policy to encourage healthy lifestyles, we shall in 2025 exempt all sporting equipment from taxes and duty, with the exception of clothing. This measure will take effect from January 1st, 2025, and is estimated to cost $20 million. Agriculture. You will be aware, Madam Speaker, that we have, as a policy, decided to make agriculture a tax-free industry. In this regard, we have made several amendments to our tax laws over the years to achieve this objective. However, there remain ambiguities and nuances in our tax laws, which lead to different interpretation and arguments as to what qualifies as agricultural goods and equipment and what does not. These arguments can defeat our policy objectives. Accordingly, in consultation with the Ministry of Agriculture, I propose to conduct a comprehensive review on all items used in agriculture, so that we can remove any and all ambiguities that remain in our definitions and laws pertaining to tax concessions for agriculture to make the industry truly tax-free. We expect to complete this review by December 31st, 2024, and since it will require amendments to a series of laws, this measure will take effect in the first quarter of calendar 2025. Electric vehicle charging equipment. Madam Speaker, we have removed all taxes associated with electric vehicles in order to encourage motorists to go electric and thus help reduce our carbon footprint and reduce the need for a fuel subsidy. Those of us who own electric vehicles will be aware that the cost of operating these vehicles is a fraction of the cost of gas-powered or diesel-powered vehicles. In fact, the cost of electric vehicle for an equivalent travel distance can be as little as 20% as the cost of fuel for the same distance. Even with an increase in electricity rates, therefore, an electric vehicle can save motorists thousands of dollars in fuel costs. The price of electric vehicles is also coming down rapidly, with countries like China producing very affordable and reliable electric cars for everyday use. Previously, the use of electric vehicles was constrained by the absence of public charging stations. But as technology has progressed, efficient home chargers are now readily available at reasonable prices. Accordingly, in order to further encourage the switch to electric vehicles, to assist with our reduction of carbon emissions, and to meet our climate change undertakings, I propose in 2025 to exempt all charging equipment and related accessories from all duties and taxes. This measure will take effect from January the 1st, 2025. VAT bonds. Madam Speaker, the government is aware that there is a significant sum of VAT refunds outstanding, particularly for companies in the energy sector, whose products are zero-rated. In fact, over 80% of VAT refunds are normally due to energy sector companies at any given time. On a previous occasion, when a large quantity of VAT bonds was issued, many of these bonds were redeemed almost immediately and used by energy sector companies to pay taxes on income and profits. This had the effect of reducing the availability of foreign exchange in the commercial banking sector, since it is expected that energy sector companies that export all of their production or sell their production locally in US dollars, such as upstream gas producers, is in US dollars. In appreciation of the situation, recognizing that companies depend on VAT refunds for cash flow, the Ministry of Finance intends once again to issue interest-bearing VAT bonds in fiscal 2025 in the sum of $3 billion, with a target date for issuance of January 31st, 2025. However, on this occasion, these bonds will be issued in a manner that does not create difficulties or shortages in the local foreign exchange market. Small and medium enterprises who are owed refunds will be paid in cash by December 31st, 2024. Madam Speaker, this 2025 budget stands as a testament to our nation's resilience amid the form faced over the past 9 years. We have come a long way since 2015, weathered many shocks, and proven that we are up to the task of governing this country effectively and equitably. Despite the many trials, the government remains steadfast in its commitment to maintaining economic sustainability and enhancing the lives and livelihoods of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And we are confident that the work we have done, our fiscal measures, the incentives we have provided, both in the energy sector and the non-energy sector, have laid the foundation for sustainable growth and prosperity in the years to come. Along the way, many people have made recommendations as to how we should respond to our economic challenges. However, most of these recommendations were superficial and short-sighted. If implemented, would have resulted in pain and suffering for our population and would have killed any chance we had of economic recovery. One such recommendation which keeps coming back like a bad penny is the insistence of certain privileged interest groups that we devalue the dollar. However, if we had accepted that advice, it would have drastically lowered the standard of living of our population, reduced real wages, increased prices astronomically, and created industrial strife and serious discontent and resentment among low-wage earners in particular, who make up the bulk of the working class. Detailed analysis over the last several years by the central bank and other experts has shown that a devaluation would only have a marginal effect on our national income. The cost of foreign debt service and instigating justified demands for increased wages, thus increasing public expenditure and widening the fiscal deficit. The only people who would have benefited from a devaluation would have been those who are hoarding their foreign exchange overseas. Another impractical recommendation that came in the early days of this administration and which persists is that we should reduce government expenditure to match revenue and not engage in deficit budgeting. However, if we had done that back in the 2016 to 2019 era, when they stridently demanded it, and cut $20 billion out of annual expenditure, the result would have been massive retrenchment, spiraling unemployment, reduction of subsidies, withdrawal of social, removal of free services like education and healthcare, rapid deterioration of national infrastructure, permanent stagnation of our economy, with the resulting social chaos. Yet we are told that we must follow these dangerous, poorly thought out proposals simply because those who propose them are well-meaning. That is not how our country is run. We will not subject our population to self-imposed structural adjustment based on poorly thought out, knee-jerk recommendations from armchair theoreticians who have never had the responsibility to manage even a parlour in their life and plunge the majority of the working class into poverty, as is occurring in other countries in the region. With that impractical recommendation that we cut annual expenditure by 20 billion, did they want us to fall into chaos like Argentina, where poverty is now at 52% of the population? Further, given the barrage of misinformation regarding the national accounts, our fiscal outturn, our economic stewardship and strategy over the last years, it is necessary to educate the commentators with respect to the facts. If one looks at the actual revenue earned over the last 5 years, excluding the 2022 year, as that was indeed an outlier as a result of the Ukraine war, one will see that in 2019, the pre-COVID year, total revenue was $46.7 billion. When the COVID-19 shock hit us in 2020, revenues dropped drastically to $34.4 billion. Fast forward to 2023, and total revenue, even with declining prices and declining production, climbed to $4.7 billion. And in 2024, even in the face of extreme volatility in the global energy industry, continued declines in production, an extremely low price for natural gas that we have not seen since 2016, our revenue now stands at $50.4 billion and is still higher than it was in 2019. This turnaround did not happen by chance or by magic. Our economic success is a result of two factors. Firstly, our fiscal measures and incentives have stimulated the manufacturing and services sector to the extent that $35 billion in annual revenue now comes from the non-oil sector. And secondly, the hard work and perseverance of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy and Minister in the office paid off. And even in the face of weak prices and reduced production, their negotiations with the multinational oil, gas, processing and petrochemical companies have yielded billions of dollars in increased revenue on a permanent and sustainable basis, with much more to come from our cross-border projects. These two gentlemen must be given the credit they deserve. Their work, together with the work of my other colleagues who have responsibility for the other productive sectors that generate revenue, such as the Minister of Trade and Industry, has saved the day. However, if one listens to the uninformed naysayers, you will have no idea that our economy has grown for 3 consecutive years, and our revenue base is now higher than it was 5. Say that again. Our economy has grown for 3 consecutive years, and our revenue base is now higher than it was 5 years ago. A further example of our sound financial management is the success story that is Heritage Petroleum. Before the restructuring of Petrotrin in 2018, our national oil company was losing $2 billion a year, and it owed the government billions of dollars in back taxes, which it simply could not pay. After the closure of the refinery and the streamlining of company operations at Petrotrin to create several lean and efficient subsidiaries, notably Heritage and Parliamentary, we have found ourselves in a fortunate position where, In addition to servicing its restructured debt without any assistance from the government, Heritage is making billions of dollars per year in profit. Indeed, for the period 2019 to 2023, Heritage Petroleum has earned $36.2 billion in revenue, making $5.7 billion in net profit, and it has paid a staggering $11.8 billion in taxes on time and without prompting. This trend has continued in 2024, with $1.6 billion in taxes already paid by Heritage Petroleum to the government for the first 9 months of the year, by any yardstick. This is a remarkable transformation of a loss-making and ineffective state enterprise, which was a perennial drain on the Treasury, into a highly profitable and effective modern company. Contrary to rumor, therefore, our economic future is assured, and we simply have to navigate challenging years before we reap the rewards of the work being done in both the oil and non-oil sectors. Our economy is now growing, and we repeat, 3 consecutive years of real economic growth, and we simply have to be careful and spend money wisely and live within our means until 2027, when cross-border gas is expected to flow. In that context, over the last 9 years, we have demonstrated that we can manage extremely difficult financial situations and meet all our obligations while providing support to all our citizens, and we will do it again. And to give comfort to those who may be confused and concerned at the barrage of negativity coming from those who do not wish us or the country well, I can now confirm that from 2024, tomorrow, the new revenue sharing arrangements that arise from the restructuring of Atlantic LNG and the new pricing formula for natural gas will yield substantially enhanced revenues for Trinidad and Tobago permanently. In preparing the 2025 budget, I took note of the many suggestions and demands made by various sectors of the national community with respect to the prioritization of government expenditure. I noted that Tutor had asked that the lion's share of the 2025 budget be given to education. Business owners, on the other hand, have asked that the lion's share of expenditure be given to national security, while motorists and the general public have asked that the focus be on rehabilitating and upgrading the nation's roads. Others have asked for our water supply and the agriculture sector and on timely payment of outstanding VAT refunds, among many other things. It should be apparent that these are conflicting demands, since we can't apportion the lion's share of the budget to so many different sectors, especially with scarce resources. I tell you. Accordingly, we have allocated substantial resources to each of these sectors consistent with national priorities. As we look towards 2025, our focus sharpens on fostering a modernized economy, driving digitization, bolstering the manufacturing sector, empowering the energy sector. Through these strategic efforts, we envision an economy that is not only stabilized, but also poised to invest in our youth through robust developmental programs and innovative systems. Our unwavering support for the most vulnerable in our society continues with targeted grants and programs designed to uplift every citizen across all sectors. We are determined to expand our capacity to serve and to capitalize on the socio-economic advancements that lie ahead, ensuring that when re-elected, which will happen, we will carry forward the momentum of progress in Trinidad and Tobago. On that note, the government currently spends over $5 billion on social grants every year. And at this time, because of our financial situation, it is not possible to increase any of these grants. However, Within a few years, as the cross-border gas starts to flow and revenues increase, we will improve the situation for the most vulnerable. Additionally, oil and gas taxation is a very complex area, and as a government, we must always seek to balance tax incentives with revenue collection to ensure that we do not find ourselves in the situation that we met in 2015 when a major oil company told us that because of the petroleum tax structure existing at the time, put in by a previous government, the country would get no revenue from them for 9 years. Accordingly, together with the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, I will be meeting with the Energy Chamber within the next 3 months to discuss what can be done within reason to stimulate further exploration and production so that appropriate adjustments can be made to the oil and gas taxation regime in the first quarter of 2025 through a finance bill. In 2025, the government also plans to reallocate acreage where feasible to allow lease operators to produce fields which have proven reserves of oil can be quickly brought into production with a proactive program of drilling. Madam Speaker, I extend my deepest gratitude to my colleagues for their immense support and insightful policy recommendations, which have been instrumental in accelerating our nation's socio-economic development. I also wish to acknowledge the valuable input from our stakeholders in both the public and private sectors, whose perspectives have enriched our policy choices and strengthened our resolve. Special thanks go to the dedicated public service officers at the Ministry of Finance, who have gone above and beyond to ensure that this budget and its associated documents were meticulously prepared, reviewed, and delivered to this Parliament on time. The contributions of public officials across various ministries and agencies deserve equal and congratulations. Madam Speaker, I have no doubt that this collective effort will pave the way for a bright and prosperous future for all our citizens. I beg to move.
Minister of Finance.
In accordance with Standing Order 81-4, I wish to advise that the debate on the budget will resume on Friday, the 4th of October, 2024, at 10 a.m.
Drink your Red Bull, woman. Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Friday, the 4th day of October 2024 at 10 a.m.
Honourable members, before putting a question on the adjournment, I'm to advise that your budget packages are available for collection at the Colonnade Corridor Distribution Room next to the members' entrance on Abercrombie Street.
TTT News, delivering more news at more times to more people. TTT News, reporting on the people, events and issues that affect your life. TTT News, online and fully interactive. TTT News, nightly at 6. TTT News, committed, accurate, relevant.
My name is Roger. I am big ride winner from Tobago. That particular day, I bought